between here and there.
Oh, God.
So,
Not too
so,
far away though.
yeah.
Could have a rope.
Or-
Rope. On the
Or,
rope.
or the school,
Yeah.
which is,
Well, I'll find out about the use of the kitchen right away and
That'd
let you
be
know,
great.
and that way you can
Okay.
move from there.
and, so I'll do it,
On front porch and then put it out there and see what you get, maybe?
I'll do it first through connections, to see if there's school or church.
Personal connections, you mean?
Yeah, people
Okay.
like go directly without broadcasting it, and then if I can't find someone, and it could be just somebody who would be willing to do a potluck, not do all the cooking.
Right, right.
Just to
So,
organize.
and I usually get Joyce Van Pamelen to do the coffee and they've done soup too as well, so I've got to talk to Joyce about that.
The 5th grade class.
Yeah, fifth,
Used to be the
right,
sixth
it used to be
grade
sixth
class,
grade,
yeah.
but it would be 5th grade, right. Is Joyce a 5th grade teacher? I don't even
I'm
know.
not sure.
There's no more 6th grade?
No?
And now that Leland
It's
Well-
not until Leland and Gray.
Oh,
Oh,
has it gone already?
Yeah.
I
It
think
started
so.
This
year?
was the first
Right,
year.
yeah.
I think so.
oh, haven't
So,
heard anything about it.
And I will put on the front porch forum that I'm looking for a parliamentarian.
That's like an assistant for you to. come
Somebody
in.
I can say, could you please look that up?
Yeah,
And hand them the,
and learn the ropes
Yeah.
potentially for the future.
yeah, I did that for Chris for 3 years and it was very helpful.
And you did such a great job.
Well, thank you.
Yes, you do.
It's like, all this practice. Something they say. That's what they say, is practice.
How many years you been doing it?
I don't know.
A few?
I used to say two,
Yeah.
too many.
I think hard about whether to do it every year. And I feel like every year I've learned a little bit more and it would be a waste to put all that learning
That's right.
to bed at the moment. So,
How many years did you do? Can't remember.
I don't remember.
Forever.
I think this is my 10th year or 11th.
Well, it would make sense to find somebody to
I
work
think I
alongside
started,
you.
I think I did my first town meeting in 2010, which
Wow.
would make this the 11th. But I was the school person for 3 years
Yeah,
before
right.
that.
Mhm.
So it's been a while,
Mhm.
but I would have to actually go to the town reports to find out if my numbers are accurate.
Well, thank you for all of
Yeah.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, I only do this like one day a year.
Have fun in Montpelier.
Thank you. All right, so, I guess that answers my questions, thank you.
We will probably use our meeting the night before town meeting to
Mhm.
do the last minute things. So
Mhm. I could come to that.
if you're worried,
I'm
consider.
not worried about it, I'm just hoping the town
Great.
crew will set up,
Afraid you
Fall.
might lose
Yeah.
sleep that night.
nah,
Yeah.
no, it's the only problem is if there's a snowstorm. And the crew can't set the hall
it.
up.
It'll be sunny and 60 then.
Yeah, like every
When will
town
you get
meeting day.
winter?
36 inches.
Now, what
of
is the
snow.
date again this year?
It's March 3rd,
March 3rd.
the first Tuesday in
First
March.
Tuesday.
Always first.
I don't know if we can go back to talk about the funding for the hall for the paint job,
Mhm.
or that, you're gonna be working on that, and see whether you can move the funds from where they are, or you don't need to, or that's something you're gonna be working on.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys can get to your work, huh?
Anything, anyone else? Okay,
My only thought is that maybe working with Winetta about putting information up on our website too, about the town meeting. You know, like
I think
if
it's
there's
always
child.
been posted on the
Yes,
website.
well, I'm not saying it hasn't been, but like if there's childcare, if there's lunch or whatever.
Oh, yeah, we'll get the word out. And thank you, I forget about the website.
Yeah, the website, yeah.
Yeah, that's great. I'll be in.
thank you,
Oh,
Thank you all, thank you.
thank you.
Great, thank you.
Good night.
Good to see
Yeah,
you.
Thank you.
Gotta go through
We'll be in touch.
Oh, no.
Okay, our next item on the agenda was the appointment of a new member to the planning commission. The individual who has spoken up has informed us that he would like us to hold and not appoint him this evening, so we will do that. New business. Has anyone any new business to bring to us tonight? Correspondence. We have, I think you got a copy, a letter from the Department of Veteran Affairs. To be honest with you, I have not read it, so I don't know what it's all about, but,
It's just informational.
Just tells you where stuff is.
okay. Thank you.
Is this stuff that could go up on the website, or
Excuse me?
is this stuff that could go up on the website anyway? No? If you're looking for information, no?
Well, they have their own website. There's a lot of,
If they call, I'll give them the information of the website, and I can post it out on the bulletin board, but
it's not,
the website is for town business,
Mm-hmm.
it's not strictly town.
and I would have to differentiate if I started making choices.
That's good to know.
Okay. We have a letter from a gentleman named Ian Silberman introducing himself as a government education representative for Consolidated Communications. So in other words, if we have any questions about our phone service, we can ask him. That's a little bit too simple a situation, but it's a simple introductory letter saying that he is working for and with Consolidated. I think you all got a copy of
That's
that.
not gonna happen for a while though, right? Or do we have a date on that, when they're gonna actually,
They've already,
I know they put the letter in.
they sent it to, the state for their permit to join.
Uh-huh,
Yeah.
But we can meet with him and discuss any options prior to,
the sale.
prior to the cable company changing, to see if we can get better service with Consolidated or
Or another
stay
one.
with Southern Vermont Cable, which is going to be part of Comcast.
Oh, okay, this is from Consolidated, yeah.
Right.
Okay, so it's just phone
Just
Phone
information.
pretty much
Internet.
introductory and informational.
Right.
Okay, is there, anybody have anything in the nature of business to come before us before we move to pay orders? Well, we'll move to pay orders.
434, if David is up and ready. Here, if you would like these. So we've got clerk's report, which is the, oh, I'm sorry, I have two things to add to the agenda. Forgot about, thank you, sorry, whole 3 minutes has passed and I forgot that. So we need to add, under new business, we will add resignation, or is that plural? Resignation, and then we will add new insurance regulations. All right. So those will be under new.
So this is actual SU meeting.
Yes, we are the
This
SU
isn't
tonight.
the
Okay, so now on to clerk's report. We've got the approval of minutes of December 27th.
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Any
We're running busy.
questions or comments? I think I did read them over. Oh, it's been a whole, like, almost 12 days since we met. All right, seeing none, all those in favor of accepting the minutes of December 27th, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? Okay, minutes are passed. Welcome to everyone here. Committee reports, we have none. So now we have warrants and payroll. So we have warrant, you wanna,
I can make a motion so that.
there you go.
I move that we approve the warrants of December 27th, 2019, the amount of $419,714.32, and the payroll from December 20th in the amount of $451,046.14.
Is there a second? I'll second if you like.
Go ahead.
Okay. Any comments, questions? Anything to discuss on those? Okay, all those in favor of passing the warrants as moved, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? Okay, warrants are done. Why don't we move on to the resignation? Give Kelly a chance to.
Okay, dear Lyle, Wyndham Southeast has been an amazing place to work for the past 13 years. I never expected to be in this position as long as I have been. It is a testament to the exceptional colleagues I have had the opportunity to work with every day. Even through the challenging times, I know we are all working in the best interest of students. My ability to lead in these ever-changing times has required me to learn from students, parents, and colleagues, as well as state and national experts. As an educational system, we make every effort to be ahead of the curve as to how we serve students with disabilities with learning challenges. There are students I have known from preschool to graduation. Not many special education directors have been with kids for that long. It has been an honor to see students graduate after their years of very hard work to achieve. They did it with guidance, strength, and grace. With this, I formally state I will retire at the end of the school year, June 30, 2020. I will work with you, Shelley, Joe, school administrators, and the board for a smooth transition to a new director of special education. I will miss daily engagement with amazing special education teachers and related service providers. They are the backbone of our services and advocacy for students. We are fortunate to have dedicated, well-versed educators supporting our students. I know I leave the students in good hands. With respect and gratitude, Marisa Duncan Hawley.
Feared that about the second line. It wasn't looking good no matter how you sliced it by the second line.
Took me about 6 lines.
Yeah,
Talk about special ed to catch on. So I'm not moving it.
What did you say no?
Well, I keep wanting to do that and see what happens.
So many opportunities.
July 1, you're gonna be in trouble.
In which case then, it was with deep regret and great respect that I move we approve the resignation of Marisa Duncan Holly.
Can we add a few more with deep regret and unfortunately, and, all right, I will regretfully second that. All those unfortunately in
All
favor?
those who have to vote in favor.
Aye.
Aye.
All those who would really like to say no?
Aye.
So, obviously, I've worked really closely with Marisa, and I won't be here to miss her anyway. We may have plans.
Package deal, wait a minute.
We may have plans.
Maybe that's why she's leaving.
You guys are gonna be out having lunch.
I'm gonna party with you too.
Right. So, at this point, I just want to suggest that this be my process for moving ahead. I know we have at least one candidate internally interested, possibly more than one. I would like to convene a group of a board member, a teacher, an administrator, Frank, myself, and advertise internally first. If that group interviews the internal candidates and decides, no, we need to go beyond that, then we would put it out there. My concern is with a new superintendent, you may not want a brand new special education director at the same time. And an internal candidate, if the one that I'm thinking of applies, is well-versed in Vermont law, special education law, all of our schools. So that is my proposal for moving ahead with replacing this person.
Thoughts?
Well, I think your reasoning is really sound. I always resist this because it locks us into our continuing to be not very diverse professional staff. However, if someone from within is hired, we will be hiring someone
Correct.
to replace that person, and we can make
Then
a really broad
Yeah.
effort to find a
Absolutely.
candidate that way. Yeah, so, really.
So I would move that, because we can discuss it, I would move that we accept the recommendation of administration with the understanding that if an internal candidate is hired, we will do a wide search
For,
for the replacement for
Internal
the internal candidate. I don't want to make this the longest motion in America.
we'll get a gold star for that. No, and I would agree with,
Do you want that in the motion, Christina? Because we're all,
I
it's not like
think
we're
I-
gonna forget.
I just think
It's
it's
clear.
clear to have.
I'm starting to forget.
I was
I'm-
gonna say, I'm in the forgetful, so.
There's a
55, I'm
there are a
forgetting
few other
most-
things going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a little bit going on right now, and I think it's also helpful in that motion, because I very much agree with you. I like to open the search, but under this circumstance, it was really good logic to me, so I just think it's helpful to have that understanding that is, that's how we're working this, that the position we open will be a full-on search.
No, I think with everything going on with Act 173 and all the changes, let's not rock too many boats.
Yeah.
And that would be a boat that really needs to be as solid and as possible. All right, any more discussion? Do you have your, if you need me to second it, I will second it.
Thanks.
Think you got it?
I will.
Okay.
We can,
All right, all those in favor of the motion as stated, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? Okay. Any idea on a timeline?
I would prefer to move on this, so my
Yes.
next question to you is one of you willing to sit in the interview process?
Can we pick Kelly or Tim?
It shouldn't take more than a day because I
Okay.
don't anticipate lots of internal candidates for this.
Okay,
But it is possible there could be 2 to 3.
okay. I could, or,
Well,
are you?
Tim and Kelly both have, well, Kelly has a job, Tim has kids.
Yes.
So, and you have a job. and-
You have a job.
What do you do
Yeah,
every day? So, yeah, I can do it.
You can do it? Okay,
Thank you.
If you
Thank
promise
you,
it's
Jane.
one.
Thank you very much.
thank you.
I will be in touch with you, David.
Thank you.
That's it, right, for retirement?
Yeah, she said 1 and that's it.
Yes, for
Now-
the SD, for the SD. we have
For the year.
A whole bunch.
Okay, so new insurance requirements. What's up?
So you can remember in December, we got the information from the arbitrator. The arbitrator decided to go with the proposal presented by the NEA, teachers from NEA. The VSBA is overseeing the implementation and has organized webinars and training sessions. However, because we're not members of the VSBA, Frank and I cannot access those unless we pay. So I'm asking you for permission. I don't want it to come to the warrants that we're paying VSBA, because I know that that would certainly raise some eyebrows after all the conversations we have. But Frank and I have two options, because we do need to have guidance in how we should be implementing the new insurance. So we can either pay the VSBA, so Frank and I are eligible to do the webinars and trainings, or you can say no money to VSBA. We can contact our attorney and ask our attorney to go in sort of the back door and try to figure that out.
So this is a state mandated change.
Yes.
And the only way to get access is to pay a private organization.
The only way we can get specific answers. So questions that we have right now are questions around domestic partners, because it didn't spell that out clearly.
Okay.
Third party, for instance, HRA, HSA, third party administrators, that's not been clear. So we have a number of questions like that.
And there's no one at the state who can answer these?
I called Sue Seglowski, and she said, you have two options. And those are the two I just said. Pay the VSBA.
I think it's like $450, and then
It's $480.
anybody can go who
Anybody.
wants, so it's like a
Yeah.
per head basis. I mean,
Okay.
I think we talked about this, that there are
This
things that
could
we're gonna
be.
use in the
Yeah,
VSBA and we pay for them. So-
Which I'm fine if it is, we have a new way to train staff on X, Y, and Z. When the state is forcing us to do this change and then pushing us down a pathway to say, and you have to pay somebody else, that gets me a little annoyed. But I realize I will get off my soapbox.
I'll step on that for you.
Okay,
No,
thank you.
And in this case, it's really not even related to VSBA as the astonishing ability of the state to continue to provide unfunded mandates. And in this case, but I think before we make before we pay anybody, we contact the agency and the Secretary of State's office and ask them what supports are there. And I also would think that the Business Managers Association would have some expertise, and the Superintendent's Association as well.
Yeah.
We're still paying them,
And that's where I went to first. And
Right.
I was sent to the VSBA,
which is next door,
which is next door.
down the hall. Yeah, so
Yeah.
not surprising.
Karen?
Jody,
Are
would you
saying-
introduce yourself?
Oh, Jody Normando, Dummerston. Are you saying that Brad James doesn't understand this enough to talk to him?
I suspect that right now Brad James has not
Has not dived
He
into
hasn't
it.
dived into it yet because of, he's got school finance and everybody is working on budgets right now. This was just presented December 15. And I don't know if he is aware of the intricacies involved with all of a sudden we have a new insurance. We're concerned because a mistake in insurance, as you know, can cost us huge penalties. So we want to make sure that we are doing what we are required to do.
Sean Murphy, yeah, I just have a question. If we paid this $400 so the webinar could be.
$480, yep.
$480?
Yep.
Would we have to pay that if we were a member of the VSBA?
No.
We would not.
There would be a fee for it. For the
Oh,
webinars for everybody are free, but then there's it's the meetings
Correct.
The
that you have to
meetings
pay for.
you pay for.
Right.
That
So,
are, and ours is in Heartland or someplace like that.
they're all over.
Yeah, well, they're
closest.
all over the state, yeah,
Closest
closest
to
to
us.
us, yeah.
But the webinar that you were interested in being able to take a bill yourself is $480. If we were a member of the VSBA, we would not have to pay that $480.
Correct. If we paid our $9,000 dues, we would
$9,960.
get the webinar for free.
And I would have access to McNeil, whatever, which is the attorney that is overseeing the whole implementation.
So the attorney who's overseeing the state mandated change is held hostage, or the gatekeeper is the VSBA, and we have to pay them to get through. Okay.
And what about VHI and Visit? I mean,
I
master
have not
something.
asked, but I assume that they have to know
They're the
this.
people that are supposed to, we're paying to help us, that we pay to handle our insurance, otherwise we could do it through Richards and not have to talk about this. So,
I can find out. The webinar's tomorrow, so I will miss it.
I guess I would move
yeah,
that we
yeah,
authorize you to pay the 480 or 480.
yeah, and you don't need additional stress or Frank either,
Yeah,
just
yeah.
because of this.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
And I'll call these people and,
Okay,
Okay.
that'd be
and
great.
see what they're up to.
I would love to know that answer.
So I move we authorize you to spend $480 for the VSBA Health Insurance Regulation webinar.
I'll second that.
Okay.
Any other discussion?
How much is it, 480?
$480. Or do you want to say up to 500 in case there's some bizarre thing, or are you good with 480?
Good with 480.
Okay, 480. Negotiate a deal. Tell them that's all we got. All right, all those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed or abstentions? Okay, all right, so now on to the real meat of stuff, and we'll try to get this done so you guys can have your meeting. So where we are on the superintendent search update. So the survey has, I believe as of today, what day is it? It is Wednesday, maybe it was yesterday, has started to be circulated. I can send you guys actually the link I've been sending should continue to work. So that is happening. The forums are scheduled. Big thank you to Barb for helping arrange those. So we've got one on January 13th at 5:30 at Academy School, one on the 15th at 5 o'clock at Green Street School, one on the 15th at 6 o'clock at Green Street School. So that's a back-to-back. Teachers and support staff at 5, administrators at 6. And then we've got one on January 20th at 5:30. So this is going to start being pushed out as much as possible. I sent it to the Vernon newsletter. And if you have anybody you want to send it to,
Will it come to us?
it will
Because
be.
you send it easier from my email.
Oh, yeah, I will send you this whole thing. I did get a call from the Reformer today, and I put Chris in touch with Jennifer, because I just figured it's best it all goes from there. I did ask Jennifer about whether or not we should all attend, or if we should hang back and let her do her work and then give us the report. Her thought was hang back, but she also said we could, if we wanted to, especially at the community forums, maybe go and at least help state why these are happening and then hang back. So just something for us to discuss. Any thoughts on?
And this is the communication,
This is a better version of it.
just so I know what to put the right thing in the minutes.
So any thoughts on being there or not being there? I didn't want, not that we're an intimidating group, but I didn't want it to feel like we've contracted with Thrive to do this, and that's their expertise, and
So, I'm sorry, go ahead, David.
No, I'm just, let them do their work.
okay.
I mean, I think I would prefer not to have a formal board presence there, but I think if we show up and listen to sometimes I feel like you get a lot out of being in the room. Because sometimes, sometimes somebody's conversation's being controlled and ideas being put forth that maybe, and so it's sometimes helpful to be in the room to hear, but in terms of a formal board presence in a warned meeting, I think that would be intimidating. I think that would not be helpful.
So at this point, I have told Barb I don't believe they need to be warned. because I do not see us, one, possibly all being there and having a quorum, but two, we're not taking action and we're not technically discussing anything. It's more of a listening. So she's moving forward with those. The real question is, and I can ask Jen again, would you like just one of us to come and do something at the community meetings? She also did say, you are members of the community, and therefore there's no reason you can't be there as community members. So.
And I believe if you can all go, you're not conducting board meeting, you're not pulling yourselves off to the side and discussing things, so there's no fear if you all go that it hasn't been one.
Okay. Is everyone kind of comfortable with that, or? Christina's thinking.
No, so in terms of saying something, I think I'd prefer to let Thrive
Okay,
manage it for me.
okay.
I think if I saw a quorum of us there, I'd leave just to be on the safe side.
Okay.
That's me. So
Okay.
just because we are sort of discussing something that we will take action, like it's in the gray zone. But if I see 3 of you there, I'm out. So.
Well, there's one in Dummerston, so if you want to
Okay.
be the,
Okay. Well, that's fine. I mean, I think it's unlikely that a
That
quorum of
we're
us
all
are going
going
to show
to,
up. So I
right,
think it's not.
right.
I think it's not an issue. But I'm just saying how I would approach that. It's tricky.
okay.
So.
Well, the other thought is that they're going to process this information and the survey results and then present it to us as data based on the community's responses.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering about, and I also am aware that our presence, at least for staff and administration, would have an effect, maybe not necessarily intimidating them, but might make them laugh. But, so I just, again, I'm curious, but I think, again, we hired them to do this for us, so I thought I would just stay out. Bug it.
Okay, so I will send you guys all the information, continue to chat with Jen about it, but I think have got somewhat of a consensus of we all don't feel that 5 of us need to be there, but we are welcome to attend as community members and stay apart from each other.
May I touch on it?
Oh, yeah,
I've got a couple of questions.
sure.
Jody Normando again. The survey, who's it going to go to?
So, I should have been more prepared for this. Jen was sending it around to, first of all, it's going to SU administrators, staff, getting funneled out that way. It's been sent to the Reformer, it was going to the Commons. I wish I could find this email really quickly, but she had a whole list of how we were doing this. It's going on Brattleboro Facebook pages. I've gotten it to the Vernon people, so if you've got any.
Go out to.
So it's something that all community members could fill out?
Absolutely, yes.
But we just have to know how to get it?
Yep, but I can also take that entire list of everyone who's ever come to one of these meetings, and I can blast it out to them. So that might be a good start there, but that at least gets people who have come inside here. But then I think you're gonna start seeing it in, newspapers. So there's also 2 ways to participate, and you can do both. You can come to a community forum, and you can talk, listen, partake that way, or you can take the online survey. You don't have to do both, but you can do both.
So the 2 community meetings are the 13th and the 20th?
That is correct.
And the 20th is in Dummerston?
The 20th is at 5:30 in Dummerston School, correct?
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Any other questions? Oh, Sean?
Front porch forums are really good.
Okay, well, and that's where I will double check her list and make sure she was expanding.
Because I had
Yes.
sent
Yeah,
somebody a
yes.
whole bunch of them.
You
A whole
had,
bunch of
okay.
things, yeah.
You
And,
did, you did. Maybe it's easier for me to find it that way. I'm not good at
The,
multitasking when computers
The town
are involved.
clerks all have extensive email lists and know where to, know where the front porch forums and places like that.
Yeah,
And the parent groups should certainly get it. There are website or Facebook sites for all the schools, and Brattleboro has one for parents and one for the town. There's just a ton of places, and if they're going to do it, I won't, but otherwise I'll.
so this might be an earlier version, I'm not sure if this is the one you replied to. School newsletters, SU website, WSEA member list from Scott, press release for the Reformer and the Commons, post on front porch forums, all towns, root social justice, groundworks, youth services, SVCA, Winston Prouty, social media, Vermont Facebook, Brattleboro, Vermont Facebook page. So this might not have been the one that you,
No, that's-
this,
Yeah.
does that include some of
Yeah,
yours?
that's-
Okay,
yeah, pretty much
okay.
the
So we are trying to go as wide as possible. So the next issue, is everyone good with where we're at there? So I talked to Curtis about how because I felt that the board wanted to make sure that Curtis was involved. He came back with a couple options for helping out in this phase. We would get his hourly rate, $195. His first proposal was 18 hours. That would cover the messaging, target audience, he can help us there. It would also cover posting to Vermont Partnership social networks, invitations to thought leaders from marginalized populations, pushing them to participate with the link and in the forum, as well as assisting in the preparation and participation of the forums. So that would be 18 hours. So that is, are you doing the math?
$3,500.
3,500. So I talked to him earlier today and said, that might be steep for us. I said, if you could take those 18 hours and give me a second choice and a third choice. Would you like to hear those, or?
Yeah.
Sure.
So the second choice is cutting down to about 14 hours. We would get rid of the posting to Vermont Partnership social networks. He says that is something that we could do. So it would move the burden onto us, but it would save about 4 hours of his time. The final option is, in addition to removing the 4 hours, or we can come up with our own hourly figure, is he would only spend he would not do the teacher and administrative forums. He would just do the community forums. What do you think? So if we'd like, so we've got an 18-hour option, it looks like we've got a 14-hour option, and it looks like we've got a 12-hour option.
I think I like the 14-hour option.
You like the 14?
Because I think that's something that we can do.
Okay. So you're thinking not having him do, or having him do all the forums?
Only 2 hours more.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does that seem? So what's the 14? I did my math completely wrong.
I'm sort of having trouble.
Yeah, yeah.
2730
27:30.
is 195, right? Is the rate?
They would coordinate what would thrive, and they would
Yeah.
have pretty clear expectations of what they want to do with themselves.
He's also given me the next phases as well. He went all the way out to doing the implicit bias
Right.
workshops, reviewing the job posting, so we're sort of prepared when we're ready to go there.
Great.
As well as, so what he did is he went back and looked at the town to see how much time he spent doing that work. So he's given us some things, so I was like, great, but right now we're only on phase one.
So this, it looks like then we're going to be contracting with the partnership rather than Jen working, them collaborating.
Well,
From-
it would,
Based on
They
this.
would collaborate, right?
Jen and Thrive
Yeah.
would collaborate, but as far as sort of the reaching out to as he's, personal invitations to thought leaders from marginalized populations to use the link and to participate in the forum. So it's more of the advertising,
Or actually reaching out to contacts.
reaching out to contacts. Oh, sure. Oh, Kelly, there you go. Now, here's something that I didn't discuss with him. I wonder if there's a way where we just said, look, we can do the 14, but what if we did take the 2 away from the administrative and teacher forum, and we added 2 to the posting, and we said, can you put a couple hours into partnership? So we take 2 away from partnership and 2 away from forums. I also don't want to overly micromanage and say,
Right,
you can
yeah.
only spend 20 minutes here. It's more of the,
So he would, is it, they're offering to do outreach to get people to the forums?
mm-hmm.
Okay, so the outreach to get teachers to the forums,
Well, no, this would be
or staff?
no, so that would not be what he's doing. He is doing more of the marginalized populations to use the link and get them to the forum. So we could have him focus on, I mean, that wouldn't increase teachers and staff coming
Right.
to forum, but it might increase
Yeah, okay.
parents.
I thought we were talking about 2 forums and not the other 2.
So
So
he
I
would
lost track.
assist in the preparation and participation of the forums. But going to all the forums, do we want him to go to all 4, or what if we just had him go to 2?
I see what you're saying.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I see what you're saying.
So if he went to 2 forums for 2 hours, and that's just a 2 hours, when we take 2 of those hours and say, can you use them for the personal invitations to thought leaders from marginalized populations?
'Cause I think that's,
Yeah,
That's
that's what we want.
that's
And
what we-
that's
that's
we
the
need.
most
Okay.
Yeah, that's what we need the most help with.
in this phase. that's
In
the
this
most-
phase.
that's the
And
in
there
this
may be,
space.
there may be, it may strike him when you get back to him that, well, since it's clear that what we're looking for is the highest possible level of engagement, that we might have another suggestion for how to
Okay,
adjust his time.
okay.
So do we want to make a motion that authorizes Carrie to engage him? Because there's still a little negotiating, but I think you know what our intent is,
Yes.
and we want to move forward, so could we, so based on what, could we authorize to spend up to $3,000 you to engage Curtis for up to $3,000, depending on, after you talk to him, what you think the best pathway, you don't have to spend all $3,000.
Okay, okay.
But however, this fine tuning with Curtis works.
With the intent being the highest engagement of survey participants and attendance at community forums.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
So we move to authorize Carrie to
Engage Curtis,
engage
Curtis Ring.
Vermont Partnership
Vermont Partnership.
um,
In survey
Yep.
and community forum engagement.
Yep, that sounds good. And I don't know if we want to add something about working with Thrive. I mean, it's in
With-
coordination
with
with
Thrive.
Thrive.
For up to $3,000.
Okay,
Does that seem?
not to exceed.
not to exceed. Okay.
Okay.
Questions? All right, all those in favor of the motion as stated, say aye. Aye. Any opposed or abstentions? All right, next thing on my list was the Dawn Collins. Do you want to talk about that?
Oh.
And before we do
Somebody
that,
selling their house?
let me say this, that I realized after reading the minutes today that there were things I was supposed to do which I haven't done to get us to the sort of next step, because I've been focusing with Jen. So if
good.
you all can give me your take on what you think I should start doing as of tomorrow, so at our next meeting, we're ready to push through. But part of that, I think, is
So I had emailed Don Collins, who is on the executive committee of the VSBA, because I had not been at the previous VSBA meeting, because I was at a budget meeting here. to find out the thought process behind the VSBA changing their policy to offer superintendent searches to districts that were no longer members, and said that it was it was not well timed for our district in this decision making. And he turned around and said, well, I've done a bunch of superintendent searches and I'd be happy to do it for you. He was a superintendent in 3 different counties, is that right? Including Windham County, superintendent of Windham County, Franklin County. He was administrator before that, so he's been a principal. He's been a superintendent in 3 districts. He chaired the House Education Committee for many years. Was a big fan of your mother. He has been on the school board for a very long time and is now on the VSBA executive board, and has been on the VSBA for a while. So we have another candidate, and I think he just did it kind of out of the goodness of his heart, but he's done a bunch of superintendent searches, and I said I would bring it to the SU and see if we wanted to consider him. But it is interesting because he approaches it from the position of somebody who's been a principal, who's been a superintendent, and a school board member. So that's sort of an interesting background in looking for a yes, because he's been on all sides of this, all sides of the search that we're doing. So I said I would check with the board, and if we're interested, we could have him submit something as well. I hate to muddy the waters now. I didn't know this was a possibility. So.
Did he talk about how much time he has to, he's pretty involved in a business that he's developed over time of when someone dies in the family, and they're left with a house that's full of stuff, and the whole property. He handles taking care of all of that. Not the people, but the property. And I don't know how busy he is with that, but he's also retired a long time ago.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how much time he has to.
Well, he volunteered it, so and I think he knows what's involved. So.
Well,
In a
he may not know what we're trying to do.
Well, that's true, and I'd be happy to have a conversation with him, or open it up to either of you, because I think, he's
no,
terrific.
I know him. He came up just as I was winding down there.
Yeah.
He's quite another.
He's quite an amazing human. So I kind of feel like, maybe you should have the conversation with him.
Well, and I feel like I'm about to open things back up and say, look, here's where we are with Thrive, here's the deliverables that they're going to be giving us on this date. At that point, and this is where I need the input from you guys, I'm assuming we will want to move forward, and we have to figure out the options.
Yeah.
So, is that kind of what we're thinking?
I think so.
Okay, so I will reach back out to all of the previous people. I will add Don Collins to the list. I'll give them all an update of where we are in our process and say, are you interested in helping us going forward?
And what it would cost.
And what it would cost.
Well, and we also have to, I think we need to talk about what's the next, what do we want the next step.
Yeah.
I think we need to be really clear about that.
Yeah.
Either now or at the next meeting.
Okay.
I think we need a next, we have
Well,
no
because
finance.
we-
You guys have finance, so
Yeah.
You're gonna lose us.
Yeah.
You're gonna lose me.
I'm gonna lose people.
Is finance gonna be in there?
I guess so.
Looks like it. We need to,
Do I have enough room?
we need materials. And we need to
Yeah.
be started soon. I mean,
Yeah.
It's not like something that's gonna be easy to do in a couple of days.
Well, I think we need a meeting next week to kind of.
Why don't we focus on when's our next meeting?
Because I think if you contact people before we know what we're asking them for, I think it's gonna be, it'll just raise more questions. We'll get confused responses
Yeah.
and we won't know what we need.
All right,
And I
here's,
thought we had a pretty clear list of things, the next steps. I can dig it out.
yeah, here's a question. Does anyone want to meet either after the Academy School meeting?
What day of the week is that?
That is January 15th, which is a
No, it's the 13th.
Oh, sorry, January 13th, thank you. I've got a VES meeting. Okay, that won't work. I don't know that we want to, well, we could go until the 20th. Can anyone do Monday the 20th?
I can. Oh, it's a holiday.
That's a week and a half away. That's 12 days, that's almost 2 weeks away.
That's a holiday too.
Oh, all right, another
Okay.
night?
Let me get my,
What about next Wednesday?
I could, Wednesday the 15th?
if we could do it early-ish, I mean, like before 6 instead of usually at 6.
Can you guys do 5?
I just, 5 is good.
5 is good?
Yeah.
Okay.
So if we did a
Keep all of
5 PM and this, I'll find out from Barb where.
And this is the PPC.
No, this isn't PTEC.
No, we're gonna meet, is
Oh.
the PPC gonna meet to talk? Oh, now we're just the
that's-
SU doing this.
Now we're just the SU,
Okay.
right,
Yeah,
yes,
okay, yeah,
yes,
yes,
yep, yep.
Okay, great.
Yep. Okay, so SU, 5 o'clock, Wednesday the 15th. I'll let everybody know where it is. If we can get this room, is this best?
That's great.
It's
Okay,
convenient, yeah.
okay. So I will try for CUSIP. And I think that is all we have. Unless you all can think of anything else, and then whoever needs to get into finance can get into finance. So everybody,
Yeah, so you're just gonna, the only thing that's gonna happen is between now and then is you're gonna talk to Curtis.
I'm gonna talk to Curtis.
Right.
I'm going to email you guys all
This stuff, yeah.
this document, even
And
though,
we'll see the form, we'll have the survey in our emails soon.
yep, and hopefully over the next couple days, you're gonna
We'll
really
sit and
start
type on
seeing
this
it
for a second.
places. Yep, me
Great.
too. All right, is there a motion to adjourn or any other business?
I
Okay.
move we adjourn.
I second it.
Okay.
All right, all those in favor?
I just put my clock away.
At 5:15?
At 5:15. Thank you, guys.
Aye.
Aye. Did we actually do everything?
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
All right, I'm sort of depressed that we have to do this again, but I'm okay with it, and I'm going to keep doing it until it sticks, and it may never stick, and it'll just be an ongoing conversation, and if that's the case, then so be it. Bernie Sanders' democratic socialism is not communism, and in fact, Bernie's democratic socialism isn't even socialism. It's actually social democracy, which is a form of well-regulated capitalism. The number of emails and is actually going up that I'm getting about this, because Bernie has a shot at the nomination, because more and more people are paying attention to Bernie Sanders. The number of emails I get about Bernie communist this, Bernie socialist that. Communism isn't invalid. Socialism isn't invalid. There is a lot to discuss and debate and explore about both. But Bernie Sanders is running a campaign of social democracy. Now, before we dig into this, I know Bernie often says he's a democratic socialist. I wish he wouldn't. He may be a democratic socialist, but he is running as a social democrat. This is a type of capitalism common in Northern Europe and certain other countries. Donald Trump calls Bernie a socialist / communist. Those are two different things. Bernie is running as neither. Now, I tried to do some basic definitions so that we could, at a basic level, compare and contrast the three ideas. There are no perfect definitions because there will be those who envision a specific type of socialism when they say socialism, or when they say communism, they envision some prototypical type of communism. But I think that this is pretty good as a starting point for us. Social democracy is a capitalist economy strongly oriented towards social justice. And we'll talk more about that in a second. Socialism is a system of social ownership of the means of production, and communism is a system of government ownership of the means of production. These are not perfect definitions, but this at least helps us draw some lines. So when you look at this, no matter how you define this stuff, universal health care does not make a country socialist. Medicare for all is certainly not a guarantee of communism or socialism. Capitalist countries with strong welfare policies are not socialist, and they are not communist. Bernie Sanders does not want to abolish private property. Bernie Sanders does not want to mandate socializing ownership of the means of production. Bernie wants to democratize the workplace, where individual companies are structured in a more egalitarian way. Taxation is used to redistribute wealth to some degree so that no one's standard of living falls too low. This is really pretty uncontroversial stuff. And there's a long list of countries, Denmark, Sweden, Norway, Finland, and others, that have socially democratic systems similar to what Bernie Sanders is proposing. Now, there's something very interesting about social democracy versus socialism, of social democrats versus actual socialists. There are strict socialists, actual socialists, that are often very much against social democrats who propose what Bernie Sanders is proposing. Why? Social democracy makes capitalist countries more equal. Social democracy makes capitalist countries healthier, more viable, better functioning. Social democracy strengthens capitalism. It takes the edge off of capitalism. Strict socialists are sometimes unwilling to see things in shades of gray, and they get mad at social democrats because they say social democracy will make people more satisfied with a capitalist system, which we want to go away, making it less likely that there will be a desire for a revolution in which a country actually becomes a socialist country. Now, there are many socialists that are more pragmatic, and they realize we are more likely to eventually get to socialism from social democracy than from where we are today. So there are some socialists who, from a pragmatic point of view, welcome socially democratic reforms. Now, let's get back to our definitions for a second, just to clarify that even these definitions are controversial, and I understand that. There are some who will say, you know, David, your definition of social democracy is not really social democracy. it's welfare capitalism, and that's something else. Some will say, the real difference between communism and socialism isn't that in one, the government owns the means of production, and in the other, the people own the means of production. The real difference is that communism is necessarily revolutionary, and it includes a one-party government and one-party rule, whereas socialism need not necessarily include those things. So I understand that these are not perfect definitions, but this is a framework to think these things through. But the important takeaway is that by any reasonable definition, Bernie Sanders is not running on a communist platform, and he's not even running on a socialist platform. If he is a democratic socialist, then the platform he is running on is not one. And that is the really important takeaway that I hope we can all sort of integrate and assimilate into our points of view. Okay, let me take a break from the serious stuff, but this is so funny, and we need a little bit of levity these days, so maybe you'll grant me a couple of minutes for this. Every once in a while, I'll do something random on the show just to mix things up for myself, mix things up for people, do a little something different with the staff, just to as a joke. Once at our New York City studio, the heat wasn't working in the entire building, so I wore like a big winter coat and a hat during the show. And I don't think I ever really explained what I was doing or why I did that. And I got a whole bunch of emails about it. Once a couple of years ago, I did an entire show with my hair looking really odd to celebrate that we reached 2,000 patrons on our Patreon page, and it created quite a stir. Earlier this week, I did the show with my hair looking odd, and there really wasn't any reason for it other than I just felt like mixing things up. Our audience was so concerned about it that I want to show you some of the hilarious messages I received. And I love this because a lot of people seemed genuinely worried about me, that my disheveled hair was a sign that the Iran thing was really getting me down or something like that. Sometimes I just do things for a reaction because I'm curious if something like this will take over the comment sections, and typically it does. Once during a live stream I did on YouTube, I wore a sweatshirt that had a weird shawl collar that almost looked like a bathrobe. And like 90% of the comments on the live stream were about my shawl collar. So check out some of the comments that I got about the hair stuff. Warren has a plan for everything. I wonder if she has a plan for David's hair. 100% of David's haircuts are being paid for by no one. Are you okay, David? Unshaven, disheveled hair, looking madder and madder. And this is from a guy who used to have long hair. You're not looking well, mate. Hope all is well. Have you thought about a break? I actually just took a break. I'm feeling quite good. Seriously, do something with the hair. At least the fork in a light socket look is an improvement over the usual Gumby slant. Sorry to be off topic, but your hair has a life of its own at the moment. Soon it'll have its own zip code. No doubt you're making a lot of balding men very jealous. Maybe the funniest, this is from a very nice lady who watches the show with her husband. I posted this to my social media. This is my favorite. Hi, David. Lots to worry over, but Terry and I are hoping you're okay, as your hair is more disheveled each passing day. So we wish you well. Thank you for your opinions. Warm regards from down under. I'm fine. I appreciate the concern. It's just a joke. Sometimes we do things to mix things up. Producer Pat was perplexed by my hair a couple of days ago. I actually, I've run the idea by Pat of one day just wearing a fake mustache, but never mentioning it, like never addressing it, never explaining how it appeared one day and was gone the next. But now that I see how many people were worried about just my hair, hundreds and hundreds of comments about it, I should probably think twice about it. Let me know if you were worried about me on Twitter at @dpacman. Follow me there. We will take a quick break. Huge Friday show for you today. I'm glad you're with us.
The David Pacman Show at davidpacman.com.
The David Pacman Show isn't some corporate media show with huge advertisers and a media conglomerate supporting us. We actually depend on support from our viewers and listeners. The easiest way, the most rewarding way, the most exciting way to support the show is to get a membership at www.joinpacman.com. You'll receive the world-famous daily bonus show for supporters only, the commercial-free audio and video streams of the show every day, and you'll be part of the solution. Because of membership, we are independent and we're able to cover whatever stories we want, whatever stories our audience is interested in, without executives looking over our shoulder. And it's why we've grown from a weekly show to a daily show. much to the dismay of the Hatriots. We can't be pulled off the air unless all of you cancel your memberships. Please don't do that, but please do sign up today at www.joinpacman.com. Support independent progressive media.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Today's new members of the day are Michael Larson and Felipe Luevano. Michael and Felipe, thank you so much for your support. Really appreciate it. Also want to say thank you to today's longtime sustaining member of the day. We've spoken in the past to psychiatry professor Dr. John Gartner on the show about his concerns regarding Donald Trump's mental state. And as I mentioned to you before, there's another psychiatrist, Dr. Bandy Lee, who is increasingly talking about what appears to be something very wrong with the president of the United States. Dr. Bandy Lee is a forensic psychiatrist at Yale's School of Medicine, also president of the World Mental Health Coalition. And Dr. Lee has written a piece after Donald Trump's assassination of Iranian leader Qasem Soleimani that we should be looking at very closely because it's so disturbing. And immediately, you know, the military explanation, the strategic explanations of the Soleimani assassination made no sense. And many of us went to Trump wants to distract from impeachment. Trump wants to help himself get reelected in 2020, believes that assassinating Qasem Soleimani may help him achieve that goal. But there's another angle to this. And what Dr. Bandy Lee says is that narcissistic madman is essentially what explains what we are seeing from Donald Trump here. Check this out from Dr. Lee's piece. So what is happening with the president? It is what my esteemed colleague and former director of a division at the National Institute of Mental Health, Dr. John Zinner, has warned about: narcissistic rage. He joined me in leading the petition to Congress, for he believed, too, that while impeachment was important, Donald Trump had the real potential to become ever more dangerous as his condition progressed, as a threat to the safety of our nation. Short of his sole command over nuclear weapons, there were many other dangers he can pose by the use, fueled by rage, of his assumed absolute executive authority and by the loyalists who serve him. And as Dr. Lee goes on to explain this further, it is a spitting image of Donald Trump, particularly analyzed in the context of the Soleimani assassination. Check this out. Quote, anyone who has seen attacks of narcissistic rage knows it can be brutal and destructive. The afflicted person, outraged at the deprivation of the adulation to which one feels entitled, becomes blind to other concerns, such as the safety of others or the self. Upon collapse of one's grandiose image, which required adoration to buttress, one is no longer capable of repressing the painful feelings of inferiority and inadequacy that resurface. This experience is more menacing than any existential threat could be. Access to weapons or war-making power in such a state is extremely dangerous, for they become highly attractive as a means of restoration. Mistakes of the past, such as aggression in the Middle East, are likely to repeat in more serious form rather than be avoided. This is Donald Trump, period. And the things that are, the thing that's starting to get awkward is that we know there are people in Donald Trump's cabinet and in the Senate that know that this is true. They are sort of in this Russian roulette. Do you fire the gun and maybe get another conservative judge confirmed while Donald Trump is acting wacky? Or does Trump pull the trigger in a serious way, up to and including even the topic of nuclear war seemed to be a possibility earlier this week, although not in a serious manner? This is a good time to mention. There are a ton of people who are so desensitized to the way that Donald Trump typically behaves. I talked about this yesterday. They saw Donald Trump's speech on Iran 2 days ago, and because Trump merely lied and stuck to the prompter instead of doing his usual antics, a lot of people are saying, wow, what a presidential speech by Donald Trump. He seems completely fine. Donald Trump giving one speech that's not completely unhinged should not make us forget all of the things he's done and said, which gets us back to Republicans. Many Republicans, the ones that know the degree of absurdity that is Donald Trump, once Donald Trump is gone, the ones whose careers outlived Trump's presidency, they're immediately going to either pretend that Trump never happened or that they never really liked Trump. They weren't really with him to begin with. Others will blame things that happened under Trump's watch, either on Obama or on whoever follows Donald Trump, if the person who follows Donald Trump is a Democrat. Republicans have many reasons to keep Donald Trump in office right now. Some are getting their stuff done while Donald Trump goes crazy. Others are themselves compromised because in the end, when the rubber meets the road, you have a completely unhinged, ignorant president who assassinates an Iranian leader without the congressional authorization he claimed presidents need. And they rally around him, other than Mike Lee, and start their defenses with, well, this guy was no angel. Soleimani was a bad guy. There's lots of bad guys out there. They are part of the problem every time they run interference for Trump with those talking points, because that is a completely different discussion. Who's bad is a very different discussion than what Donald Trump did without congressional authorization to Qasem Soleimani, and particularly when you consider the question of why he did it, not because of any actual national security imperative. We've seen the razor-thin, bogus justification from the administration, but to take attention away from impeachment, and also because he believes on some level that it will help bolster his shot at re-election in November of 2020. We can't let it continue. Make sure you're following us on Instagram for more on this and other stories from today's show, at David Pakman Show. Quick break, back after this.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show is audience-supported media. I really mean that, not just a catchphrase. And much of that support is small contributions on Patreon, contributions as small as $1 per month, meaning just cents for each hour-long episode of the show. Plus, patrons can also get the daily bonus show and the daily commercial-free TV show by pledging at patreon.com/David Pakman Show. We've rolled out great new perks on Patreon, including free bumper stickers, t-shirts, coffee mugs, and more at different giving levels, as well as exclusive content. And it all comes with the pleasure of knowing you're supporting independent progressive media, an alternative to the corporate stuff that is as much a part of the problem as our political system. If you value the show and have as little as $1 to put towards independent media, check out patreon.com/David Pakman Show and make a pledge today. It'll feel good, and I'd really appreciate it. Patreon.com/David Pakman Show. Let me know what's on your mind on Twitter. I'm at DPakman, and the show is at David Pakman Show.
Welcome back to the David Pakman Show.
We are going back to the phones at 617-830-4750. Let's check in with Jeremy in Wisconsin. Jeremy in Wisconsin on the 608 number. Jeremy, what's going on?
Hey, David. How are you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing great. So my question sort of relates to, I guess, the ever-increasing role of international bodies in governance. So seeing, I guess the example I'm thinking about is the Amazon rainforest, how that obviously, if it's being destroyed, it has international consequences that affect every nation. So I was wondering if you think with things like that going on and kind of globalization increasing in general, do you think international bodies will be more strong in the future? And do you think they should go in that route?
Well, I've said before that the idea that most of our major issues can be solved within country borders is increasingly an idea of the past. I mean, listen, the U.S. can solve campaign finance internally, sure. But the U.S. is not going to be able to deal with automation and outsourcing independently. We're not going to be able to deal with climate change independently. We're not going to be able to deal with pollution independently. Space travel is something that is going to exceed country lines, space exploration. So the hyper-nationalist mentality that other people's problems are only theirs and not ours, and all of our problems are merely ours to solve, and we don't need anybody else. It is such an antiquated and at this point, frankly, bogus assertion that we are going to need to solve these issues together. That's another reason, aside from sometimes the xenophobic overtones of the hyper-nationalists, it also just doesn't work.
That's fair. Yeah, so I was wondering, I guess, you see the results of the European model, how there's been a little bit of pushback to that with the rise of, I guess, nationalist rhetoric in parts of the world. Do you think America is going to go down the European model, and you're going to see more, I guess, global connections in terms of making policy in the near future?
If we elect the right people, sure. I mean, the current president is someone who has resisted that and is more of a go it alone sort of guy. And the effect that it's having is that increasingly the United States doesn't have a seat at the adult table on more and more issues. When it comes to global trade, Trump is just putting tariffs on people and increasingly the sort of outcast. When it comes to climate change, he's not even invited to a lot of important summits and discussions. So I hope that happens, but it's going to depend on who we elect.
Awesome. All right. Thank you, David. Appreciate you answering my question.
All right, Jeremy, great to hear from you. Let's go next to our caller from the 218 area code. Who's calling today from 218?
Hi, David. It's Bill.
Hey, Bill, what's up?
Oh, well, it's cold. Hey, listen, what do you think it's going to take for us to really, honest to God, get back to a normal, to get out of these dark ages that we're in right now? Because, you know, the elections, it seems like that's just a bunch of bull. You know, I don't know. Just what do you think it's going to take? I'm not advocating like for a revolution, but I know that's out of the question. But like a change in consciousness, people have got to, I mean, isn't it time everybody woke up and realized what's
very,
going
very
on
good.
here?
So listen, it sounds like from what you're saying, you are not like a revolutionary leftist. I am also not what I would consider a revolutionary leftist. I'm a social democrat. So here's the
Right.
reality. I did a segment about this a couple of weeks ago. It might feel like a lot of our systems are unsustainable. And if you just draw a line from where we are now, it seems like they would be. Medical bankruptcy, education cost, inequality. It seems unsustainable. The establishment has a way of throwing a bone every once in a while to keep people in this middle ground where they are just okay enough that they're not going to abandon their job to do the types of activism that will really cripple the financial system and force change, but still also in a precarious enough position where they also really can't afford to do that type of protesting. So like on healthcare, some bone can be thrown. Some people would argue Obamacare was a sort of bone, whatever. So as I said before, signing petitions is fine. Calling members of Congress is fine. Voting is more than fine. You've got to vote as a starting point. The system is designed to prevent people from doing mass rallies at urban centers. And I mean not just people who already live in the city. I mean the state population masses at the Capitol demanding change. Strategic defaults of mortgages, strategic call-outs to cripple industry. I think that without becoming revolutionary about it, unless and until we get to that type of activism, I think we will see more of the same of working around the edges and throwing a bone to people every once in a while to basically maintain the status quo for corporations and rich people.
I see. Yeah, I agree with you. You know, you had a caller a minute ago from Australia.
Yeah.
And now there's a country, the total country's on fire, and he's down there saying, I can't imagine what it's like to be in America right now. That pretty much sums it up, doesn't it?
It's true. And at the same time, you know, when the U.S. is about to get into a war, maybe, we have a point of privilege there because we know the war is not coming here. I mean, yes, we deal with individual terrorist attacks, domestic, most of them, some foreign. But we have a point of privilege where we can say, do we want to do a war in this country or not, without really having to worry that the war might actually be on American soil. And that's an extremely privileged position to be in.
I'm a baby boomer too, and I think it's terrible that we have to be talking this about wars.
Yeah.
And, you know, David, what do you think about a candidate like Marianne Williamson, who comes on a platform of pretty much love? I realize she doesn't have a chance, you know, and I was all for Marianne at the beginning, but now I've switched over to Bernie. But what do you think a candidate like, or somebody like Marianne Williamson has a chance to ever help turn this country around?
I love her idea of love. I do. I also find some of her new age pseudoscience beliefs pretty kooky. And last time I mentioned that, people got very mad at me. I've interviewed her on the program before. She has some ideas that are fine, but you know, she's not going to be elected in 2020. So let's focus on 2020 first. Then we can figure out what kind of a role maybe Marianne can play in the future.
Okay, David. Thank you.
All right, my pleasure. Great to hear from you. Let's go next to our caller from the 541 area code. Who's calling today from 541?
Hi, David. This is Jordan from Eugene, Oregon.
Hey, Jordan, what's up?
Hi. I tweeted you about this the other day, but I thought I'd call you for the first time. And I had a thought. When it comes to the impeachment, and right now Nancy Pelosi is holding the articles from going to the Senate,
Yes,
preventing it from going to trial, so it's kind of this weird stalemate. Is it possible that we can go into the next presidential election, assuming that Trump loses office and someone else gets in, that they can actually have a trial after there is a new president on Trump?
You know, I don't know the answer to that, to be perfectly frank. So the idea would be Nancy Pelosi holds articles of impeachment. The president has been impeached. Then Trump loses, and then you have a different president in, but you still do an impeachment trial of Trump. I think that my instinct is you can't, because an impeachment trial is ultimately a vote about whether to remove the president. If the president's already gone, it makes it moot, and maybe it could still have some symbolic meaning, but I don't think so. I think you've got to do the impeachment trial while the president is still president.
Well, I mean, that makes a lot of sense. The only thing I was thinking about was, because technically, since no one has ever been convicted,
Yes,
in my mind, from a trial, so there's never really been a consequence other than removing a president, because there potentially could be additional consequences rather than just being removed. That's why I was thinking that way.
well, there can be, once the president is no longer president, they can conceivably could be indicted for crimes. But I think our priority should be, let's remove him in November no matter what, and at a certain point, let's do the trial in the Senate, probably before the election. I think it has to be, but maybe Nancy Pelosi knows better than I do.
Yeah, it's a good possibility, but I enjoyed hearing your thoughts, David. Thank you very much for
All
taking
right,
my
thank
call.
you. Appreciate the call. Thanks very much. Let's go next to Mike from Georgia at the 706 area code. Mike from Georgia, what's going on?
Hey, David, how are you doing?
Good, thanks.
Okay, so I had a question. So we hear a lot about, in the debates that they asked right-wing framed questions. But don't we need right-wing framed questions if we're going to be taking on, the Republican establishment, or really just the establishment as a whole?
Yeah, so you're asking a very important question. So here's the thing. During Democratic debates, the point is to best figure out who of the Democratic candidates, really it's for two things. Whose policies do you most agree with? And we are also making judgments about electability. We are imagining the candidates on the stage debating Donald Trump. So it seems like what you're pointing out is, at a certain point, the Democratic nominee is going to have to face Trump and is going to have to face Republican arguments. Therefore, isn't it logical for the moderators to be making some of those Republican arguments and questioning the Democrats? Is that sort of what you're saying?
Yeah, that's basically what I'm saying. Yeah.
Here's the problem with it. When the moderator is framing up a question for all of the people on the stage, that's not about asking a particular candidate how something about their policy will work. When you frame the entire question in a way that is a Republican slant, you're in a sense discrediting the fact that this is even being discussed in particular terms. And that's why it's so problematic. If you have different Democrats up on the stage and someone wants a public option for healthcare, someone wants Medicare for all, someone wants a phased in Medicare, you have all these different things. You want that to be debated in a way that is sort of fair and neutral, and let the candidates frame their positions. And if they want to bring up what it is that Donald Trump wants to do, fine. When the moderators a priori frame the entire question where the logical answer, the right position, is one that is what Republicans are advocating for or more to the right, not only is it not the point of the Democratic debates, it also is helping the more conservative candidates up on the stage. And so we just don't want it. That's not the role the moderators are supposed to have.
Okay, yeah, yeah, that definitely makes sense. I always just kind of found it hypocritical that they're supposed to come off as a neutral force, and yet they seem to go in more towards a Republican direction, or really setting up all these trap questions that you can't really wiggle your way out of unless you attack the framing of the question.
That's another good point, which is that to properly handle that, you're putting the candidates in a position where they either have to go after the moderators for the framing, which they should do, and I'm glad when they do it, but that takes time away from actually figuring out who on stage has the best policy. And so it's also a distraction in that way.
Oh yeah, and that's kind of like my problem with debates, other than the fact that I don't know how much they'll change the course of the election. Because I mean, I feel like most people kind of have an idea of who they want to vote for.
Yeah, at this point in the game, this late in the game, the debates will do very little to change public support, other than if someone blunders terribly and they will then be hurt. But it is very difficult at this point in the game to really gain very much by doing well in the debates, because people are mostly familiar with the candidates and with their positions.
Yeah. All right. Well, you pretty much answered my question, so thank you very much, David.
All right. Thanks, Mike. Great to hear from you. Let's go next to our caller from the 347 area code. Who's calling today from 347?
Hello, is this me?
Yes, it is. Who's this?
This is Alex from Brooklyn, New York.
Hey, Alex, what's up?
So I had two things on my mind. One is sort of my opinion. One I wanted to ask for yours, and they're both an opinion. They're both related to impeachment rather than Iran.
Sure.
So the first thing I wanted to talk about was this idea from Democrats, sort of like this, examination of this impeachment that, as this thing will progress and maybe afterwards, Americans will kind of look back on this and think, oh my goodness, how could we support Trump? Like, what is going on? Like, we fell to this ideology and the sort of fear-mongering that led us to vote for Trump, when in reality, in my opinion, we're going to have something more of the lines of how people look at the Civil War, in the sense of that there's still a population in this country that still thinks that the Civil War was, northern aggression, or it's about, disruption of state rights and whatnot.
That's interesting. So if I understand correctly, what you're saying is, no matter what happens during the Trump administration with Iran or with anything else, eventually there will be people who will see Trump as this great hero, much like you still have people who see the Civil War as being about states' rights rather than about slavery or whatever. Like, there will always be a contingent that sees it that way.
Yes, when I see kids at Trump rallies, cheering him on, I feel like many years from now they'll tell their kids Trump was the greatest president ever, whether it's ends in 10 months or 4.5 years, but he's going,
I don't think you're wrong. I think maybe you're overstating the importance that Trump is going to have historically. I mean, I hope so. I hope that historically Trump will be seen as an aberration, but that people won't talk about him that much one way or the other, much the same way that a lot of presidents aren't really discussed very much today. But the more erratic his behavior, of course, the more likely that he does remain a topic of conversation. But it's an interesting point of view for sure. The idea that there's always going to be, at the same time, though, if you think back to William Howard Taft, is there a contingent that goes around idolizing Taft today? He just kind of become not a big factor. Maybe Trump would be the same, although certainly he would ideally be seen as an aberration no matter how long it goes.
I hope as well.
Yeah.
And the second point that I want to bring up actually does relate to the impeachment trials, but it also has something to do with Iran. So I was watching one of your videos about Tucker Carlson talking about how, we shouldn't be in this war with Iran, so on and so forth. And he mentioned John Bolton as a non-genius. And, to a certain point, I agree with him on that.
Yeah.
But in his commentary, he sort of, dismisses John Bolton. And I was wondering if you think he might be playing this sort of like side role of dismissing John Bolton, because in the case that he does somehow end up testifying in the Senate, although it's unlikely, we can play off as, you know, oh, this guy, he's a warmonger, and, you know, even though I don't believe he had anything to do with Iran, he, on the other hand, could be dismissed as just another warmonger, and his testimony is worth little to nothing.
I don't think that that's Tucker's motivation. If anything, it's just that Tucker has always had disagreements with John Bolton because John Bolton is very interventionist and Tucker Carlson has an anti-interventionist streak. I don't think it's nearly as calculated as you're suggesting. Alex, thank you so much. Great to hear from you. I do have to move on to other callers, and I hope to hear from you again. Let's go to our caller from the 570 area code. Who's calling today from 570?
Hi, David. This is Hector.
Hey, Hector.
Oh, great. So I have two questions to ask you. So the first one is the most how do you want to say it? Like the most serious question, which is like, or not a question, but more like a comment actually. Like, you know how you were saying that I'm Hispanic, and you are Hispanic as well, and you know how you were saying like you don't consider yourself to be necessarily of color.
Right.
Well, my skin is fairly light. So I'm from the Dominican Republic, and a lot of Dominicans are darker.
Yep.
At my work, I have well, not necessarily like a manager, but he's like higher up on me, and he just was making really messed up jokes in the workplace about Dominicans.
Yeah.
And I live in the Northeast Pennsylvania area, and he's from Hazleton. And it was just like super annoying. And I basically took him to the side, and I was like, dude, what are you doing? This is so annoying. And you have no idea how stupid you sound.
Yep.
I just feel like there's a lot of like to grow up from these people around here, like that are, you know, just in their ways, you know. I don't know. But the other question, or my actual question is, what are your favorite Argentinian rock bands?
Okay, so I want to get back to that first thing because it's interesting. But some Argentinian bands I like include Fabulosos Cadillacs, Auténticos Decadentes, Pericos. That's reggae. I saw them here in Boston actually. Los Cafres is a great band. There's just so many. There's so many great Argentinian rock bands. But so what was your coworker's reaction when you said, "Hey, you know, I don't like those comments that you're making"?
So my coworker's reaction was like, dude, I understand, I apologize and all this sort of stuff. And he did apologize, but you know, I just feel like it's in a very fake way that he did that.
Right. Well, it's not like you saying something is going to change this person's deeply held beliefs, right? It might make them moderate what they say in public, but it's not like saying one thing will actually get them to reconsider their views more than likely.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree 100%.
Yeah.
I just like I wish there was a better way for me, because since we are such a small company, we don't have an HR.
Yep.
So, and I wish that there was a better way of me being able to deal with this.
Right.
But I don't know. Yeah, I just wanted to like break out, you know, first time calling on doing something ever like this. So yeah.
All right, Hector, very good. Appreciate you sharing the story. It sounds horrible. I've had similar situations myself, and it is very, very ugly. I hope to hear from you again. Thank you so much for the call. Let's go to our caller from the 203 area code. Who is calling today from 203?
Hello, David?
Yes.
Oh, hey, my name is Josh. I'm from Connecticut.
Hey, Josh, what's up?
And I just watched Trump's speech this morning, the response to, the attack on the Iraqi base.
Right.
And he seemed really tired. He seems like he just woke up. But yeah. And, basically it was short. He said, doesn't seem like we're doing any sort of military strike, as of now. We don't really know.
Yeah. I mean, listen, the impression
I
I got from that speech was he actually seems okay take it, like, as I said on the program, the day of the strikes, Iran kind of handed Trump a way out if he wants it, which is they got a retaliation on the record for Qasem Soleimani. It didn't lead to any casualties. And now if Trump wants to gracefully exit without doing more, he can do it maybe without feeling like he's a beta male, as the those on the right might say. And if he's determined to escalate, he also can. And it seems as though he doesn't seem that interested in escalating as of right now.
Yeah, but that wasn't really my question. Like, my main question is like kind of this huge speculation territory. Like we don't really know what the future holds, but like let's just speculate worst case scenario if like there is like some sort of all out war with Iran. Do you think there would end up being like any sort of use of selective service, like aka the draft? Because like personally, I don't really think so. Because,
No,
like,
I don't
we
think
have,
so either. I did a live
million
stream
active
earlier
troops.
this week, and a lot of people were talking about the draft. Could I get drafted? What's going? I don't think the volunteer military in the United States, both thankfully and concerningly, like why so many people want to be in the military is an area of concern, although some are doing it for economic reasons. And okay, we can talk about that. But also, fortunately, the volunteer military is so big that the size of the armed conflict that would necessitate a draft would be so huge that I don't think that that's a likely outcome at all of even if there's a major escalation with Iran. I don't see a draft.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't used it in like what 60 years or something like that.
Yeah.
Like,
well, it was done in Vietnam. That wasn't 60 years ago, but
oh, I don't know. I got my numbers wrong. Sorry. Like I'm really mainly asking this because like I'm 18-year-old college student, go to UConn, go Huskies. So like a lot of people I know are kind of concerned about this whole thing.
I totally get it. I do not, as of based on everything we know right now, I don't think you have to worry. I really don't.
Yeah. Like I understood like the concern from some people, but I honestly don't think like it would end up being an issue. I just want to know your opinion on the whole thing.
All right, very good. Well, that's I hope that I am not wrong, because if I'm wrong on this, a lot of people have some very ugly things coming up. So I hope that I'm right on this.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right, thanks very much.
All right, thanks so
Appreciate
much.
the phone call. I apologize to everybody I was not able to get to, but I am out of time. We will take calls again. We'll take a quick break and be back with more right after this.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Did you know you can get David Pakman Show stuff, whether you're looking for David Pakman Show coffee for your Chemex, French press, or espresso machine, or a t-shirt? It's all available on our website, shipping to anywhere in the world at davidpakman.com/gear. The Very Stable Genius t-shirt is popular. The If Ivanka Weren't My Daughter t-shirt is actually popular with kids of all ages. We've got sweatshirts and hoodies with Hatriot Mail designs, more than a dozen available colors. And did I also mention that there's coffee? Oh, and bumper stickers too, plus no bogus supplements. If you're looking for something to give you the strength to lift a school bus over your head or make you live to 200 years of age, you're not going to find it on our store. Check it all out, shipping anywhere in the world at davidpakman.com/gear. If you want a 15% discount, all members and patrons get a 15% discount code. Check out the store at davidpakman.com/gear. Did you know the David Pakman Show is on all sorts of different platforms? Find us on YouTube at youtube.com/The David Pakman Show, and on Steemit, the blockchain-based publishing platform, at steemit.com/@DavidPakman. That's STEEMIT.com/@DavidPakman.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Let's get to audience questions. I love this first one because it's something I've thought about for a very, very long time, really since I first became engaged in politics when I was in high school. The question is, hey, David, how could anyone still be undecided about whether or not they're going to vote for Donald Trump? I also want to know how this is possible. And it seems to me that there's a few different things going on. I mean, I actually want to know, how is it possible to really be a swing voter? Do they not know or pay attention to what the parties and candidates represent? Are they voting based on personalities or physical appearance or something else? It has never really made sense to me. And I think that there's a couple of different things going on. First of all, a lot of these swing voters are uninformed. And I'm not saying this as a pejorative. We've analyzed, in fact, a lot of interviews with voters who, one was with a group of women who said, I voted Obama in 2012, and then I voted Trump in 2016. They were clueless. I mean, they didn't know anything about what was going on. So I think part of it is that they are unaware of the facts and probably making decisions on the basis of rhetoric that they are not then researching the truth of. They are falling for the talking points of one versus the other. I don't think it's particularly good for our society. I mean, listen, I'd rather between Obama and Trump, I'm voting for Obama. As a society, I don't know that we're better off for people falling for either candidates or either party's talking points in terms of what it means about critical thinking and the ability to analyze assertions for yourself. But there's that element first and foremost, people who just don't really know what's going on. There's another thing, though, that I think needs to be mentioned when we talk about the undecideds and the swing voters and the independents, which is there is a sort of psychological pleasure that some people get by being the enlightened centrist. And you see that there are actually some media people who have YouTube channels or whatever based on the idea that they are independent and they are centrists and they will sometimes vote for Republicans and sometimes vote for Democrats. Is it possible that someone's ideology might sometimes point to voting for a Republican and other times point to voting for a Democrat? Absolutely. It's more common in very local races. It's much less common, for example, at the Senate level. I'm sure we can find examples where you have, a Democrat that's conservative on issues you disagree with them on, and a Republican who is more liberal, for example, on issues where you agree. So you might vote for the Republican. These are very rare cases. So I've met a lot of people who get some kind of satisfaction from sort of feeling as though they are above the peons who are on the left or on the right, Democrats or Republicans. But I actually think it's often they who are the ignorant ones, because they seem to they seem to interpret centrism as being more discerning and more fact-based when it comes to deciding who to vote for, when in reality they're missing that the differences between Republicans and Democrats, left and right, the differences are so obvious that to be the enlightened centrist is the furthest thing from enlightened that you could possibly be. So I think that that's also a part of it. It's a combination of some people who are uninformed, some people who like the idea of just being contrarian and saying, I'm a different thing. I'm not like you guys and I'm not like you guys. I'm the centrist. I sometimes vote this way, sometimes the other way. Everyone that I've personally talked to, and this is merely anecdotal, when you ask them about their politics actually make it very clear. You should always be voting for a Democrat, or you should always have been voting for a Republican. You just don't seem to realize it for yourself. It's sort of a sad commentary about education in the United States. You then also have voters who are just not very politically engaged, and they like to say, I vote for whoever is best in a particular election. And very often that has nothing to do with policy at all. It actually is personality and the way that the person campaigns and sort of a feeling that someone gets. Judge that as you will in terms of whether that's a good thing or not a good thing. But yeah, I also don't really understand. I mean, listen, if someone is unsure whether they are voting for a Democrat or Trump, I want to hear from you. Even the furthest right Democrat, which I guess would be, who's furthest right? I mean, is it like Biden of the people that are still in it? Biden followed by Buttigieg, I guess, of the people that are still in the running are the furthest right. Of course I'm voting for them over Donald Trump. And I would be very interested to hear during live calls from someone who might vote for Trump or might vote for a Democrat. I want to hear on what issue is it that is keeping you from deciding. Next question today is, hey, do you believe that any state is going to flip party in the 2020 presidential election from the 2016 results? There's actually a much bigger conversation to be had here, but first let's think it through. I think Arizona is certainly a possibility. Donald Trump the Democrats had a very strong showing in Arizona during the midterms, and polling is looking very strong in Arizona. So Arizona is a possibility that might flip in 2020. When we talk about key states that went to Trump by a little bit, but in 2016, but could go the other way. North Carolina is certainly a possibility. Georgia's a possibility, although less likely. I think if Georgia goes blue in 2020, it will be a landslide against Donald Trump. I find it hard to believe there would be a situation where Georgia is isolated as a state that flips and otherwise the election is basically as in 2016. Even though we have 50 individual elections, there are still trends and there is still momentum. And I think if Georgia goes blue, a lot of other things will go blue as well. I think it's conceivable that Minnesota, if you want to find a blue state that could go to Trump, it's possible. Minnesota has been sort of right-leaning a little bit lately, and the numbers are not looking as cleanly positive for the eventual Democratic nominee. I don't think that it's super likely. There are people talking about New Hampshire as well. I think that there's actually another interesting possibility if we want to. So look at Florida, for example. Florida is a state that is a very important state in many elections because it sometimes goes to the Democrat, sometimes it goes to the Republican, and it's often pretty close. I think that in 2020, we could have a pretty wacky result where the popular vote results are very similar to 2016 and that the Democratic challenger will win by several million votes. But you could either have a Trump reelection with a similar electoral vote margin as in 2016, or you could have a very similar popular vote result and a Democratic win if some key states, like, for example, there was a map I was looking at, Florida and Ohio could remain with Trump, but he could still lose electorally. And there are some pretty wacky maps that have been put together that are at least conceivably plausible based on state polling right now. But if I had to say what is the most likely flip, I think it's Arizona to go blue, North Carolina maybe to go blue. The governor there is somewhat popular. And I think the one thing to consider when we look at these numbers is that because there is no Democratic nominee yet, the Republican propaganda machine has not yet been able to just focus on any one Democratic candidate, whereas every Democratic candidate has been talking about Donald Trump. Sometimes even during the debates, Democratic candidates won't even talk about their own policy. They'll be asked a question about what they would do, and they will just criticize Donald Trump. We've seen Pete Buttigieg do it. We've seen Kamala Harris do it. I won't list everybody because almost everyone has done it, at least at some point during the debates. I think the most likely scenario in 2020 is very similar results nationally in the popular vote and close results in some of these key states, which might go the other way this time. So I think that if a Democratic candidate is going to win and defeat Trump in November of 2020, you will see a similar popular vote win as we saw in 2016, 2, 3, 4 million votes, something like that. But you will see small margins go the other way in those few key states that made it for Trump. It was Wisconsin, it was Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina. That's where I think you will see this election won or lost. It's not a reason to ignore other places. You still got to work in other places. But I think ultimately small margins in those key states are going to be the difference maker. Last question today. Hey, David, how will Joe Biden handle Ukraine attacks from Donald Trump if he becomes the nominee? This is a good question because this has already come up and Joe Biden has completely mangled the answer. I believe that Joe Biden needs to fight back when that issue comes up. If Joe Biden is the nominee and issues of Hunter Biden's job at the Ukrainian gas company are woven into the discussion about Trump and impeachment. The other day, I saw an interview that Joe Biden gave where he was asked about it. And he seemed totally disoriented. He seemed dazed almost. How has he not come up with a strong answer on this issue? He's already looking weak about it. So a few thoughts that I have. Number one, Biden needs a strategy. I would sort of workshop it. And there's a few different angles you could take. One angle you could take is say, hold on a second. The Trump administration has Trump's unelected children doing high-level work. You've got Rudy Giuliani's son working in the White House. You have William Barr's son working in the White House or somewhere associated with the administration. You've got the president's kids regularly meeting with foreign leaders. Maybe the fact that Hunter Biden got a job at a gas company is not actually the biggest concern right now when you've got Ivanka sitting in for the Secretary of State or whatever it was that she was doing a couple years ago at the G20. That's one angle. The counter to that is you're sort of muddying it up because you're not really defending anything. You're just saying Trump is doing it worse. So another angle that you could take is something like, listen, I've helped my children to be successful. You've helped yours. Neither has anything to do with you being impeached for your bribery and extortion of Ukraine. You are an impeached president. You're desperate to distract, et cetera, et cetera. That might be sort of like a stronger way to go about it. I'm not a political messaging expert, but what I can tell you is that when Joe Biden was asked about this the other day, how do you not have a planned answer for it? You are going to get 100 versions of basically the same question. Isn't there something to why Hunter Biden had this cushy job on the board of this Ukrainian gas company? Isn't it true that for whatever Trump did wrong, maybe there should be an investigation into what went on with you and Hunter Biden? He's going to be asked this 100 different ways. He's got to be strong on it. He's completely bungled it so far in a cringeworthy, embarrassing way. And if he is going to be the nominee, and he's not the nominee yet, and maybe he won't be, but if he is, if he can't be prepared for that in a strong way, which it'll require a level of strength we've not really seen from Joe Biden this campaign, other than in very isolated instances, he's going to get crushed by Trump. You will have an impeached president making Joe Biden look bad on issues surrounding what led to the impeachment, unless Joe Biden can be properly prepared. I want to hear from you. How do you believe that Joe Biden should answer those questions? Leave a reply as a comment if you're watching on YouTube. Otherwise, send me a tweet at @dpack.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
that the sun shines down its power to all the world and makes the wind blow strong as it will. I want to hope gentle rains can fall upon the land, so lovely earth can stay lovely still.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 353rd edition of Energy Week with George Harvey and the astonishing Tom Fennell. In the flesh.
In the flesh.
We're recording this on the 9th of January, and that being the case, this is news from the 2nd through the 8th. And I will make an appeal for funding. We still need a few dollars to pay our dues for this year. If you'd like to, you could go to brattleboro.tv.org and donate. The best way to do it is either by PayPal or by credit card. And when you do, when you fill in the amount, go down a little bit on the screen and you'll see a thing that says, that it looks for comments, and just say it's for Energy Week. And that way it'll get credited to our show. Also, I should explain that this show is based on my blog, geoharvey.com, geoharvey.com.
The best of the blog.
It's the best of the blog, which is not the best blog, but anyway, I go online every day and get the news that I find on energy and climate change, and I put 10 to 15 articles, synopsis for each, and the links to the original article online, and those go up on my blog, geoharvey.com, and you can click on the calendar to go to the date that the item that we read is. We will start on the 2nd of January, and about every third item will go forward a day.
Well, some of these are worth looking at.
Yeah,
Matter
some
of
of
fact,
them
this week, a particularly large number of them
Yeah.
are. And you wouldn't be disappointed if you looked them all up. Because some of them are really in depth. Very informative.
Yeah, it's true. Okay, should we start?
Yeah, might as well.
We
start
have
with
an
the first
item
one
from
here. We got a picture coming up.
KSHB.
We got a picture,
And we have a
and I'm
picture
gonna try to
of
get the
Smoky
picture.
Hills Wind Farm.
Is that Smoky Hills? There's no hills.
I know. No, what can I say?
Well, that's Kansas.
I knew a girl who came from southern New Jersey, and she told me that if I was in the town that she lived in and wanted to find where she lived, all I had to do was ask people where the hill was. And the hill was a rise in the road of about 6 feet.
Well, let's move along with this one. We're in Kansas already.
We're in Kansas. There
And
we
it
go.
says that Kansas's embrace of wind energy helps it reduce CO2 emissions.
Kansas.
Duh.
Kansas has been able to reduce CO2 emissions for the 10th straight year.
Well, that's encouraging.
Isn't it? Largely due to the rapid adoption of wind energy and a slow move away from coal-powered electricity.
There's a lot of wind energy in Kansas.
There's a lot of wind in Kansas. I was born in Kansas. I was born, you know that farm in The Wizard of Oz?
Well, it's been a long time since I
Yeah,
saw
well,
Wizard of Oz.
The farm that was right across the street from
no
where I
kidding.
live. Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
wow.
No, actually, that's a fib. The Kansas News Agency reports that about 36% of all electricity produced in Kansas is from wind. Actually, I was born in Atchison, which is the same town that Amelia Earhart came from.
Wow.
Isn't that amazing? Who'd have thought?
Well, this electricity produced in Kansas is the highest percentage of any U.S. state.
I wonder.
At least according to this article. I
Yeah.
mean, Texas might argue with them.
I wonder, well, it's a high, it depends upon how you measure these things.
Yeah.
There's more wind energy coming from Texas, but it's more wind energy measured how? Measured in absolute terms? Yeah, Texas has more in absolute terms. Measured per capita? Probably Kansas.
And how about capacity?
That would be Texas.
That'd be Texas.
Yeah, that's what I mean by absolute terms.
Well, let's move along here.
Okie doke. We have an item from WION.
Sounds like a radio station.
It does. Actually, so does KSHB, but
Yeah,
here
it
we
does.
go.
Conservatives to form a coalition government with the Greens in Austria.
In Austria. Austria's conservatives, led by Sebastian Kurz, agreed to form an unprecedented coalition
It is unprecedented.
government with the Greens, capping almost 3 months of negotiations. It will mark the first time the Green Party has been in power. What in power means here is that they're actually part of the government coalition.
Yep.
And they're not.
So they got a good voice.
Part of the opposition. They have a good voice. What they're doing is they're saying to the conservatives, and the Austrian conservatives are very conservative. At least that's my take on it.
The article was reading it that this really was I don't know how they ever worked it out together.
Well,
They
you
had a
see,
lot of
here's
arguments
the
about
thing.
it.
Conservatives, why would conservatives be against Greens? The Greens,
Politics.
They aren't from Africa or Turkey.
Yeah.
You know, they don't. When you get down to the list of things that conservatives want, they really
Greens
don't.
supply it, yeah.
You know, the Greens can sit
They're
there
for
and
the
say,
same
"We're
thing.
going to give some validity to this government." And
Yeah.
if the conservatives want to talk about nationalism or they want to talk about tax reduction, the
It's
Greens
not our business.
the Greens can say, "You want to reduce taxes?
Yeah, okay.
Fine. You know, increase the amount of green energy we've got, and you know, no tax on green energy. You're going to be paying very much lower utility bills." You know, it's
Well, from the article, it says the environment has replaced immigration as a top concern.
that's why I
in the
mentioned
country.
Africa and Turkey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So, and yeah, okay. Should we move on?
Yeah, we got another
We have
picture
an
coming
item
up.
here from Renews. We have a lot of stuff from Renews.
Well, let's take a quick look at that picture.
Yeah.
I would guess that that's solar.
You know, that looks a little bit like solar to me. I didn't get a really close look at it, but go ahead with the title.
German solar grows 30% in 2019.
That's impressive.
It is that.
The solar market grew by about 30% in 2019, with almost 4 gigawatts of new projects installed. That's 4 big things.
Well, every time you see gig, it means big.
Unless you're talking
Gigawatts.
about gigajoules.
Yeah, that's small.
Gigajoules are small. Initial analysis by the German Solar Industry Association, BSW, said, the association said falling PV prices with increased power prices, intensifying the climate debate, and growing electromobility. The electromobility means vehicles of all
Yeah, I was
kinds.
going to say cars. Yeah.
And are the main reasons for growth.
Well, from the article, you know, they're giving them a pat on the back, but they say more needs to be done
More
to
needs to
boost
be done.
solar expansion in Germany.
Yeah.
If the country is to meet its climate goals.
If it's going to meet its climate goals.
Yeah.
But the fact of the matter is, even Germany's climate goals aren't enough to keep us out of trouble.
That's true too.
At least I say it's the fact. It's my opinion. Okay.
Let's move along here.
We are
Friday
up to
the 3rd.
Friday the 3rd, as you just said.
The
And we-
Trump administration plans 2020 approvals for major projects. Well, that's interesting.
This is from E&E News. That's E&E. The Trump administration is poised this year to do what congressional Democrats and other critics of the president's energy dominance campaign have been demanding for a long time: advance large-scale renewable energy projects on federal lands.
There's something fishy about it.
Well,
I don't
you know, Steve Hanley, who writes for Clean Technica,
Yeah.
the day after this,
Yeah.
or maybe it was the day after that, wrote an article in which he said, wait a minute, what's going on here?
Good
And
question.
He said, okay, so they're allowing these big solar project to go in, but they're going to try to allow everything to go in under an all-of-the-above strategy, which includes fracking and extracting nuclear energy and all kinds of things. So
This was a good article. It's in depth. This is
absolutely
a good article.
Absolutely. Yep.
Conservation groups and congressional Democrats have criticized Trump's focus on oil and gas drilling
Yep.
and mining on federal lands,
Yes.
which is still going
It's still
through
going
as far
forward,
as this
yeah.
is concerned. The Bureau of Land Management plans to approve 5 commercial-scale solar and wind projects as part of this.
Right.
Okay, as well as opening 20,000 acres in Southern California for geothermal.
Yes.
That's interesting.
It is.
That one is.
Very interesting. Okay, we have a picture coming up,
Yeah, we got
as
some
Tom
sheep
always
here, I
says.
think.
This is an article that I really enjoyed.
This is a neat little article.
It's a neat little article. It's from the BBC.
Belching in a good way. How livestock could learn from Orkney sheep.
Have you spent much time around cattle, Tom?
No. They belch a lot.
They not only do they belch a lot, but they have the most deep, resonant belch you could possibly imagine. It is a work of art by a cow. Okay, one of the Orkney Islands, which is called North Ronaldsay, is home to 50 people and 2,000 sheep. In the 19th century, the islanders built a stone wall to confine the sheep to the shoreline. They're only allowed to walk around on the shore.
On the beach, yeah.
Yeah, and if you look at this, you can
There's
see...
a map, you can see that.
Oh, yeah. They don't have much of this island available to them. But the flock is confined to the shoreline, and it survives on seaweed.
They have been eating seaweed for a long time.
That special diet could hold the key to more climate-friendly livestock farming.
This is a good article. Lots of pictures if you like
Lots of pictures. This is fun.
So
and it talks about, we've actually talked about the link between reduced methane development in the stomachs of ungulates, which means less methane being belched, and consumption of various kinds of seaweed. And
so they're not belching as much methane.
Yeah, they're not belching as much methane. And one of the things that I found interesting about this article is that they get a lot of seaweed washing up on the shore.
Like free.
And they just eat it.
Yeah.
And
well, the sheep have been living on the island for thousands of years. Okay?
Yeah.
This is not new. They're adapted to it. The 6-foot-high, 13-mile wall restricts them to only beachfront.
Yes.
Okay. The flock's diet has been restricted to seaweed foraged from the shore, which gives their meat a fuller, gamey flavor. A delicacy sought after by chefs.
Yes.
Okay, so it's a win-win situation.
It's a win-win situation for everybody except the sheep, who don't like being eaten.
Well, the cows graze in the interior. They have the grass. Okay, the sheep get the seaweed.
Well, they don't want salty milk.
Yeah, that makes sense. Studies have shown that livestock that have some seaweed in their diets belch far less methane than animals fed on grass or general feed.
And you know, one of the things, and Tom and I talked about this before the show, sheep and so forth are not the only animals that eat seaweed. People do too.
Yeah.
You can buy seaweed down at the co-op.
Sure you can, yeah.
There's a Korean seaweed salad that you can get in the prepackaged deli section, and there is seaweed of various kinds in the wherever it is. They use seaweed is the green that's used to wrap sushi.
Of course, yeah.
So people
There's
eat
a lot
seaweed.
of different kinds of seaweed, but
Dulse, you mentioned, and laver bread was something that I mentioned.
Yep.
Okay.
Let's move along here.
Okay.
We're back to Australia, which is still very much in the news.
Australia is still very much in the.
The Navy rescues people from fire-hit Malakuta, and we've talked about this.
Oh
already.
yes, the Navy, the Australian Navy has evacuated about 1,000 tourists and residents who were trapped in the fire-ravaged town of Malakuta on the Victoria coast. The evacuees will be taken to the western port, the Navy said, about 16 hours voyage down the coast. I was interested. We talked about this evacuation last week.
Yes, we did.
And we speculated about what kind of ship was used. And I said a destroyer wouldn't work.
No.
And, you know, I don't think it occurred to you, but it certainly didn't occur to me. The Navy has ships that are not combat ships.
Oh, sure.
And they
Supply
have
ships.
In this particular case, what they used was they were combat
They got
ships,
troop transports,
but
too.
they were landing vessels of
Okay.
various kinds. They used landing craft to pick the people up from the beach, and then they transported them back to a landing ship. Yeah. And I don't know how many people got onto the landing ship. It did not. The pictures that I saw did not look particularly crowded.
Well, this is an interesting article. There's some maps on it which are worth looking at.
Yes.
There's a 2.5-minute video which is also worth looking
Right.
at. It's kind of depressing because it's about the fire.
Yeah.
Well, some 4,000 residents and tourists fled to the beach when bushfires encircled the town.
Yep.
Well, that must have been scary. Thousands of people are also fleeing parts of neighboring New South Wales, where a week-long state of emergency is in force.
Well, you know, Tom, some of the stuff that has come out of this is absolutely astonishing. It's almost unimaginable. The government.
Well, one of the things is the Prime Minister took a vacation in
Yeah,
Hawaii.
I know, and he has been taking a lot of flack for that.
Well, he deserves it.
Yes. He tried. The Prime Minister of Australia, after taking a vacation in Hawaii during these fires, came back and hit a lot of criticism.
Yes.
And he went for the first time to a town that had been hit by the fires. And while he was there, he walked up to a young woman and he reached down and took her hand. She didn't offer it.
Okay.
And he put her hand into his to shake it. And she said, the only reason why I'm shaking your hand is because, and I didn't hear the rest of the words, but it was something like, we need help here. And he just dropped it and walked away.
No kidding.
And
arrogant guy, huh?
Well, I don't know if it's arrogance or embarrassment or what, but you know, I find it really hard to believe that this guy is going to be reelected. That was an area where people supported him.
Yeah.
And the people there were uniformly heckling him, and they were saying things that were not very nice as they heckled. But other things that have happened, the Australian government and the governments of the states have told people, if you're not out of these towns, that where we're saying, you know, these towns that are cut off, don't try to leave. If the fires come, don't try to leave. Just find the best place you can to hide.
Neck deep in the sea.
Well, I mean, these people on the coast had an advantage.
Yeah.
But you can't go down into the cellar to escape a fire the way you can go down into the cellar to escape a tornado.
Well, that's true.
So, you know, I mean, people are in trouble. And the other one that I heard, do you know Hillary down in the co-op?
No, I don't think I do.
Yeah. Well, I was talking with her yesterday, and she said that friends of hers from Australia visited, and they told her that the koalas are messing with people's minds.
Oh.
And this is really a sad story. The firefighters are starting to have psychological problems because they go in to fight the fires and they're surrounded by screaming koalas.
Wow.
Now, koalas, I should say, are not going to, they don't have to be burning to be screaming.
Okay.
They
scream naturally.
They scream naturally. Whenever they're upset, they scream. But, you know, their scream sounds so much like a human scream. And these firefighters...
Must be very unnerving.
Unnerving, that's right. And so it's hard. Okay.
Well, we got a picture coming up.
We are up to Saturday, the 4th of November, and we have a picture of a downtown neighborhood. Okay.
This is kind of an irritating article.
Irritating.
Oil and petrochemical companies want you to pay to protect them from climate change.
Right. Now you know why it's irritating, everybody. This is from Clean Technica. Not content with ruining the earth with billions of tons of CO2 and plastic waste, oil and petrochemical companies want the federal government to build enclaves to protect their refining facilities from rising sea levels and more powerful storms.
Well, the article begins, and I'll read from it.
Yeah.
Chutzpah is murdering your parents, then throwing yourself on the mercy of the court because you are an orphan.
Yeah.
Okay. Oil and petrochemical companies are guilty of chutzpah raised to the 10th power.
Yeah. Well.
They don't expect the government to protect private residences, just the industry infrastructure that makes their business possible.
And you know, their refineries are, some of them are inland, but there's a huge number of them that are right on.
Right off the shore.
Yeah.
They claim that protecting industry is a matter of national security. Can we have $12 billion, please?
Yes. Donald Trump told people, I think it was yesterday, that, which would be the 8th of January, that the United States doesn't need the Middle East oil. So, you know, we don't have to worry about a war.
Yeah, I heard him say that.
And I was sitting there thinking, he finally got something right. What we need to do is to get rid of all oil, not just Middle East oil.
You've got a good point. He doesn't. Well, we're back to Australia here.
Yeah, with an item from NBCnews.com.
Australia's fires could change the country forever.
Yeah, I guess they
I'm not
could.
sure could is the right word there. I think it will.
Oh, yeah. Well, actually, yeah. Natural rhythms of Australia's environment include wildfires, but scientists haven't seen anything like this before. At least 12 million acres of land have already been scorched, and more than a hundred blazes are still active, and the fire season has yet to reach its peak.
Well, one of the problems with the animals is it's burning the area that the animals inhabit. They're running away. Then they're coming back, and there's no food for them.
Yeah, this is very hard.
The blazes threaten to reshape Australia's ecology, even in places where plants and animals have adapted to yearly fires.
Yeah.
Earlier than usual blazes could portend a worrisome trend that is echoed around the world.
I started looking into the record of Australian fires.
Yeah.
And of course, in the past, there have been more deaths. I'm going back to the 19th century.
Yeah.
And
So they've always had fires.
They've
but
always
not like
had
this.
fires. They have had a fire season. They have an
Every
official
year.
fire season that starts on the 1st of June and it ends on the 31st of May. So it's year round. That's the official fire season.
Wow.
But when people talk about a fire season, they're talking about summer, which is our winter because they're
upside down.
They're upside down. It's amazing the way people learn to walk on their hands down there. Anyway,
they must get tired walking on their hands.
Yeah, but they have a fire season every year, and I was looking at the record, and the record, had the number of acres burned or the number of square miles, whatever. And this season, when I looked, was not the worst.
It wasn't, huh?
It wasn't the worst. Not in every respect. It was the worst in some
pretty bad
respects.
one.
Pretty bad. But the thing is, the season was just starting.
Yeah,
that
that's true,
summer
too.
season was just starting, and it was almost the worst. It's going to go on. The really bad part of it is we're only about 2 weeks into a season that's.
So this is sort of like June to them.
Yeah, we're two weeks in. Or
We got
3
July and
weeks.
August coming up.
Exactly. There you go. Okay.
Well, you got another picture coming up.
We
here.
do indeed, and this is from Common Dreams.
It is that.
Which is a
And
good
that
site,
is
I
a
think.
picture of Puerto Rico after Hurricane Maria.
Yep.
And that does not look very pretty.
No, it doesn't.
Groundbreaking study finds fingerprint, which is in quotes, of human-caused climate change in global daily weather.
Now this is
This is kind of scary.
Yeah. Scientists can now detect the, quote, fingerprint, end quote, of human-caused climate change in a global perspective of daily weather patterns, according to a groundbreaking analysis published in the journal Nature Climate Change. And what they're saying is that you can find evidence of human-caused climate change in the weather every day.
Every day. I'll read from the article.
Yeah.
On the basis of a single day of globally observed temperature and moisture, we can detect that fingerprint and conclude that the whole Earth is warming. Climate change is influencing the conditions that people and ecosystems are experiencing every day all around the world.
Yeah.
Okay, the study was in part motivated by Trump's tweets about how a cold day in one particular location disproves global warming. And he did say that.
Oh, he's done it so many
Several times.
And, Senator Inhofe did it when he took the
snowball,
into
yeah.
the Senate. It's really kind. Here we are in Vermont, okay? You were talking when you came in about how cold it was outside.
Yeah.
And what was the temperature? Do you know?
Well, it got up to 20, but it was about 5 last night.
It was about 5.
Yeah.
And what is the normal average low temperature for the winter around here?
Probably about 20.
It's about 20 below zero.
Average winter temperature?
The coldest.
Oh, the coldest winter. Yeah.
Coldest winter temperature. In the
And
past,
those are getting warmer.
We haven't had a temperature this winter in Brattleboro that has been below 5 degrees. Positive.
I don't
5.
think so. I don't think
And
we have.
we're halfway
Because
through.
I watched that to see if my car will start.
We are almost halfway through the heating season. If the rest of the heating season is like what we've already seen, we're not.
We're ahead of the game.
Oh, ahead of the game in a sense, but in another sense, this is excellent weather if you happen to be a deer tick.
I somehow think I skipped that incarnation.
Okay.
This is an interesting article coming up. Sunday, January 5th. Lithium for Tesla battery uses less water than 11 avocados. And I'm going to explain that a little bit because that threw me.
Yeah, I
didn't understand
I
what
went
was
through
going
there,
on.
and boy, this is interesting. This is from Clean Technica, and one explanation that I should start out with is people look at the amount of water used to make lithium for a battery, and they say, "Look at how much water you're using. This is crazy." Okay, this is what the article says. Reportedly, 3,840 liters, which is 1,104 gallons of water, are
I'll stick with 1,100.
Huh?
I'll stick with 1,100.
1,100, yeah. Are evaporated for a 64 kilowatt hour battery, which is what you would find in a Tesla. Not the biggest battery in a Tesla, but that's what you can find.
That's an average battery for a Tesla.
According to the director of the Helmholtz Institute for Electrochemical Energy Storage, this is the amount of water used to produce 250 grams of beef, 10 avocados, or 30 cups of coffee.
Well, how much is 250 grams of beef? I should have looked that one up.
It's a little more than half a pound.
Half a pound, okay. Well, from the article, and I didn't know this myself, massive amounts of water are required to produce lithium-ion batteries.
Yeah.
I didn't look up why or how, because that's news to me.
They're evaporating it.
They're evaporating the water, yeah.
And where does that water go?
Well, it goes into the air. It goes in the air
and
as
after
steam.
that, it comes down as rain.
It's not lost water. It's just changed in its substance.
Yeah. So what we should do is evaporate that water in places where we want.
Where you need rain.
That's right. There you go. But go ahead. You've probably got more to say there.
Not much, because it baffled me, and I still don't understand why they need so much water to make the batteries, because it's not part of the battery.
The lithium is.
The lithium is, but not the water.
The lithium is being obtained
from water, isn't it?
As a solution, as part of a solution in water.
Well, this is interesting. I did find this out. I should have known it. Lithium is lighter than water.
Yes.
It will float.
That's right. And if you ever try floating it, you'll be in for a shock. Because the first thing that it does is it fizzes like an Alka-Seltzer tablet, and the second thing that it does is catch fire.
That's interesting. That's very.
Sodium does the same thing.
Let me intersperse here something that's kind of related. I used to work for a company made electrical cable. I actually worked for several companies made electrical cable.
Yeah.
And this one company came out with a new approach to electrical cable, which was sodium conductors.
Oh my gosh! Oh no!
Which they extruded.
Oh no!
No. And sodium burned.
I could just see the accidents that would happen with that.
Nothing was happening.
Really?
No, they had it all sealed up. They had a pretty good process. And they put in a trial down in New Jersey.
Yeah.
Okay, and they dug all the trenches, and they put the cables in, and then they went home for the evening, and it rained overnight.
Oh no!
And when they came back, all of the cables were floating.
Oh no!
They didn't burn or anything, because
oh,
they were all sealed. It was well thought out. Everything was sealed.
Yeah.
They couldn't expose the lithium to water, which would make it burn.
Yeah.
But the lithium cables were floating,
which
caused a lot of amusement. And of course, they had to hold the cables down while they backfilled.
Okay.
Sometimes everybody was talking about the specific gravity of the cables and the specific gravity of lithium. Nobody ever thought of that means it'll float.
Well, I remember as a kid looking at pictures of warships and hearing that their sides were a foot thick of steel and saying, how can that float? But
Yeah.
Okay, we've got an item here from the BBC with a very interesting
This is an
graphic.
Interesting article. I got the picture up already.
Yeah.
How'd that happen?
Well, you had the old
I had the
picture
old
up,
picture.
and I put
You
this
changed
one
the
up.
picture.
Okay.
Well, this is an interesting article, and it's an interesting picture.
Yep.
And it says bushfires can create their own weather. And
Yep.
the article says how pyrocumulonimbus clouds develop, which is what you're looking at there in the picture.
Yes.
Okay. And
there are also
tell us how it goes.
There are also pyronimbus clouds. Okay, record-breaking temperatures and months of severe drought have fueled a series of massive bushfires across Australia. Well, we knew that. The fires burning since September have intensified over the past week. High temperatures and strong winds are forecast for the weekend, creating further fire risk. But what we should do is look at this.
Let's look at that picture there, yeah.
In the lower left corner, you've got smoke plume
You got
rising.
the fire.
There's a fire there, and the hot air rises, so that just goes up fast. Well, people who know about fires know that when wood burns or anything else that's made of cellulose,
There's water in it.
there's water in it. It's water and carbon dioxide and obviously particulates. And they rise, but they are also, it's hot, but it's also full of water, which rises as steam. Now, the steam...
As they cool, it turns into clouds.
That's right. And the clouds happen to be full of particulates, which means that they're full of materials that which is smoke. They're full of materials that the steam can condense around.
So guess what happens? It rains like hell.
It rains. The cloud forms, that's item 3. Item 4 is a thunderstorm. Item 5, almost in the middle of the screen, a little to the left, is a downburst. And they have had real
strong downbursts.
Big storms.
Big thunderstorms, yep.
Big thunderstorms with just what a friend of mine called torrential rain.
Torrential rain.
Torrential.
And the last item there is the scariest.
Yeah, the lightning. So
Starts
miles down, a new fire starts. Well, you can also get fires that are, when you have a firestorm like this, the firestorm will have air in that number 1 area rising so fast that it creates a tornado. And the tornado will pick things up that are burning. And the embers...
Wow. That's not good.
Well, I've mentioned it before. The Peshtigo fire, a hardware store that burned to the ground, the sign on the store was picked up by a fire tornado, and it went up so high that the embers on it went out, so it stopped burning, and then it fell back to the ground many miles away. And that was one of the indications that maybe that fire jumped the Green Bay, which at its narrowest point is about 10 miles across. So you could have, and they've even talked, there are people who say they think that the fires that happened in Michigan that same day might have been started by the fires in Wisconsin, and they would have jumped Lake Michigan.
That's exactly what happened, yeah.
And,
I think that's what happened.
Well, it was the same day as the Chicago fire. And it was really dry. Really dry. Well, it was all part of the same drought. But anyway, there's the picture of how...
It's a good site.
Yeah.
There's a lot of pictures in it. There's a nice interactive map that you can play with.
Yes.
And we got a little takeaway here.
Okay.
Rain has brought some respite to the thousands of firefighters and volunteers tackling the blazes. But by the start of January, conditions were still dangerous and a state of emergency has come into force. Bushfires can drive thunderstorms, increase the risk of lightning strikes, and further fires, which can travel faster than most people can run. You don't think about that. You can't outrun these fires.
You cannot outrun them. That's right. And, you know, you may be better off in the cases of some of them turning around and running through them the other way. I don't know.
You may, because it's already burned there.
Yeah, because they're not very broad when they're moving that fast. And I wouldn't want to give people advice to do that. But, you know, in some cases, these things get really counterintuitive.
Well,
certainly, if I were wearing an asbestos suit, that might be what I was doing. Okay, we've got an item here from Where are we, Tom? Lewiston Sun Journal.
Avangrid, betting big on renewable energy. Now, we've talked about Avangrid before, so we'll mention it a second here.
Avangrid is pushing forward with a multi-billion-dollar initiatives to create 2 wind farms off the coast of Nantucket, about 30 miles south of Cape Cod. Together, they would add more power to the New England grid than the company's controversial billion-dollar main transmission project, which, by the way, got some of the approvals that it needed from zoning and so forth.
It is very controversial.
Yes, that's right.
It's basically for bringing Canadian hydropower down to Boston.
Right.
And the people from Maine say, well, why go through unspoiled part of Maine to bring this power down?
The people who are giving zoning and so forth permissions in unincorporated areas.
Yeah.
Gave the permission yesterday.
Well,
so
we'll see what happens.
We will.
Well, Avangrid is a subsidiary of Iberdrola, a Spanish
Iberdrola,
firm.
That's right.
That's the largest wind energy investor in the world.
Yep.
So this Iberdrola knows what they're doing. They've
They know about wind power and
all over Europe.
And these wind farms that they're talking about putting in south of Cape Cod are big.
They're going to be big.
They would provide. Well, this says twice as much power as a $1 billion transmission project.
Well, from the article, offshore New England is among the best spots in the country to turn wind into electricity.
Right. Okay, we're up to Monday, January 6th, and we've got an item from Clean Technica and a picture of a Westport, Connecticut police car.
Yes.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Police Department adds a 2020 Tesla Model 3 and explains why.
Asked why he chose the Model 3, Police Chief Koskinas, which is probably pronounced wrong, but I'm sorry if it is, says he, quote, believes in being green, end quote. However, the car's unmatched performance for the money, its 5-star safety rating, and its top-of-the-industry collision avoidance technology, and its low lifetime cost were also factors.
Well, they're missing one of the biggest parts of it. Police cars spend most of their day idling.
Yeah.
Okay,
Which is
and with
really
these cars,
bad.
they don't have to idle.
It's really bad for an engine.
Bad for everything.
Police cars are worn out after 3 years.
Oh, yeah.
You know, they've got 40,000 miles on them, and they're worn out.
Well, the engine has got a lot more than 40,000
Yes,
miles
that's
on
right.
it because it's just been idling.
Actually, I brought up with a town meeting, I think it was last town meeting, the idea that the police department should always look into electric vehicles.
Absolutely.
For exactly that reason. Yeah.
Well, that's what it says in the article. Consider the length of time in a day that police cars spend idling, as they need to keep the engine running to power the lights and keep online computers running properly without draining the battery. Well, in this particular case, they don't have to worry about that. They just shut it off.
Yeah.
And the battery's big enough that they can rely on it to work.
Well, they step in and they have it on. They put their foot on the accelerator and it takes
And
off.
they go. Yeah.
They don't have to worry about the engine being warm or whatever.
Well, basically, when the engine is off, it's off.
Yeah. But it's also ready to go.
Instantly.
Instantly. Okay.
Well, we're back to Australia here.
We are indeed. And this is an item from BBC.
It's about Australia fires. Rain brings relief, but huge blazes are expected ahead. No relief, guys.
Yeah,
No.
this is the rain that we described in that previous thing. Sooty rain.
Sooty rain.
Fell on Australia's east coast from Sydney to Melbourne, where the torrential rain reported in some parts of New South Wales. But the officials warned that it would get hot again soon, and huge fires in Victoria and New South Wales could meet to create a larger mega blaze.
This one's from the BBC, and they usually do a pretty interesting job. So this is one you might want to look up.
Yeah.
There's 2 1-minute videos in it, lots of pictures. I love the pictures in the articles. The rain is a welcome surprise and has given some respite from the smoke-filled air. That's it.
Yes. Okay. Well, in that case, we can go to WBRZ.
This is an interesting article.
It is indeed.
Innovative New Orleans school puts focus on environment and climate change.
A high school in New Orleans is preparing students for careers in coastal protection and restoration.
Boy, they need it.
They need it, but the idea that they would have a high school, we're talking about high school kids here.
Dedicated to this, yeah.
Yeah, anticipating a future with ongoing climate change and sea level rise. New Harmony High School opened in 2018 and has about 100 South Louisiana students. They're from all over southern Louisiana. Well, the one person in the article they talked about commutes 50 miles.
Yeah, they did mention that.
And, you know, but this is...
Well, from the article, besides their traditional classes in math, literature, and history, the New Harmony students take science classes that tackle environmental issues.
Yeah.
Like this is important, the levying of the Mississippi River and oil and gas development. So these kids are going to be prepared as they develop and go on to college and stuff like that, to handle some of the problems that Louisiana is facing, and we've talked about that.
We've talked about this at length. One of the things that I find interesting, and it comes back to me every time we talk about Louisiana, is we're talking about a state that is dominated by conservative Republican politics, but they accept the idea that they've got serious problems with a rising sea.
Oh, it's dissolving into the ocean.
Well, you know.
We talked about one guy who's moved like about 3 times.
We've talked many times about Cameron Parish, which had the largest percentage of pro-Trump voters in that election.
And it's the part of Louisiana that's most at
basically
risk.
The people in town have all been told, and people in the county have all been, and it's a county that's about twice the size of Windham County, although it has a population of less than 7,000 people. But the people there have all been told, or almost all been told, that they are going to have to leave because the sea level is rising and the land is subsiding as they pump the oil out from under it.
Well, let's move along.
Okay.
Tuesday, January 7th, and this is an interesting article.
With a picture, which I just put up.
That's the next one.
Oh, is it?
Las Vegas taxi company orders hundreds of
I
taxis.
put that in the wrong place, didn't I?
I think you did, yeah.
I did, yeah.
I think you did.
Okay. Go ahead.
I read it.
Oh, you read the title. This is from Clean Technica. Captain, which has 872 taxis among its total of 1,400 vehicles in Las Vegas, launched 30 Teslas in the taxi service in the city. However, that is just a soft launch in its Tesla fleet. The number of electric vehicles in the fleet will be in the hundreds by sometime in February.
The Tesla Model 3 is more than competitive in any high mileage market.
Right.
Okay, the more you drive a vehicle, the more money an electric vehicle is going to save you.
Yes.
And that's what's happening right here.
Yes. And you know, taxis, I don't know, but I would bet that they have the same problem police cars have, of a lot of idling.
A lot of idling and stuff like that, yeah. Maybe not as intense as the police cars.
Not
but
as
it's the
intense.
same kind of thing.
Yeah.
Well, now we got that picture coming.
We have that
let's
picture.
Take a look at that. That's not eggs.
That's not eggs.
That's a biogas plant. We saw one last week, but this is much bigger.
This is a big biogas plant.
EU plans a big increase in green gas to meet climate goals.
Production of biogas, biomethane, and green hydrogen will have to increase by at least 1,000%. That's a big increase by 2050.
I would say.
To reach the EU's climate neutrality objective for that year. An EU official said renewable gases today already represent around 7% of the gross inland energy consumption.
7% today. From
Now,
the article, it says renewable gases need to reach 50 to 60%.
Yeah, and I was looking at this and I thought these figures don't add up. You increase 7% by 1,000%, you're up to 70%.
Yeah.
And they're saying 50% to 60%. But
I wouldn't quibble.
Well, the fact is, what they're saying is that the electricity consumption is going to go up.
Okay.
So an increase of 1,000% would not increase the percentage of electricity being consumed by 1,000%. So I think that's what it comes down to, is that these...
Well, the article is...
I think the people who wrote the article know, or the people who provided the figures knew what the figures meant.
Well, the article's encouraging. It does say getting there is not impossible.
It absolutely does. And, you know, biomethane is getting more and more opposition, I should say. People are saying, wait a minute.
It's still methane.
It's methane.
It's a little bit cleaner, but it's still methane.
Well, the methane in some cases is going to be produced whether you produce it intentionally or not.
Like cows belching.
Yeah, and if you don't have some kind of way to burn it, which you would in a biomethane plant,
okay,
it's going to go into the atmosphere. So this would make things better to use that biomethane. I think the people who say that we don't want that in our pipelines have got a point, because those pipelines all leak.
That's true.
So
why they all leak, I don't know, but they do all leak.
We talked about that. We had an article years ago about some kids who did a study in Boston, and they drove through every street in Boston, and they
I remember
located
that, yeah.
like 2,700 leaks.
Yeah.
And
All over the place.
a big organization. It might have been I don't know, it was the NRDC or, Rocky Mountain Institute or whatever it was. An organization went in, they wanted to replicate those figures and see if the kids had actually read it right. And they said, no, it's not 2,700, it's actually closer to 3,000.
Wow.
So,
well, I know in New York City, for example, it's not at all uncommon for a gas leak to destroy a house because it turns into a fire.
I remember years ago when a gas leak got into an elevator shaft in an apartment building in Manhattan.
Yeah.
And it blew the face off the building.
Blew the whole building up, huh?
Well, not the whole building. No, it just blew
the face off.
It blew the face off. It blew the face of the elevator shaft off the building.
Okay.
Which is kind of scary,
I would think. I wouldn't want to be there when it happened.
Well, you're driving down the street and all of a sudden
an elevator door go by you. What was that?
That's right.
The sky is falling.
The sky is falling. I had a friend who was telling me about how he and his father were riding home from an outdoor movie in New Jersey. This is like 1955 probably. And all of a sudden cinder blocks started falling out of the sky.
Hate it when that happens.
Yeah, it's not pleasant. A factory had exploded because of a gas leak, and it was a weird thing. A factory exploded. The night watchman in the factory had been overcome by the fumes.
Ooh.
And had conked out. He'd collapsed unconscious. Yeah. The factory blew up, but it didn't kill him. In fact, apparently it didn't.
Probably woke him up.
It might have. I would hate to wake up and discover the building that I'm in isn't the building that I'm in anymore because
it'd be kind of scary.
It would be. Okay.
Well, we got a picture coming up here of a mine.
Of a mine.
Yeah, let's get to the.
Yes, this is I couldn't resist this picture.
That's the Asturias mine in Spain.
El País in English. I don't know that I'm pronouncing that right either, but go ahead, Tom.
Greenhouse gas emissions drop in Spain as power plants ditch coal. And it's happening because of economics.
Yeah, it is. Spain has just taken 1 year to achieve a goal that was expected to require a decade. The government had predicted that by 2030, coal would no longer be used in power plants to generate electricity. I think we reported that.
Yeah.
This objective was all but achieved last year. They used a little bit of coal.
There's only a little bit of coal left in Spain.
And there is look at that picture, though. On my conscience, that's Asturias. Asturias is in the northwest corner of Spain, and it's one of those areas of the world that is historically proven to be almost impossible to conquer.
Northwest, that's Basque Country, isn't it?
It is. Well, it's actually, I think it might be a little bit west of Basque Country, but it certainly includes Basque Country. It might be that it's all in Basque Country, but that's the area where, when the Moors and Arabs invaded Spain during the 6th century,
that's as far as they got, isn't it?
They got to Asturias. They claimed to own it, but there were a bunch of Visigoths who had gone up into that area, and
they had other ideas.
And they had other ideas, and they came out and started what was called the Kingdom of Asturias, and that kingdom was the ancestor kingdom to Spain and Portugal both.
Oh, okay.
And
interesting.
That was the start of the Reconquista. That started in that kind of territory. And you think about Arabs and Moors moving into that territory to try to conquer it from people who wanted to resist. You can imagine why it was hard to get them out of there.
I would think.
It's hard to attack uphill when you can't see the people that are up there, and all they have to do is roll rocks down.
I was just going to say, throw rocks at you.
Yeah. Okay. I think we are up to Wednesday, January 8th.
I'm just trying to see if there's anything worth reading in this.
Oh, yeah, go ahead, please.
Well, we've pretty much covered it, so let's move on. We got another picture coming up.
We have an item from BBC, and that is a picture of gas flares. I think those gas flares are in Iran or Iraq.
They're in a place with palm trees, that's for sure.
They're in a place with palm trees. That is true. We can either that or somebody did some good artwork. Okay, what do you have?
Interesting flaring gas in that picture, though.
Those are
Wow.
huge gas flares.
Yeah, they certainly are.
Really big, and you'd think that they'd be able to trap that stuff and make something out of it.
Well, you know, I don't know how they're doing it, but when I first flew over Saudi Arabia when I was moving there to live,
Yeah,
I could look down and see flaring gas all over the place.
everywhere. Yeah,
And when I left, that was gone.
really.
They had managed to capture virtually all of the flared gas.
Well,
Hey, it's money.
yes,
They
it
can
is,
sell it.
and not only that, but it's worse than using the gas. If you look at that picture, you can see smoke coming up, and that smoke is particulates, and it indicates that the gas, they may be flaring it, but things are getting into the atmosphere, and they're not good. And you know, I had a thought about this, Tom. There's a kind of a hackneyed story that scientists tell. You know, people hit this in high school and college.
Yeah.
And the story is that if you do the calculations and you can figure out how many molecules were in the breath that Julius Caesar exhaled, as he said, et tu, Brute, and you can figure out how many breath-sized units there are in the atmosphere.
Yeah.
And if you figure that out and you just do all the math, you come to a really kind of amazing conclusion, which is that if you could track where your molecules in your body came from, chances are you'd have at least one that was in that breath of Julius Caesar's. When things
I'll have to
get
check on that.
well, you know, I've talked to people. Steve Rucroft, who is a physicist who was on this show.
He was on the show, yeah.
He and I talked about that, and he said, "Yeah, you do the math. There
Yeah.
it is. If you do if you consider that smoke coming up out of that thing,
You can pull it up
if
again.
that smoke went up more than a week ago, we probably have a
probably
little bit of
breathing
that
some
in
of
us.
it right now, yeah.
And we've got probably everybody in America has got some molecule or atom that was discharged from Chernobyl when it blew up. You know, this stuff gets all over the place. It is, as they say, ubiquitous. Anyway.
This is a good article. Iran attack. Crude oil prices rise after Iraq missile attacks.
Yep.
This is very current.
Yes, it is.
This is happening as we speak.
Absolutely. Oil prices have risen further after two bases hosting U.S. troops in Iraq were hit by ballistic missiles. Brent crude was up 1.4% at $69.21 per barrel in the middle of Asian trade, easing back from earlier gains. Global stock market prices were sent lower on concerns over the conflict. And Donald
so gas
Trump
is going to be going up.
Well, Donald Trump had a press conference yesterday, or did something yesterday, in which he talked about this. And he said, well, he thinks that things are easing back. And in fact, there were a bunch of reports that appeared in the news yesterday that I could have put up at my blog today. I didn't, because they're not really directly related to, maybe they are, to use of fossil fuels. But the damage that was done on those two military bases indicated, in the views of some people, that the Iranians really didn't want to kill anybody. They just wanted to let Americans know
They
that
were sending
could.
a message.
That's right. And so
If they wanted to kill somebody, they could have.
well, I'm afraid that this is not over, and it isn't over until it's over. And Donald Trump is kind of taking credit for it. And
Well, I look at this whole thing as an attempt to divert attention from his impeachment.
I think it's very useful for him from that point
Yeah.
of view, and I think, you know, maybe the Iranians would like to have indecision and differences continue in the United States government and secretly back Donald Trump because he's divisive. That, I think, is an altogether.
certainly
I
happen.
think that's what Putin does.
Yeah.
But you know, there we have it. Okay, we should continue on with our
Well,
next
let's
thing.
see. Well, we've got a little bit of article here. Did I read it? Crude oil prices
yes,
rise? Yes, I
and
did.
I read the synopsis.
Well, here's a takeaway here.
Okay.
The attack obviously was in retaliation for the killing of this guy, Qasem Soleimani.
Yes.
Okay. His death had raised concerns that the conflict between the U.S. and Iran could disrupt shipping.
Oh,
in
yeah,
the world's
absolutely.
busiest route for oil.
Yeah.
This is right there, the Straits of
Yes,
Hormuz.
Straits of Hormuz.
Around a fifth of the global oil supply passes through that strait.
Yeah.
So this could have some very large consequences.
It could have big consequences.
There's an interesting map in this article. It's a good article.
The one thing, though, is Saudi Arabia can export oil elsewhere and otherwise besides the Strait of Hormuz.
They can do it overland.
They can do it overland to the Red Sea.
Yeah, they got a type.
And so if the Strait of Hormuz is closed, the biggest victims of that will be Iraq and Iran.
That's correct.
So,
it's not going to bother the Saudis much at all.
No, it'll bother them, but not much. Okay, our next item is from CNN.
Yeah, we're running toward the end here.
Yeah, we are indeed.
U.S. greenhouse gas emissions fell in 2019 due to less coal consumption.
After rising sharply in 2018, U.S. greenhouse gas emissions fell an estimated 2.1% in 2019. Analysis of preliminary figures published by Rhodium Group shows the fall was almost solely due to a reduced use of coal for generating electricity, which has come about because of Donald Trump's war on coal.
This, again, is a good article. We've got a lot of good articles
I'm
this
being
time.
facetious about Donald Trump's war on coal. But,
Yeah, right. That went over my head.
More coal plants closed in his first 2 years than in Obama's first 4.
His inadvertent war on coal.
He's been trying very hard to stop coal mines from closing, and he just hasn't been succeeding.
Economics aren't on his side.
No, they aren't. Although he has a point. You don't have to worry about default. You print your own money.
Yeah. Well, there's a 7-minute video here that's worth looking at. How climate change impacted the world in 2019.
Yes.
It's worth looking at. It's a very informative video.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, coal power generation fell 18% in 2019.
Yeah.
Okay, worldwide. A small bit of good news concerning the state of the planet.
Yeah.
Emissions from nearly every other sector, which includes transportation, buildings, industry, and agriculture, went up.
Right. Okay, our last
Another
item
picture
is
here.
from Power Engineering Magazine.
Nice picture.
Nice picture.
Nice picture.
That is a Siemens Gamesa offshore wind turbine.
Dominion's planned U.S. offshore wind project could be the world's largest at 2.64 gigawatts.
This is
Remember, we said giga.
Yeah, we're talking
This is gonna
about
be big.
the United States here.
Yeah.
Siemens Gamesa Renewable Energy said that Dominion Energy named it the preferred supplier for what could be the largest offshore wind farm in the world at 2.64 gigawatts. Siemens said the model and number of turbines remain to be determined. There's a lot about this.
That's what we're looking at right there.
Yeah, there's a lot about this particular item. They don't know what specific turbines. They don't know how many of them. They don't even know for 100% sure that they are going to get the job, but they are the preferred vendor, and so it's a pretty good shot that they've got at getting this. This is a huge
Well, it's interesting.
order.
We've talked about the Coastal Virginia offshore wind project.
Yes.
Which is very small. It's only 2 turbines.
2 turbines.
Okay. And that's under construction as we speak.
And this is going to be the next step.
This is phase, well, the first one's a pilot project.
Yes, I know.
And this is going to be huge.
Yeah.
This is going to be huge. The commercial project that they're talking about here will be installed in 3 phases of approximately 880 megawatts each.
Yes.
So they're big. 3 phases.
Each of the phases is
Each
big.
phase will consist of more than 70 turbines. Well, it's going to be twice as big. It's going to have to be.
Yeah.
If this is the turbine that they use.
Yeah.
All of which will be located more than 27 miles off Virginia Beach. So
Which
it's
means
way out of
you will not be
people's
able
view.
to see these.
Not at all.
But they're going to be supplying a lot of power. I mean, this is a lot of electricity.
Well, they're talking about the first phase expected to begin delivery of renewable energy by 2024. And the 2 additional phases are going to come right after them year after year.
Yeah.
2025, 2020. This is big.
This is very big. Okay, we are out of
This
time.
is the end of our show.
It's the end of our show. Why don't you put the 2 of us up? You know, every day at the blog, I put a thing up that says something like "Have an unimaginably superb day," something like that.
Yeah, something like
I put that out in my, and
There
I
you go.
decided I'd cycle through these things and pick the best of the week for the show. So have an unimaginably superb week. See you later.
Alligator.
Welcome, everybody. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Additions to the agenda tonight, we need to sign the annual mileage certificate stating how many miles of road we have here in the lovely town of Vernon, and also add the discussion about the solid waste article, so we can make those 5 and 6 under new business, I guess. Moved and seconded to add mileage certificate and solid waste article. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? And I'm going to ask that we move 2 things in the agenda. The executive session, I'd like to be the first thing that we do after we're done here, and then the salvage yard permit directly thereafter, since John's already here waiting for us, so we don't have to make him wait till the end of the meeting. I don't have any remarks. Open public comments on agenda items only, please. Yes, ma'am.
I noticed on...
Can you state your name, please?
Oh, I'm Bronna Zlockover, former member of the Fiber Optics Subcommittee of the Planning and Economic Development Program Committee, and I noticed that you have communications union districts on the agenda, and that was something that we looked into. So I was hoping Munson would be here, Munson Hicks would be here, because he was the driving force in that subcommittee. I have our final report, and if you have any questions, I would like to be able to answer them if I can and help, you know.
During the discussion, we may well pull you up here.
Oh dear.
If that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right, great. All right, we don't have any guests.
Actually, I have some open public remarks based
Sure.
on some old business.
Okay, is it on the agenda for this evening?
It's not on the agenda, but it's under old business. So I was going to address the executive session.
Okay. You can't speak in anything about the executive session, you realize that, right? That's why it's called an executive session?
Correct.
Okay.
So there's just a few things. So I was told that the executive session that we went into on December 17th, maybe all shouldn't have been in the executive session, that some of it should have just been in the regular session.
Sure.
So with that said, I would like to address
I'm curious who told you that.
Martin Langeveld referenced it. So
Is he a lawyer or
He's
anything
not.
like that? Okay,
No.
thank you.
You're welcome. So is it okay if I publicly speak, or are you going to chastise me?
I'm asking you questions to find out the validity of a person that said that we did something incorrectly.
Gotcha. So I just thought that this was government for the people, by the people. So I would like to speak and be heard about the last agenda meeting of which I spoke on December 17th. Is that possible to address that session, which is also listed under old business, which is on the agenda, and it seems like it's allowable under the public remarks agenda items only?
It is not allowable to speak about anything regarding an executive session.
Gotcha. Even if I speak in hypotheticals?
Absolutely not.
Okay. So, so I do think that, can you tell me exactly then what in executive session of the last time that we spoke, because it's not all executive session information. So what information in that session can be brought forward? So, for example...
Again, you're talking about things that happen in executive session, and we cannot discuss that.
But you actually can discuss certain elements of the executive session, because it actually shouldn't have all been in executive session.
And you have your documentation that you are more than welcome to make public.
Gotcha.
Thank you. You're done.
So when will I be able to ask questions, just holding the select board accountable from some budgetary issues that I brought up in executive session in the December meeting?
You can get your town meeting. There's your
Okay,
answer.
so I can't come again to another select board meeting to have these issues addressed? Is that what you're saying? because we have quite a few more select board meetings before town meeting, that I would like to follow up with some of the issues that I presented before and see if there's been follow-up on timesheets, on spending for
Again,
hotels.
you're talking about stuff in executive session, and if you don't stop, I will end this meeting completely for the rest of the night. We will adjourn.
When can I come back to have the meeting, those issues addressed?
You can address your issues anytime, but not at this meeting and not regarding executive session.
Okay, so
If you
when
would
can
like-
when can I come back, even if it's executive session, to address the issues that I brought up at the last meeting? Tell me, because I would like to be on the agenda for that meeting.
You can't be on the agenda. The
Okay.
general public can't be on the agenda.
Okay, so how would I be on the agenda to speak, to ask for follow-up
You
from the
can-
last time I was here?
You can do that during non-agenda items, or you
Okay.
can do it during agenda items, but you
Okay.
cannot speak regarding the executive session.
Okay, so non-agenda items, let's see. Oops, I'm on the wrong agenda. Okay. So non-agenda items is where, let's just see here.
It's,
So you're
uh,
gonna go to executive right after this, correct? And then you're gonna see Johnny McKay and his issue, and then where will I be able to speak?
Where it says public participation, non-agenda items only.
Okay, gotcha. All right, so that's where I'm gonna speak today.
Sure, as
Okay.
long as it's not regarding the executive session that was held at the last.
Okay, and if it is, then we can go to executive session again, correct?
Sure.
So that the select board can be held accountable and I can ask questions related to our last meeting.
Whatever you'd like to do.
Thank you very much.
Because-
I'm sorry, did you just call me a piece of shit under your breath?
No, I did not do that.
No.
Excuse me.
No, he didn't say that. He might have said the last word, but he didn't call you that.
Okay, because I definitely did hear that, but I'm hoping that it would just stay civil. Thank you.
Department and committee reports. Have any approval of meeting minutes, regular meeting and budget meeting?
I have a correction on the December 17th regular meeting. Page 2. Yeah, you got it. Under guests, when the auditors were speaking, the second to last line there, it says town clerk and it should be treasurer. So I move that we accept the regular meeting minutes of December 17th as corrected.
Second.
I'm sorry, do we need to make any changes to the motion that was made to enter executive session on that time based on the information that came out? The question that was asked yesterday, I'm just curious if that needs to stay the same.
You can't change what was said, right?
No, you
Okay.
can't
I
change
can
what.
see that.
Okay.
Yeah. I know what you mean, but
Okay.
the minutes are what was actually said, right? Okay, so where are we at with this?
He's got it. Call from phone.
Did we just do the regular because we had corrections?
Just the regular as
Okay.
corrected.
Moved and seconded to accept the regular meeting minutes as corrected. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And those opposed?
And I move that we accept the special budget meeting minutes of December 18th as written. I don't have anything.
Second.
Did you second that?
I did.
Okay. Moved and seconded to accept the regular, or excuse me, the budget meeting minutes from December 18th. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Bills and warrants, please.
I move that we approve payment of the following warrant. 14T accounts payable, $39,588.79. 50S payroll, $8,630.45. 51S payroll, $8,780.97. And 52S payroll, $8,159.09.
Second.
Moved and seconded to accept the bills and warrants as read. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Okay. We are going into our executive session for an employee-related issue.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I move that we go into executive session with who?
Just the town
The
administrator.
town administrator on appointment or employment or evaluation of a public officer or employee. 1 VSA 3133A3.
Second.
Moved and seconded to go into executive session on employee-related issue. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? We are in executive session
6:41.
at 6:41. Okay. We went in at an executive session at 6:41 p.m., out at 7:23 p.m. No action was taken.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I move that we accept with regrets the resignation of Michelle Pong as town administrator and thank her for all her accomplishments on behalf of the town of Bratt.
Second.
Moved and seconded to accept the resignation of our town administrator. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Okay. Salvage yard permit. Come on up, mister.
By the way, Chris, nice to meet you.
How you doing, Ken?
Hi to the
How you doing, John? So we got all your paperwork. We got your money. Now it's,
I don't know if you guys had any questions. I printed up some pictures of stuff I do. A lot of people don't understand what I do.
Sure.
Again, I didn't think to print out 7 different ones, but I should have printed up 7 of them, that's what we would have been.
no, you're right.
But what I usually do is I'll buy probably 20, 15 and newer vehicles from insurance companies. Mostly pickup trucks and cargo vans. And then I usually, if someone wants to buy one damaged, great. I don't have to do anything. If someone wants, have it done, I usually find someone that can do the body work, but I don't do body work. And then most of them have low miles and then I sell them. I've been doing it for 40 years. I saw all those trucks pulling in, I probably fixed every one of them. Not those particular ones, but ones just like it.
I think it's pretty much the same thing Larry should be doing, same type of thing, just late model salvage, so.
That the guy that does the Subarus?
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah.
I tell people what I do all the time, and they just don't get it. I took my preacher to an auction one time, and he couldn't understand what I do for a living. And he said, well, how do you know they run? He's got 6,000 miles on it, and no one pushed it down the hill. I'm gonna have it run to get hit.
So refresh me, who owns the land or, and you're like on a lease type
Yeah.
of thing to do this?
Yeah, if
Is
things
that
work
right?
out well, I'd like to buy it.
eventually buy
Put a,
it.
put a home on it.
Yeah. Can we put this, can we keep these?
Yeah, you keep it.
Okay.
Sorry about, like I said, I never thought of making 7 copies.
Let's see where they all end up anyway or something.
So just for the select board, the process is that you would sign the certificate approving the location. Usually that's because of zoning laws in certain towns, so you'd have, in most towns you'd have to go to the zoning board to make sure that the area is zoned for salvage yard. So after that approval, it still goes to the state for the Act 250 information. So that, but they can't start that process until this is signed. So
Correct. I've talked to Vincent from the state, and he's on board.
So we need to determine a number of years that we approve this for, is that correct?
Yep. Up to 5, I think it is.
And then we need to sign it. Being that there's no zoning laws in Vernon, I will entertain a motion for a length of time and an approval. Don't everybody jump at once.
I'll make a motion that we approve the salvage yard permit for, I just don't know how many years, for 3 years, and revisit it?
And 5 probably would be.
5 for 5 years.
What is Larry Shippey operating on right now?
You know what Larry's is?
He, I don't know what Larry's is.
This is not a perpetual renewal though, as far as I'm aware.
I think
But
he does come
could have
back.
been, could have just not been in front of me yet on my time on the select board too, as far as I know.
I think he's the only other one.
Yeah, I'm
in
just
Vernon.
trying to keep it fair, that was all.
Right.
Well, I've been on for 3 or 4 years, so my guess is that
So it
his
should
is
be 5.
probably the max of 5. Would be my guess is what he receives as well.
So what you're saying, we have to come back in 5 years, Josh?
Yeah, that's not our, that's a max that we can do.
So John, you'll be gone by then.
I'll be gone, yeah.
And I'm 60, I only need 1 renewal.
But is there any reason why it wouldn't renew, is what I'm saying, Josh?
What's that?
Is there any reason why it wouldn't renew as long as it was in fine standing?
I can't speak for a select board 5 years from now, but as long as there's no zoning, there would be no grounds to not renew.
So if for some reason going to get zoning and decides that they don't want a salvage yard, they could...
Absolutely, you could deny your license in 5 years, absolutely. If there becomes zoning laws in Vernon, sure. That's a possibility.
That's horrible.
Hmm?
That's horrible.
Well, it is, that's what I'm thinking. I don't know if you want to do it, so yeah, I talked to Shippey, I thought his was an ongoing thing. He didn't mention 5 years, but if you think it's 5 years, is all Shippey got too?
That would be my assumption. I don't know the answer, 100% of what Mr. Shippey has, but.
But if there's no zoning at that time, there wouldn't be an issue?
Correct, and in 5 years, I really don't foresee there being zoning in Vernon.
No,
I doubt it.
No, it hasn't been for how many years?
I think enough people would fight it. Then it would take long enough for it to go through the state that even if it did end up winning at some point, that you are not looking at 5 years down the
He'll be
road.
dead by then, right?
Yeah.
That's all that
Me
matters.
too, probably.
Well,
So-
that's what we have to know. If it's that present, it doesn't matter.
I won't be doing it when I'm John's age, that's for sure.
So, no, that's not so bad. I don't think it was gonna change either, but I don't wanna see you build your dream and have it go away either, so that's up to you.
So it really doesn't matter what we do here tonight. I mean, the state's still got to approve it. You're getting the first step of, everything through us.
Mhm.
So from here it goes to the state, and what they do with you is what they do with you. So,
Yeah.
So would you accept Jeff's friendly amendment to your motion of 5 years?
Mhm.
Okay. Can I get a second on that motion, please?
Thank you.
So moved and seconded to grant the permit for the salvage yard for 5 years. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Okay, you are all set. Signature lines are on the bottom, those 6 lines.
No, super friendly. Oh, they'll call and contact Vincent, or should I?
You can. I think it's a shame that we can't release the yard
Okay, you guys are all set?
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
You're welcome. Good luck. If you get t-shirts and hats, make sure you get them out around Vernon. Advertise it.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, we need to accept the resignations from the Solid Waste Committee of Michael Root, Joshua Unruh, and Christopher Parker.
Is there anything left on the committee?
There is no voting members left on the Solid Waste Committee. Bob is the lone standing member, but he is not a voting member due to his status at Wyndham Solid Waste.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded to accept the resignations of Michael Root, Josh Unruh, and Chris Parker from the Solid Waste Committee. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Okay. So, speaking of solid waste and recycling bids. Do you want to come join us, Bob? Looks like you put some work into this, my friend, and I appreciate it.
Happening? Unless you are.
Well, give me a minute. Bob, I did get these from Peter.
Oh, you did?
Yes,
Good,
I did.
thank you.
So, so we have the 2 spreadsheets, and the contract we can kind of put aside for now, but the big thing, I think, is these 2.
So, Bob.
Which 2?
Yep.
You are the trash man, and you are also took a lot of time to do these spreadsheets. Please run it through us to help us understand it.
Sure. Well, we started this through the Solid Waste Committee to look at what the town was currently paying for all the solid waste. Our pay-as-you-throw program under the statute, Act 148, it has to cover the bag price, the cost of collection and disposal, but not necessarily recycling. So we had never really just looked at what the cost of, I know Cindy had done some analysis, so my role was not to evaluate the pay-as-you-throw numbers. It was to help Michelle do a request for proposals for a contract. But I thought it would be useful to see what we spent And I started this back in the summer, and I didn't have all of 2019, so I had used 2018. And so the one spreadsheet, it just says Town of Vernon curbside trash recycling cost and recycle rate, January 2018 to December 2018. And that was based on going through the invoices. And you get two different invoices, one from Triple T Trucking Corp., which is for the collection of recycling and collection of trash. Then they have a sister company called Brattleboro Salvage, which is where the trash is tipped at their floor up there at their transfer station. And they charge for recycling, single stream, and trash. So I went through all the invoices for a year and broke out and showed what the charges were based on actual invoices. And you can see it cost about $126,000 total in 2018. 2019 will be higher because they did raise their prices on recycling. So the Solid Waste Committee had said, you know, we don't have a contract with Triple T, and it might be good to lock in a contract so that we know for 3 or 5 years what our costs will be if we're going to continue this curbside program. So we drafted a request for proposals. Michelle sent it to 6 or 7 companies.
I think it was like 12.
12? All right, a lot.
Oh.
And lo and behold, we got one bid for everything from Triple T. We also got a bid from Good Enough for just the compost dumpsters at the highway garage and the municipal building trash and recycling. So what I did is I just took the next spreadsheet, says estimated cost for curbside trash by Triple T starting in July 2020. I took the tonnages that we used in 2018 and plugged in the new bid numbers. And what it shows you is that the new program, if we had the same tonnage as 2018, would be about $20-some thousand more per year, due primarily to the cost of recycling. Recycling's gone way up. It's more expensive than trash. And that's throughout the industry. So,
And last year, that's why we bumped up our solid waste by like $20,000 because the recycling tipping fees had gone up last year too, so.
What's going on with the composting state, all that nonsense?
Well, it's going to be mandatory for everyone starting this July.
So that's going to change these?
No, this includes the composting. They don't have to collect it curbside. But their proposal continues the 2 dumpsters at the highway garage.
And those are still going to be accepted after this is implemented in July?
Those dumpsters are in a gray area that's considered a pilot by the state.
Correct.
So it's possible they could say that we can't continue that.
At which point this would change?
Yes, then that item, it says hauling fees, 4 yards food, the third column from the right. That cost is projected to be about $7,000. That would go away.
But then what would happen with the mandated compost?
There's no obligation for a town to provide composting services. So it's one of those state mandates that
means
doesn't really work, you know. At Wyndham Solid Waste, who I'm representing tonight, we have a compost program. And so there are places people can bring it at no charge to our transfer station.
So this number won't go up, it could only stand to go down to 6720?
Well, it could go up if there was more.
Well, correct.
No, this number is their bid. This is their bid for 3 years or 5 years. There's an annual increase.
It's 3 years for the
But
bids.
there's an annual increase in their bid, but
with the exception of that, the only other change would be that 6720 could potentially come out of there.
It could come out.
All right.
But, so, Anyway, you have, the other part of this from the Solid Waste Committee's perspective was, we can have to have a pay-as-you-throw program that covers the costs of the trash portion. And that, I don't know where that stands as far as adjusting the bag price, and I have not been involved with trying to set a new rate.
That was something that the select board tasked the solid waste committee to do. Now that the solid waste committee doesn't exist, that becomes a task of the select.
Which you would have had to approve it anyways.
Correct.
So it falls right back on your.
Yes.
As Josh once said, my eyes glaze over when I start talking pay-as-you-throw. So it is kind of complicated. So I dug up, and Michelle has a copy from 5 years ago. The Solid Waste Committee actually drafted a contract with Triple T, and Peter Gaskell from Triple T came to a number of meetings. Heather Frost was on the committee then, Mike, but it never went anywhere as far as the town signing the contract. So, and it's possible that you could just continue as you are now and not have a written contract.
So this was gonna be put out at town meeting to discuss whether we were gonna continue the pay-as-you-throw? Is that where we left this?
Correct, but for purposes of budgeting, we gotta kind of.
No, I get that. I'm
Yeah.
just curious if we could invite Bob to speak on behalf of this at town meeting, since he's the only one that knows the numbers in and out.
Absolutely.
I don't know the pay-as-you-throw numbers. I mean, I don't know.
But as far as the breakdown of these
Oh, as far as
numbers,
the-
I mean,
the
the
bid,
pay-as-you-throw, we can get that figured out.
Yeah.
So the pay-as-you-throw numbers, if you chose to delve into that at all, Cindy obviously holds the key to those.
Well, the pay-as-you-throw would be the disposal and haul, pretty much on here, right?
Yes.
And then the recycling, though, that's tax dollars for the curbside collection.
So we'd have to take, if we had the same amount of trash as 2018, and the disposal and hauling cost in the first column at the bottom was $56,720 based on the new prices. In theory, the pay-as-you-throw per bag cost should cover that if enough people buy the bags.
Sure.
This is becoming more of an issue as people, as they recycle more and they generate less trash. So it's kind of there's a inherent flaw in pay-as-you-throw that the more you recycle, the less you generate revenue from trash, from selling bags. So
This is the song that never ends.
yes, so the town, and I didn't share this with Michelle, but I've been compiling a summary of what all the towns in Wyndham Solid Waste, we have 19 towns, do for trash services. And there's about 5 different approaches. 3 of them, Vernon, Brattleboro, and Westminster, have the curbside collection. There's about 6 that have transfer stations, no, 8 that have transfer stations, like Jamaica and Reedsboro, and those were the hill towns that were too far from the Brattleboro landfill traditionally. There's a number of towns that do nothing, like Guilford and Putney, and quite a few towns that just have no service. They just say, hey, you're on your own, resident. You can buy stickers, you can drive to Triple T, you can hire a hauler. And then there's 3 towns that still have the recycling boxes like we had here, but they're not at a transfer station. They're just like at the highway garage, and they have a private hauler collecting those. So if the town wanted to offer recycling boxes, the district would loan you boxes, and then you would hire another company to haul them away.
So you're talking about like the metal bins that used to be at the town.
But I'm saying, so Brookline, Marlboro, and Halifax continue those boxes, but it's expensive.
Do those have to be manned?
No.
When they're open, they don't? Okay.
Yeah, they're 24/7,
Okay.
just like Fairground Road was and Vernon Highway. But it's cost Brookline, Little Brookline of what? 700 or 800 people, I don't know what it is, over $12,000. Putney got quotes. I met with the Putney Select Board 2 weeks ago, and it would be $40,000 just to do recycling, because Putney was an avid recycling town.
The bins, you mean, having the bins?
And,
Different
well, we
locations?
lent the bins out, we had
Yeah.
100 and some bins, we just said, here towns, anyone who wants them, because we own them, but
Right.
no charge. So that saves the towns the rental cost, because if you didn't have them, there would be a monthly fee. So you have a number of options.
I like how Guilford does it.
I think that's, a lot of us are in that boat at this point with that particular program.
I imagine this would be a legal question for our attorney, is you could probably negotiate a contract with Triple T, but I don't know how close it would have to match their bid. Because, the numbers changed versus what their charges now. They went up.
Well, there's multiple issues that we have to deal with this, because if we decide at town meeting, or if the town decides at town meeting that we are no longer gonna offer curbside pickup, this contract is, doesn't mean much at that point.
Well, right now, that's not what they're deciding. They're just deciding if they're gonna
Continue pay as you throw, that's what I mean.
So curbside would still be happening with recyclables.
Yeah, with recycle only, not in trash.
Right.
But this contract is encompassing both.
You could offer just curbside recycling and not offer trash.
Thought we had discussed that we were gonna see what the difference was between the two at the last meeting.
But it's actually
That's
shown
what
here.
it is, that's what this
Yeah,
is.
it's got.
So that's why we wrote the RFP to show different options. It's like we could select some of these services, but you can't
they
just
would
offer
still
trash.
continue to do it if that was the only service that we wanted to keep with them, I guess was my question.
We
Is
did
that-
put that in the RFP that we reserved
pick-
the right to pick and choose what we wanted to do. So if you look at Triple T's
Yeah.
bid, it does have, just the residential recycling and just the residential trash. So it's portioned out, so you can, a la carte it.
A la carte, yeah. But you can't, under state law, offer curbside trash, but no recycling,
But you can do recycling, but
but
no
no
trash.
trash. But I don't know any towns that do that.
Yeah,
Other than the ones that hold the bins.
the bins.
Yes, right, but as far as residential curbside pickup. And actually, the towns have no obligation to offer any service, whether it's composting or, as a matter of fact, the solid waste districts don't even have to, we wouldn't have to have our compost facility.
So where would, to be in compliance with state law, would people compost if they didn't have animals?
What is
What would they do with their compost?
backyard bins, backyard composting? That's the state's answer.
If you don't have a backyard.
A lot of people don't have
State,
a space.
figure that out.
If they're in an apartment or,
Yeah.
Don't get any ideas there, right?
yeah.
And the
Throw it in the trash.
Over the fence it
bins
goes.
can take a lot more stuff than you would put in your backyard, just
With the
composting.
dead cat.
I mean, one thing that Vernon has is it's meeting the state's recycling goals ahead of schedule. I mean, maybe it's very expensive, but Vernon is leading and Brattleboro are leading the state because they have comprehensive solid waste recycling and composting programs.
But they still don't know where we are.
But it's expensive.
Sure they do, just say be well.
So anyways, this was just, gives you the tools to decide if you want to continue with a contract with Triple T. And I'm not making a recommendation here, I'm just presenting this information.
Chris, I guess we'll start with you. What's your thoughts?
My thoughts haven't really changed as far as what I think we should be doing here.
Okay. Jeff? Same?
So this was a 3-year contract, or are we not on contract, or?
We are not currently.
Currently.
Mm-mm. So the decision is do we want to go under contract?
No.
Sandy?
I agree with Jeff.
Gene?
No.
So I guess this kind of blossoms into a bigger discussion when we get to town meeting and we're talking about specifically the one article that we put out as pay as you throw. Is the recommendation from the select board going to be to eliminate all trash and recycle pickup? And
Well, that would be 2 separate questions on there though, wouldn't it?
correct.
Yeah, you could make it one. Do you want to eliminate curbside pickup? If somebody wants to buy it, then there's no reason to buy the bag.
But can we, aren't those 2 separate things completely as far as funding and all of that on there? Can
Well,
that be
the
one?
bags are supposed to fund themselves.
If you
So
want
they're
trash.
not they're not funded by anything. The
Yeah.
only thing that we had added to the article was if they do vote to continue it, and I'm talking to Larry about this, there should probably be a provision somewhere of when it runs in the red, where are we gonna pull that money from? So, cause you could come up with a scenario that a year from now, you have 2 people on pay-as-you-throw buying bags. So now you're literally making $20 a month from pay-as-you-throw. You're still paying all of the hauling fee, because that doesn't change. The town's the same size. So in that event, where's that money gonna come from? Because now you have to schedule another town meeting to get rid of, to change it, because it's not a town meeting. It makes me nervous to put pay-as-you-throw on town meeting for that reason. But you're gonna wanna put a line item somewhere.
I think you know that if you have curbside trash, it has to be pay as you throw.
Right.
So it
By
isn't
itself.
an option that you want pay as you throw or not. No, if you have curbside, or even a transfer station, any place there's a disposal site, it has to be based on the volume, the price on the volume of what you get rid of.
But you can't pay it with tax payer money.
No.
Just the trash side.
Well, no, the town could subsidize,
The pay-as-you-throw?
yes.
How?
We were under the impression that pay-as-you-throw was required to pay for itself. Yeah, that's what we were reading, that it's required to pay for itself and the hauling fees.
I think, I'm not sure of that.
I think that was, I had pulled out something because Peter was asking about it, remember, a
Yeah,
couple of
it
meetings
was
ago.
it was
and
a question that Triple T had, and I disagreed with him at the time, and we went back and looked at the legislation, and I was right to disagree with him.
Okay.
That
The
pay-as-you-throw has to be self-sustaining.
The pay-as-you-throw can subsidize the recycling side of it, but not the other way around.
I think the question should just be if we want to get rid of the pay-as-you-throw and leave the recycling alone. It seems to be that more and more people are recycling. And I don't think that that's going to do anything good for us to get rid of that one.
Well, we can't get rid of recycling. Well, we could curbside recycling.
Yeah, well, we can get rid of everything and not offer any service at all, legally.
There are plenty of options for people if the town did not have any program. They can go to Triple T up the road. They can go to Wyndham Solid Waste.
Does Triple T sell stickers the same way that you guys do?
No, but they charge a gate fee.
Okay.
Every time you go there, I think it's $25 to go in.
I don't know, never been there.
But, so it's not like the town residents wouldn't have good options.
Well, besides that, you have individual haulers as well that you can contract with as a resident.
And if the bins went back for recycling at the highway garage, that
You'd have
is
to
a
hire
way
someone to
difference.
call them and take them somewhere.
And that's a fairly significant cost from what
Yes.
you're saying.
But this was, I mean, hauling every week has got, it just seems like it shouldn't cost as much as the weekly hauling, you know?
I think it would be less, but
We don't really know that.
depends how much they're used.
Yeah.
They,
Well, you're saying Putney is spending, what did you say, 48,000 a year about for that?
no, they
that
didn't,
system?
they just got a quote on it.
And you said it was about 48? And that was from, do you know what their tonnage is? Just off the top of your head? Because their population is about 50% higher than Vernon's, if that gives you any.
Yeah, they're about
idea.
3,000.
Oh, okay.
Because you said Brookline was what, 8?
I forget.
Somewhere thereabouts. So we'd probably fall somewhere around 25 to 28, I would guess, with
So
bins if we're hauling.
what I do have, and I didn't do this for today, but I have the tons of recyclables that Vernon generated right up until June of 2017, when we closed the processing plant. So that's the best numbers we'd have, and we could say, okay, assuming we have that same amount of usage, you could then get quotes from haulers to just service those boxes.
But that's before pay as you throw, right? And our recycling went way up once pay as you throw went in, so those
Yeah.
are, yeah.
I'm just saying
a
it's-
little squishy numbers.
So who hauls for like Brookline? Who is it that?
Triple T.
All the garbage
All right.
goes to the same place.
Yeah.
Garbage and recycling.
Yeah,
But there are other haulers that would probably bid on that. There's a Casella company that ended up with most of the town transfer stations, and those boxes are picked up by that company, and it's less than the Triple T costs.
They're in Bennington, right?
Yeah. So I'm available and willing to help the town evaluate these other options through my work at Wyndham Southways, so.
Okay. Thank you so much, Bob. for all
No, you're
of
welcome.
this. This is very invaluable.
Michelle did a nice job, we worked together on it, and
Yeah.
we got it out, and got bids, and
Bob was a huge help. He was a really huge help.
it was pretty complicated,
Yeah.
but, so.
It
And
would,
I'd be
it would
glad to-
actually, remember, be a little more than this, because I don't think we included the rec and the fire department, right? The recreation is upstairs.
Are they in this bid?
I don't know, because that's what we were getting called on, and just to keep it even
Yeah.
out for anybody.
I think it was, didn't it say municipal on it?
For municipal.
But the municipal included the rec department, oh, it didn't?
No, it does include the school.
It does include the school, all right.
Yes,
But
but
it's
not
not
the parks.
it's not a huge additional.
I wouldn't think so.
No, it's seasonal,
Yeah.
so.
So do we need to make any changes to our article based on a conversation tonight? Nobody's interested in signing in a contract currently because we don't know what the town wants to do until town meeting with curbside and recycling and all that stuff.
I mean, you have a handshake arrangement with Triple T. They've been doing it for years.
Yeah.
And I think most everyone agrees they provide a very good service.
So with what we budgeted, we'll be okay with our current handshake agreement. And then from town meeting, we can
Whatever
decide
we
whether we want to
decide.
move
No,
forward
we
with the
won't,
contract.
because we haven't done that, it's the only article that we haven't done yet. Last year, we did $63,000 for the solid waste fund. Well, I'm looking at an estimate of 91,000 right here. And unfortunately, we jumped that about 20,000, 18, 20,000 last year.
As a
So this is a
contingency,
big
we-
fight. So that's probably the number you might wanna discuss, is what do you want that article? And then, cause I was kinda waiting to get here, and then so I can ship it off to legal, or all of your articles, that's the last part.
I would guess I mean,
We have to put that amount in anyway. Plus what we didn't put in last year.
well, I mean, we got two different options. We can put in this estimate at 91, or we can put in the article to defund everything and just shut it all down.
Yes, but we have to have something in the budget
Yeah.
to fund it,
Yep.
just in case that one doesn't pass.
Yeah.
And that was really the purpose of this from the solid waste committee. Let's get some numbers so we can put a good
Right,
Yeah.
estimate for our own town budget.
right.
And I think, and Bob and I were talking, because the recycling went up last year and it's gone up again. I would have a buffer, I'd make that 100,000, because if they get rid of pay as you throw and people do start recycling more,
It's gonna
this
cost
number
us
could even go up even higher, so I mean, the recycling costs are just climbing so fast.
Just so you know, at Wyndham Solid Waste, our transfer station, we have recycling bins and we have trash, and it's costing us, and we go through Triple T. I have a contract, we bid it, I've had different companies over the last 9 years. We're spending $180 a ton for recycling. Trash is $102 a ton.
And what were you spending 2 years ago on recycling?
There were times we were getting paid.
It's-
The market is totally upside down.
Yeah.
Because these were commodities, and paper and cardboard and different plastics had value.
Wait a minute, so it's cheaper just to throw it in the trash than it is to recycle?
It is.
Okay,
But it's not an option in Vermont.
well, if you have your own dumpster, it is.
Of course. But, so we're,
Okay, so, with the upcoming article, that we need to decide on, it's the last article, right? Before you can send it
I
to
mean,
Larry.
except for the marsh fund and
Yeah.
those sort of things.
how does the
Yeah,
article
this
read
is-
now, Michelle?
$63,000 to fund the solid waste.
So will the town vote to appropriate $63,000 to fund the solid waste program?
That's what I read last year.
Right, okay, same thing.
Right.
So we should at least put up to 100.
That
Because you've
would
got to
be
make
our
up
suggestion.
almost 30,000 that we didn't do last year.
What's that?
Because last year it cost, the estimate was 91,000, almost 91,500.
This is with the new numbers, but
Yeah.
Bob did this with the new numbers.
This is on the
This
bid
is
that
last
we
year's
got. So this-
tonnage.
So this is
based on
these are pretty
the
good
new
numbers about what you would spend in 2020.
Okay, I thought this was last year.
It's the best we can do.
Okay.
So is everybody in agreement with that $100,000 number for the sake of the article?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, I will do that.
Yikes.
And then what will there be how will a decision be made about whether or not to even continue curbside
Have
trash
a
and
separate
recycling?
article.
It will be a separate article.
So that's another article to ask.
Do you want me to add recycling to that article?
Yes.
Or,
I don't
I don't know.
know, I think those need to stay separate. No, I
Just for
think they do.
cleanliness. It'll get very confusing if you don't have things.
so we'll keep the administer, pay as you throw, and then, do you want, I'll figure out how to word the article, to put in curbside recycling or curbside trash and recycling in a separate article? Or we could do 3 articles.
But the pay as you throw is curbside.
It is.
Trash.
Right.
So then now then another one that's recycling.
Well, the first one is for the town to administer the pay as you throw program.
Oh.
So do you want to should the town eliminate or continue curbside recycling?
I would think we'd do that one first, because if they eliminate the curbside trash, then you don't need that. Then the next one would be it.
Well, they could still keep curbside recycling.
Yeah.
So do you want to make those two separate articles, recycling and trash?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
So then the voters could decide to just have curbside recycling.
And that's what the $100,000 is for, would just be the recycling?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
Because I don't, and you're right, Jean, I don't think that we're gonna need the curbside trash pickup and the pay-as-you-throw, but we may. So I'll ask my.
The town has clearly benefited from this bundled services from Triple T.
Yes.
And now that we ask them to break down prices, they have to price it as if they did not have a package. It would be à la carte. All right.
Anything else on that one? Okay, thank you, Bob.
You're welcome.
Appreciate the time and effort.
Yep.
Thank you.
Request from the Girl Scouts to set up a booth on Election Day.
Mr. Chair, I move to allow the Girl Scouts to set up a booth like they have years past on Election Day here in the basement.
Second.
Moved and seconded to allow the Girl Scouts to set up a booth on Election Day. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Chris, are you gonna get back in touch with them?
Yeah.
Because I got that through you.
Yep, that's fine.
Okay, Communications Union District. This is the broadband discussion.
So did everybody get a chance to read Sarah Poppy's email? Okay, so that pretty much lays it out for you. I did give you all a, another email talking about the first meeting. So just, I just laid a copy of it in the paperwork from the staff this evening.
So as Brian pointed out at the beginning of the meeting, we've walked down this road before. Had a committee that spent a lot of time and energy in seeing the viability of bringing it here. And even as Sarah Coffey mentioned, we are covered fairly well by Comcast, monopoly or not, as far as our internet service goes. And I think that's, when was it? Probably 2 or 3 years ago, the select board decided not to go forward with bringing broadband in because of that fact, with Browner's committee at the time. So I guess we have the same question arise again a couple years later, and see if it's something that, you know, we would like to explore or be part of exploring for Vernon, or whether we're happy with the service that we have currently.
Well, and that was kind of the way that Sarah had explained it the other day when we were speaking, that we're not making a decision.
Yeah.
We're just saying that we'd kind of like to sit at the table and hear what's going on, so.
Right.
I don't see any harm in somebody sitting at that table.
Yeah. I mean, you're talking about
Like
a whole
Brana.
different kind
I mean,
of-
I just heard her volunteer. She
Yeah.
said she would be
Heard the
right
sound of
there.
Brana volunteering, yes.
So are we in agreement we want to at least sit at the table and hear the discussion?
Yes.
I think you need to for the town.
So who would we like to appoint to be the point of contact for that discussion? And I would suggest Brana, just because of her history and understanding of this particular issue, if Brana would be so kind to accept that.
No pressure, though. We're all staring.
You're just on TV, don't worry about it.
For me, thank you. I would accept, however, I would say Munson Hicks has, I feel like I'm a civilian compared to people like Munson.
Sure.
So I would give him right of first refusal, and if he says no, I would be glad to serve.
How about, to make it easier on both of you, is just a suggestion, how about you guys tag team it? There's
Perfectly
nothing that
fine.
says that we can't have 2 representatives attend these meetings. So that way, if Munson's unable to attend, you're not able to attend or fulfill a commitment, that you guys have a backup.
Perfectly fine with me.
Okay.
I hope it's all right with him.
Yeah. So
Well, he's not here, so
I guess for tonight, if you're okay with it, we'll appoint you, and then we'll reach out to Munson and appoint him as well to
Good.
be the point of contact, the two of you together. Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. So I will entertain a motion to have Brunna as our lead of communications union district.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded to appoint Brunna Zlockover as our point of contact for the communications union district. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? So if you can you reach out to Munson and see if that's something that he wants to do with you, and
Yeah.
just let us know?
Yeah.
Shoot me an email or shoot Michelle an email, one way or the other.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Your guys' experience and knowledge will be invaluable to that committee, I'm sure. Mileage certificate.
Oh, here, let me keep it. That's the next meeting.
Oh.
It's only has space for 3 signatures. So, I emailed Dave and there's no changes in our first refusal.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve and sign the certificate of highway mileage for the year ending February 10th, 2020.
Second.
That's weird, it's 2020.
Oh, is that what it says?
Yeah.
It must be a typo. I just got it the other day, so.
For the year ending 2021.
Yeah, we're done. In a month. Okay. Moved and seconded to sign the certificate of highway mileage for the year in 2021.
Yeah, it is 2020. It's a certificate as of this year.
This current year.
This current year.
Before.
So it would be 2020.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Sorry.
Yep.
My fault.
So the year ending 2020. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? We need 2 more signatures. So the solid waste article, we kind of got ahead of ourselves, and do we have everything squared away on that? Okay.
Yep.
Paul?
You'll agree on the 100,000.
Yes.
That's the kind of got.
Yeah.
You have to come through and approve the whole ordinance. Yep.
Okay, policy to bill for emergency services discussion.
Mr. Chair, if you're all right with that, I would invite the fire chief up. He has some information that he has gathered.
Absolutely, come on up.
Gave you plenty of time.
Yeah. Most of what I have is information from when Dave Andrews tried to push the ordinance for billing through, and so there's stuff we can take from here. I did speak with Tom Goddard about pricing for certain apparatus. He charges for full-size apparatus, which would be engine, tanker, $200 per hour.
And Tom Goddard is Putney. Okay.
You said 200?
200, yeah. And then for smaller apparatus, 75, which I would assume would be brush truck, rescue. And then they have an ATV, which is $40 an hour. And $30 for personnel per hour.
Okay.
You said 30?
How much is personnel?
30. And that's the only one I've actually got any information from as far as for pricing, for stuff like that.
Okay.
I've only got one copy because I just got it tonight, but Dave Andrews, when he was doing this, he went and did article definitions, which cover anything from alarm activations to non-permitted burns. And stuff like that, and just basically breakdowns of everything. And my understanding is the town treasurer would be doing.
It's undecided.
Or, okay, so I guess that's pretty much what information I have other than what we could steal from here.
Did Dave write up a policy, like a?
Well, yeah, he did. He named it the Vernon Fire Department Service Reimbursement Ordinance.
Okay.
Do you happen to have that electronically?
I don't. I could pass this along and
Okay.
make copies of it. I mean, I know obviously we're not making any decisions tonight.
Yeah, it'd just be good to have that as a basis as we're reading through it.
Yeah, I mean, obviously there's some stuff in here that, like, for the billing purpose that we wouldn't use, because I don't really think that I can do the billing.
You don't want to do the billing? Don't blame you.
But yeah, certainly I can pass this along.
Yep.
And then make copies of it, and then, I don't know if Chris wants to meet with me or whatever, me and Keith, and we can kind of go through, throw out what we don't want, save what we want.
Sounds like a plan to me.
When do you want to do that?
I'm pretty much open except for Wednesdays. So,
All right. It'll have to be sometime next week.
yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine. So,
We've got more copies at the house.
yeah, we'll just spin off copies of this.
Okay.
So,
So we want to throw that in these guys' court and talk about it down the road? Is that where we're at?
Go do that. Yeah, I'm still curious what, now you said you had spoken to Tom as, Beth, right?
Beth, yeah,
So,
threw me over at Beth. They do it much like Guilford does, whereas they'll go for billing insurance. They don't do medical in Putney. But she's the treasurer of the fire department, so she handles all of that billing herself. They said that they don't go chasing down people who can't pay for it or anything, but she was talking more about the structure of it, and that's how they do it. But we don't have the fire department doesn't really have a treasurer take that role. So
no,
go ahead.
which we had discussed in the last meeting, but, so I guess the first place to start would be to have you look this over and compared to the other things that you had seen or the other information,
Okay,
and
if you want.
then we can certainly take it from there if you're okay with that.
Absolutely.
I mean, it doesn't matter, I mean, it's all, a lot of it's just, I mean, pretty much, you know, the following types of occurrences and incidents within the primary coverage area of Vernon Fire Department are eligible for reimbursement per this ordinance. Malicious incidents, nuisance incidents, motor vehicle accidents, hazardous materials, non-permitted burns, permitted burns that get out of control, wildland fires caused by negligence, special events, technical rescue. And a lot of it is, it's pretty much here, we can just mold it, you know? But like the technical stuff, like the billing aspect, like I forwarded you Guilford's billing form.
Yeah.
You know, so we just have to.
Which I think I sent that over to you as well, the one from
A form?
the way that Guilford bills.
Yeah.
I believe I forwarded you that email.
I think you do.
Okay.
So I mean, it's just, realistically, it's the money per hour of apparatus personnel. Do you want to charge higher for a piece of apparatus versus $30 an hour for personnel? It's just that stuff, right? I mean, maybe we can get a copy of what Putney and Guilford do for, you know, their ordinance or their billing stuff.
I asked for, Putney doesn't have like a written policy because the fire department does it through the fire department, so it's not like a town.
Well, I'll connect with Tom Goddard and give much more information than I can from him.
Yeah.
On this.
That right there sounds like a great start, because it sounds similar to everything that I've seen. So it's
Okay.
really a matter of deciding
All right.
who's gonna be responsible for billing, if, you know, what your protocol is. Are you gonna bill if they don't have insurance, that kind of thing you need to decide, and what you are actually gonna bill for, you know, and how that works.
So yeah,
So
We'll set
those are
something
really
up
big.
Yeah.
next week or so. When is our next meeting? What's the date on that?
21st.
That is not gonna help me at all.
No, it is not. That's the 21st.
It's the
The picture is fitting
21st,
though.
right.
Do we want to look at the first meeting in February, or do we want to put it on the end of this month? What do we want to do?
Up to you guys. If you think you can have it done for the next meeting, let's do it. But if you need the extra time, let's do the first meeting in February.
Sounds like you got most of it. We're just gonna make some edits.
Yeah.
If you can do it in 2 weeks, let's do it. And if
Yeah,
not,
let's do that. Let's set something up sometime next week.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll put it on the agenda for the 21st to continue the discussion with more better information.
More better.
More better information. Okay. Travel reimbursement policy, we made some changes to it. We got notes back from the town attorney regarding portions of it.
I agree with you.
And it was really just that one thing that.
Yeah, that was it.
So,
So striking C out of that travel reimbursement policy, I would accept a motion to,
EC?
Easy.
Yes.
yeah, sorry, EC, yeah. Motion to accept the new travel reimbursement policy, striking EC.
second?
I'm
Oh, I
accepting
thought-
motions,
oh,
I'm sorry.
So moved then. How's that?
That's perfect. Now I need a second.
Second.
Moved and seconded to accept the travel reimbursement policy, striking letter E, letter C. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Okay.
Can you make another motion, please?
Sure.
That this will become part of the personnel policy, that's where this is, it resides, that
Sure.
it's not a standalone policy.
Okay. All in.
Yes, make another motion to put that, that it's going to be a part of the personnel policy.
I move that the new travel reimbursement policy become part of the employee
Personnel policy.
policies.
Yep.
Second.
Okay.
So moved and seconded to accept the new travel reimbursement policy into the personnel policy. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay, very good. Do you have a question, Bronna?
As chair of the library board, I will see that we also vote on this. Isn't that what I have to do?
You can.
You guys have to, yeah, you guys make your own policy in that respect, but
But some of it most of it we also go along with the towns.
sure.
So
If you want to
we will
integrate
have that
the policy,
discussion.
you are more than welcome to do so.
We will
You
have
can-
that discussion at some point.
Yeah, you can get a copy of it from excuse me, sorry,
Thank
from
you.
Michelle.
Thank you.
And so you guys can have it all written out. Ordinance enforcement, appoint enforcement officers. So we talked about it. We're reaching out to everybody that was on that list that we pared down. And so who do we have left?
We have heard from Jesse Jobin, the animal control officer, J.J. Wielden, fire marshal, Todd Capon, fire chief, and Keith Franklin Jr., the assistant fire chief. As of right now, those are the only people that have told me, yes, we want to do it. Mark Snow has not said yes or no yet. He's the last
Dave
one I've
Walker
really-
said no, right?
He said no.
Okay.
I think there's four: Jesse, JJ, Todd, and Keith, right?
Yes.
All right. So do we want to appoint those four officials, or do we want to wait to get down through the list? It's up to you guys.
I think we ought to table it and wait.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. We're done with that. Public participation on non-agenda items only. That's you.
Do you want me to come up to the microphone to speak or here?
You can stand right there.
Okay, great. So I have some general questions about what is required to be a select board member?
You have to be 18 years old.
Okay.
Resident of Vernon.
Okay. And you have to be I'm sorry?
Resident of Vernon.
Resident of Vernon. To be a resident of Vernon, what does that mean exactly?
You reside here.
You'd be able
Okay.
to vote here.
You vote here.
So you vote here and you reside here. So residing is sleeping in Vernon. Okay. So it wouldn't just mean paying taxes or bills in Vernon, but you actually have to sleep in the town of Vernon as one of the main requirements to be on the select board.
I believe so.
Okay. Just checking. So if you even have a mortgage in Vernon, but you don't live in Vernon, doesn't count. Okay. So if a select board member is currently on the board who doesn't live in Vernon, what would happen?
It may be, it does, but was living in Vernon when they were elected?
Yes.
Well, if they just like went to Brattleboro while their new house is being built, so they plan to return, it might be something like a voter.
Okay.
You know, like if you go away to school and
So
you're
it'd
gonna
be a
come back.
temporary dwelling while something else is happening, but the
Yeah.
intent is to come back to their property in Vernon.
I would think so, but I would check that. before
Okay,
I
so you would check it.
Do it.
So, and if that's not the case, what would happen?
They would probably recuse themselves.
They would recuse themselves because that would be the right thing to do?
Mhm.
Okay. Okay, I guess that would be my last question that I have for the select board on this. On this particular issue. Yes, I did want to follow up, however, with some questions that I have that happened during the executive session at the last meeting. So I don't know how you would like me to proceed with that part.
Probably. What do you think?
If there are questions regarding the executive session that we had, then we need to go back into
Put that in
executive
an
session.
Executive session.
Okay,
Do you want to do that tonight?
sure.
You want to
Sure,
do
while
that
I'm
tonight?
I don't care.
Okay. I have to write this and say it too.
Okay, what's that?
Point me, point and I'll read.
Okay.
Just point and I'll do it.
I think this would be this one here,
Okay. So, and this is just a one.
just a one.
Okay, so I move that we go into executive session with
Melissa.
Melissa Allen and the town administrator? Or
Yeah, sure.
for discussion or consideration of records or documents accepted from the Access to Public Records Law, 1
Because-
VSA 313A6.
Because I think that's what you were talking about, where you weren't sure if they were exempted or not.
I just want to see what's being done by the select board based on what we talked about last. That's really where I'm going. So
Oh.
I don't know what you call that.
Well, it
It's
still
just being
pertains to
taken care of.
records and documents.
Okay.
Yeah, it pertains to records and documents, so.
Okay.
Give me a second, give me a second.
Second, sorry.
So moved and seconded to go into executive session. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Those opposed?
Okay.
We are in executive session at 8:31 PM. Okay. We went into executive session at 8:31, out at 8:44. No action was taken. Correspondence and town admin report, please.
You pretty much have all the correspondence, and we pretty much discussed everything that I've been working on the last 2 weeks. I'm in the middle of annual report and town meeting stuff, so I won't sleep a lot.
Okay. Upcoming select board meeting on January 20th, meeting on February 4th, and local government day is a possible training on February 13th. You can register at vlct.org. We are adjourned.
When's it been?
That's on the 13th.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for coming out tonight. I know you're all hardy Vermonters, I assume, so no worries about coming out on a relatively cold November night in the dark. I'm being told that you can't hear me.
We do like.
How about that? All right. So my name is Chip Conquest. I'm the co-chair, along with Laura Sibilia, of the Rural Economic Development Working Group. We're the ones hosting this hearing tonight. I'm glad to see all of you here. I was just going to say there, if we have more people than chairs, just please help yourself to the chairs there in the back there. You can sit at any of the tables or just pull the chairs down. We're going to get started here pretty quickly. I just wanted to make a couple of thank yous. One to Mitzi Johnson, who wasn't able to come tonight, the Speaker of the House, but she has been a very supportive for our group and allowing us to do these hearings and really just being generally supportive of rural economic issues in general and helping us move forward with some of the legislation that we've proposed over the past year. So a thanks to her. And a thanks to you all for coming out. I know it's, we've tried to figure out what a good time of year to do this would be. And I know there's always challenges for everybody with busy schedules, but I really appreciate the fact that you all made time to come and talk to us. So if you haven't been to one of these hearings before, you're going to come, we'll call your name, and I'll also say who's next in line. Come up and sit at the table. We have a microphone up here for you to use. And we have a 4-minute time limit for now. Peter's going to give you a sign when it's time, when your 4 minutes is up. And if you're unable to get all of what you wanted to say done in that 4 minutes, we would encourage you to email us your testimony. Actually, we'd encourage you to email us your testimony if you have it in that form anyway. The place to email it is to Charlie Kimball, and so like everyone else's Ledge email, it's ckimball@ledge.state.vt.us. You can find that on the legislative webpage if you don't remember it. So again, please email us anything you want us to be looking at, and we'll share it among the entire group. And as we said in our announcement, this is really what this hearing is one of the things that's going to really guide our work in the legislature around these economic development issues for this upcoming session. So please send us all of your thoughts. In a minute, I'm going to ask folks around the table to introduce themselves. We actually have a really significant number of people in the Rural Economic Development Working Group, as we call ourselves. There's close to 30 of us. Not everybody was able to make it tonight, but I'll have the people that are up here introduce themselves. And is there anything else I needed to say? All right. So with that, I think we'll get started. So just a reminder, when I call your name, please come up, use the microphone, and I'll also let you know who's up, following that person. So, you want to introduce yourself, and we'll work our way around the table.
Okay, I'm Scott Campbell. I'm a representative from St. Johnsbury. Anything else to say?
What committee you're on?
Oh, and I'm on Energy and Technology Committee.
Peter Conlon from Cornwall, and I'm on the House Education Committee.
Hi, I'm Sarah Coffey. I'm from Guilford, and I sit on House Corrections and Institutions.
As I said, Chip Conquest. I'm actually from Wells River, Vermont, and represent Newbury, Groton, and Topsom, and I'm on the Appropriations Committee.
Laura Sibilia from Dover, and I'm on the Energy and Technology Committee.
Kelly Payala from Londonderry. I represent Londonderry, Weston, Jamaica, Stratton, and Winhall, and I sit on the Human Services Committee.
Randall Zott. I represent Barnard, Pomfret, Queechee, and West Hartford. I'm on the House General.
I'm Lucy Rogers from Waterville. I also represent Cambridge, and I'm on House Healthcare.
We have another member out here.
And hi, I'm Emily Kornheiser.
Okay.
I'm from Brattleboro, and I'm on the Commerce and Economic Development Committee.
Yeah. And I think Sandy Haas is somewhere in, oh, right there in front of me.
Sandy Haas from Rochester, also representing Bethel, Stockbridge, and Pittsfield, and I serve on Human Services.
I think that's the only member in the audience. And would the Lieutenant Governor like to introduce himself?
I'm David Zuckerman, Lieutenant Governor. I have a farm and am passionate about our rural economy, so I was curious to hear your thoughts. And
thank you for
coming. Holding hearing. And I think Representative from Sanders' office is also here.
And Lady's office.
And Lady's office?
Yeah,
Sorry.
yes, I think. Holly's here too.
All right, so yeah, so we have Alan Robertson up first and Kathleen Warner after that. Oh, sorry.
Dangerous, first person. My name is Al Robertson. I'm a woodland owner in Sheffield, Vermont. I'm Secretary of Vermont Woodlands Association and also somewhat responsible for helping with policy in VWA, our organization. You should all have my testimony already. It was emailed to Mr. Kimball several days ago. So to paraphrase, you're going to read, when you read the testimony, that we feel there are a lot of new ideas and technologies that are available to improve the wood products industry and forestry in Vermont. We have reservations about whether any of that would ever happen because of Act 250. We feel strongly that Act 250 has been very, very good to Vermont in keeping its rural and forestry environment. But unfortunately, the last few years, some of the very things that have been good for Act 250 and keeping development under control have also stymied development of the forest products industry. One of the things you'll see in the package is a handout from the Eckley sawmill in Germany. It represents a very, very small micro plant that produces power and also uses waste heat to heat the local community. That's typical of the kind of things that you'll see in our submission that included cross-laminated timber, biochar, increasing use of biofuels, and combined heat and power facilities. But again, there have been numerous attempts to fix Act 250 over the past few years, and yet it's never happened. And I say fix because we don't want to disturb what works. What we want to see is the same respect for the forest products industry as we see for agriculture. Right now, if a farmer builds a barn, he doesn't have to go through Act 250. But if a sawmill needs to expand, or if a new sawmill wants to come into existence, sometimes the hurdles are just so overwhelming that it just doesn't get done. Same thing with energy facilities. So there are things that need to happen in Act 250 to make it better for the forest products industry, and we were hoping that would be something that your group would be looking at. Specifically, there are two bills right now in front of the legislature, S104 and H197. You'll probably hear about those later tonight, that do a lot to resolving the issues that we've identified in our testimony. And with that, I'm done.
Thank you very much. So Kathleen Warner and Brian Sheldon.
Hello. Thank you for the opportunity to be here this evening. I'm Kathleen Warner, Executive Director of Vermont Woodlands Association and Vermont Tree Farm. I am also a member of the Working Lands Board as a woodland owner and tree farmer representing woodland owners. But Vermont Woodlands is a member of the Working Lands Coalition. And I feel like I need to say that I'm speaking for the coalition side tonight, not for the board. I've been involved with the Working Lands Initiative since 2012 when it first came to the House Ag Committee, which is now the House Ag and Forestry Committee, after a wonderful change of focus that included forestry. I guess nobody here tonight is from House Ag and Forestry, but I know I have friends there.
Representative Partridge would have been here.
Okay. Thank you. This was really, Working Lands Enterprise Initiative was a cutting edge proposal when it came to the legislature. It was designed to assist businesses that rely on the working landscape of farms and forests. I've actually been asked to present information about Working Lands Enterprise Initiative in other states and at a national conference. It really is a flagship program that Vermont developed that signals a willingness to invest in economic development across the working landscape. Each year, the coalition comes to the legislature with asks for additional funding because we know what a difference it makes to have that funding on the ground. The grant requests every year overwhelm our capacity, and so we often need to turn down good proposals. Now, we know that the working group supports the Working Lands Initiative, and wouldn't it be amazing if it were funded at $3 million annually and we didn't have to fight for that year after year? That would just make such a difference. It would foster so much innovation and diversification across businesses that would lead to market and supply chain impacts for farm and forest enterprises. Now, this program has really been the best rural economic driver for working lands businesses throughout the state, and it can continue to drive the rural economy if adequately funded. Now, I know I'm often preaching to the choir. You know, we do that a lot in forestry, but it's just important for me to underscore how critical these investments are for forestry and wood products businesses. We are really counting on this continued investment in working lands businesses that keep our forests working.
And just when you come up to testify, unfortunately you have to hold the mic sort of right in front of your mouth in order for everybody to be able to hear, so please do that.
So, I'm Mike Greenville.
You really do need that.
I guess right up. Okay, we got you. So, I'm a resident of Lincoln, and I'm the owner of Maple Landmark Woodcraft, which is a woodworking business in Middlebury. We craft small wood products. Business I started 40 years ago. We currently have, we employ 39 people. And I appreciate the attention that is put to the Working Lands economy. I sat on the Working Lands Enterprise Board in its first 2 years of existence. Got to be one of the people who kind of helped break in that process, which is arduous. I wish I had some brilliant ideas for you. I have just a few points I'd like to make. The first is about the Working Lands Fund. I've always been bothered when I was on the board and since that it seems that there's a lot of overhead that goes into running that, and which it doesn't bother me about the overhead. It bothers me that there's a lot of capacity. If there was more money to give, it wouldn't cost any more to give it out. It'd be a more efficient use of funds. So the extra money you put in can go right out. And I don't know, I didn't explain that very well, but I think you get it. Also, perhaps a more flexible schedule for awarding the funds. Business happens fast and quick, and opportunities come and go, and the annual schedule of things just seems that it makes it difficult. Applications are only taken once a year. It takes 4 to 6 months for the money to be awarded. There's a lot of time delay in that. For me, as to my business, I'm just going to offer an anecdote to kind of call attention to concern. Is that I've always been proud of my business and dealing as local as possible, and I've always focused in having a short supply chain, and I've been fortunate that the lumber that I buy, and I buy 125,000 board feet a year, so it's not a huge amount, but it's no small amount. It comes from local mills. We offer health insurance. We offer Vermont Health Connect plans, and our premium increase for 2020 is $27,000, primarily because of cost shifts. I already spend more money on health insurance than I do on lumber. what am I to do when I don't have both $27,000 and a cost of living pay increase floating around in my back pocket? Last week I took delivery of a trailer load of lumber from Maine. That load of lumber saved me $6,000. So instead of $18,000 worth of money to Vermont Mills, I sent $12,000 to Maine. That bothers me a great deal, but I have to maintain my business. I don't have a brilliant thing there, but this cost shift in the health insurance is just crazy. It's unsustainable. It's unsustainable years ago, and it's just worse now. So that's primarily what I have to say. I would like to be sure that you spend time on good legislation, not soundbite legislation. Be sure that it's funded, so there's proper guidance, compliance, and enforcement. I'm involved in several bits of legislation that don't have that, and it makes it real difficult to do business. So, thanks.
Good evening, folks. So my name is Jordan Giacconi. I'm the new public policy manager for Vermont Businesses for Social Responsibility. This is my 7th day on the job, but it's a real pleasure to be here, and certainly appreciate the opportunity to testify. So as many of you know, VBSR is a business association with close to 750 members who advocate for policy. Oops, sorry. Thank you, appreciate it. VBSR is a business association with close to 750 members who advocate for policies that support workers, communities, and the environment. So really advocating around a triple bottom line of people, planet, and prosperity. We have members of every business size and every Vermont industry and sector represented, and also represent industries from every county in the state of Vermont. As of 2019, more than half of our members represent small businesses employing fewer than 50 full-time employees, and about a third of our members represent businesses retaining less than 20 full-time employees as well. Many of our rural businesses that VBSR represents are interested in climate action, not just as a moral imperative, but also as an economic development opportunity. Investments in weatherization, efficiency in electric vehicle infrastructure, and divestment from imported fossil fuels would yield significant benefits for rural and low-income Vermonters, as well as ratepayers writ large. From winter recreation and local food production to our drink-driven and tourism economies, climate change represents a very significant threat to the Vermont brand, way of life, and rural economies. So with that, I want to thank you all for the opportunity to testify and for all the important work you're doing to support our rural economies. And we'll encourage you moving forward to continue to engage in advancing key legislation such as the Global Warming Solutions Act, but also turning your attention as well to the forthcoming Transportation and Climate Initiative to ensure that these rural communities are represented fairly and that we don't leave folks in the lurch as we move forward toward a greener, more climate-friendly future for the state of Vermont. So again, thank you all. I look forward to working with you and wish everyone a good night.
So I just want to say, first of all, good evening, everyone. Hi, folks. It's great that we're all here. My name is Nick Richardson. I'm the president and CEO at the Vermont Land Trust. I've been in that role for about 2 years. It's a real pleasure to be here with the Rural Caucus this evening. You are our people, and we are deeply connected to rural lands and working lands all across this state. We have relationships with 2,000 parcels and about 1,800 landowners who are farmers, foresters, working these lands, storing them on behalf of all of us. And so it's a real pleasure to be here with you this evening. I do have a couple of points I want to emphasize in the legislative session to come, but because we hardly ever look back and say thank you for the work that's come before, I just want to commend the caucus on the work you did last year. Particularly the expansion of funding for the Working Lands Enterprise Board. Kathleen Wanner spoke, I think, really eloquently to that. It's an important pillar of how we support the working landscape and our rural communities in this state. And it is a very innovative program. And along with a very strong support for conservation, low-income housing, and other key programs that really invest in rural communities, it's a part of what makes Vermont work. And I think it's a really important program. The regulatory relief was also, I think, really critical, and has been described around supporting common sense changes that will allow businesses to stay in business. Our working landscape really needs that right now. And I'll say that for the Vermont Land Trust, which has conserved 11% of the land in Vermont, 2,000 parcels, almost 700,000 acres over the last 42 years, we're recognizing, right, that as important as that is, we need to be doing more in order to make this working landscape work and our communities work. And so we're asking the question, what does Vermont need from us today? And the answer to that is different than it was 30 years ago. And it's about getting the next generation of farmers onto land in Vermont. We've done 100 farmland access projects over the last 10 years, working with, in fact, with many folks in the room who are great farmers who are connecting with their communities, investing in our rural economies. We want to expand that work going forward over the next 10 years to get 200 to 300 new and beginning farmers onto land in Vermont. We're working with landowners to participate in forest carbon offset projects, and there's been a great working group that's been working throughout the course of this last summer and fall to deliver some recommendations around that for policy changes, and also just what are the things we can do as a state to promote access to forest carbon and forest carbon offsets for more landowners. That's something that we would really support and appreciate going forward. This state needs more from us from all of us than it's ever needed. And these working landscapes that we participate in, that are such an important part of how we feel about this state, the connections that we have here, the community that we have here, they're really under threat. And I think it's important for all of us to be thinking outside of the box about what it is that we can be doing to support our rural landscapes. The Vermont Land Trust is here. We're all in. And we're going to be looking very creatively at new ways to participate. And we really appreciate the Rural Caucus, the work that you're doing, and I want to be a partner with you. Thank you so much.
Hi, I'm Amanda Carlson. I'm the town administrator for the town of Coventry. So on behalf of the small municipal towns, I know there's a lot of effective tools that you've created for local government to support the businesses. But that information doesn't always reach the small towns. These towns are dealing with one person and the select board member that's been there for 30 years. And they don't always share that information around. So to make sure that they understand what's available, I'd love to see state-supported or run regional workshops or meetings that would allow some of that one-on-one interaction for these towns to understand. To learn best practices for supporting local businesses and what they can do in their small communities. It's not always on a large scale. It's not always, the big projects. Sometimes it's those small ones that need the most help. So for manufacturing, are there case studies and what funding is available and the permit process and where to start so that the municipality can assist someone looking into that. And on outdoor recreation economy, understanding what's proven to work and what are the pitfalls or what policies. We don't always need to recreate the wheel. It'd be nice to know kind of what is available. And also, sometimes it's really hard to find out what funding's available because they're all available in different places. And you don't know, and you have to just keep searching and hope somebody tells you which website or what agency to look at. It'd be nice to know where you can go for what funding and what's available to the small towns out there. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Jenna Kolaski. I'm the Community and Policy Manager with the Vermont Council on Rural Development. I'm also the President of the Vermont Community Development Association Board, and I live in Huntington. So thank you for providing this forum. VCRD is a facilitator of public process. We facilitate conversations at the community level, and then we kind of add up what we're hearing in communities across the state, and we also facilitate statewide discussions as well. On the community and economic development side, through our community visit program, we've worked with about 70 different towns around the state on facilitated discussions to invite the whole town together, line up what's most important, set priorities, and then help to connect to resources. And we also provide coaching and leadership training in support of that work. And I thought, and just where we've worked in recent years, we've been in Montgomery, the four-town region of Royalton, Sharon, Stratford, and Tunbridge, Greensboro, Pulteney, Westford, and now we're working in Rockingham and Wheelock. I thought it might be helpful just to share, when we work with towns, we don't know what's best for them, but we listen and we learn, what are the issues they're grappling with today. And I thought it would be helpful just to share a few things we're hearing in every town we're working with. We have communities lining up task forces around broadband and cell connection. Every town we're working with these days are setting those up. Traffic, streetscape, walkability, and bikeability, as well as trails and outdoor recreation. Most towns are setting up around some kind of economic development committee, or even looking for funding to build staffing into their town structure to support economic development and small businesses. And then certainly in recent years, every town is prioritizing water and sewer infrastructure. They come into the room thinking about housing and attracting young people and supporting businesses, and realize that to do that they need the infrastructure to support that vision they have for their community. So community leaders are working hard on these things all around the state, but it's tough work, and we see success where they're able to connect to resources and technical assistance that they need. And so there certainly have been some programs over the last couple of years that have supported many of those things I just listed, and any support in those areas are critical. On the state policy side, we facilitate the Climate Economy Action Team, a group of large and small businesses and organizations unified around the belief that Vermont can be a leader in developing rural solutions to climate change. Their priorities this year will be around the Transportation Climate Initiative, around liberating efficiency utilities to kind of do their work where significant financial and greenhouse gas savings could be realized, so extending services from electric efficiency to thermal and transportation efficiencies. CEAT, the Climate Economy Action Team, recognizes that this could help to increase affordability and savings, especially in the most rural areas where residents shoulder a lot of a much higher energy burden. And then finally, the Working Lands Initiative. You've all heard a lot about the importance of the Working Lands Enterprise Fund. We facilitate and convene the Working Lands Coalition. And the coalition certainly thanks you all for your leadership last year in authorizing the largest investment in that fund to date at over $1.5 million. And the coalition believes that they'd love for that to kind of become the base funding for this work in an ongoing way, and in fact increase that over time with a goal of ultimately $3 million to meet the needs of businesses that are critical to protecting and promoting the future of Vermont's working landscape. And of course, you've heard tonight all the ways that that can support and grow the rural economy as well. So thanks so much for the time, appreciate it, and I will submit this in writing as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to interrupt for just 1 second here, because the last two speakers reminded me of things that I was going to say when we started and forgot. I've been doing this for 11 years, and I still get tongue-tied in front of a crowd of people. Earlier this year, our group took a bus tour of southern Vermont in order to do the same kind of thing, listening tour that Sarah organized, and it was a great thing. It was the first time that we've done it, and one of the things that we came out of it with is, wow, this is really great. We need to do this more. We need to keep getting out to other parts of the state, because I know not everybody can make it to Montpelier on the night when we have the hearing. So we won't do another one this year, but next year, maybe we'll show up in your neck of the woods. The other thing I wanted to say was BCRD that Jenna works for has been very helpful in helping us get the announcement out, and I forgot to thank them for that when I started, so I really do want to extend our thanks to them.
Hi, I'm Bruce Hennessy, Maple Wind Farm in Huntington, Richmond, and Bolton, Vermont. Running that with my partner, Beth. We produce 100% grass-fed beef, pasture-raised pork, poultry, and eggs from poultry, of course, and run a small USDA poultry processing plant that was funded in part by several Working Lands Enterprise grants. We feel like we're the poster children for Working Lands. We've had a tremendous amount of support from that organization and from partners with that organization, Vermont Land Trust, Vermont Housing Conservation Board, NRCS I know works in there, so we've taken full advantage of those, and somehow we've gotten the word, maybe because we've been the squeaky wheel asking for help for all these things. So I'm here in support of Working Lands, in support of increasing that investment, and also to ask the group to consider adding payment for ecosystem services into the mix. You know, when Beth and I first got started, we thought it would be enough that if we worked really hard, we had a good resource base, if we were reasonably intelligent and diligent, that the business would just be successful. And the truth is that you can be all of those things and it still won't work out. We still need support. There's a tremendous amount of barriers between small agriculture and profitability. And even though Working Lands has been a big part in helping us solve those problems, we need to go further for us to stay in business. I was encouraged to hear that the gentleman in Wood Products was able to pay health insurance for his employees. We're not able to pay health insurance for our employees. And that's a major problem for them, and it doesn't feel good for us either. It's very hard to even pay what some would consider a living wage and others would consider not a living wage, at least in Chittenden County, right? So I want to tell a story at the end. The last thing that we received through Working Lands was a 50% grant to attend the Ranching for Profit. We like to call it Farming for Profit, but officially it's called Ranching for Profit. That a number of Vermont farms were able to attend last year. And that is an ongoing and continuing program for us. It's a 7-day farm business boot camp, essentially. That's the initial course. And then you have an opportunity to continue on in a board of farmers from across the nation and continue to work on your business and develop and realize many of the things that we need to do to be profitable and also build soils and add to the health and welfare of our community. And I just want to encourage a real focus on those really long-reaching and far-reaching programs for the Working Lands group to help farmers really go beyond just that hard work and core intelligence to true financial literacy and the ability to become viable farm operations. And again, a deep thanks to all of you for that opportunity.
Good evening. I'm Christine McGowan from the Vermont Sustainable Jobs Fund, and I coordinate the Vermont Forest Industry Network. The network was established in 2018 to help support and strengthen our state's forest and wood products sector, and now includes more than 150 people and organizations involved in Vermont's forest and wood products industry. I'd like to start by thanking you for your support of the Working Lands Enterprise Initiative. The Vermont Forest Industry Network's creation was a direct result of research commissioned by the Working Lands Enterprise Board's Forestry Committee back in 2015, and in the years since has increased awareness about the value of our forest and wood products industry to Vermont, and has embarked on several projects to expand or create new products for forest products, new markets for forest products and wood products. A few facts about our forests. Vermont is 76% forested, and 80% of those forests are privately held by small family woodlot owners. Historic land use patterns have left us with a considerable challenge. After depleting most of our forests for more than 100 years ago, much of what has grown back has not been well tended. So in a typical Vermont timber harvest, as much as 3/4 of what is removed is considered low grade, translate low value. Up until recently, that low-grade wood had a healthy regional market in pulp used to make paper. But for a variety of reasons, one of which is probably within arm's length of everyone in this room, we've seen a sharp decline in pulp mills in our region, and that's had a ripple effect on the entire supply chain. 2 years ago, several Vermont loggers were stuck with wood they couldn't sell and expensive equipment they could no longer afford. Many of them parked their skidders and were forced to find other ways to make a living. Meanwhile, most of the sawmills that used to be economic drivers in so many of our rural towns have disappeared. Some couldn't compete with newer, bigger mills across the border in Canada. Others have struggled with the constraints placed on them by state regulations. Those that remain are faced with the reality that their owners are not getting any younger, but their younger successors are few and far between. So when a sawmill closes its doors, it's unlikely we will ever get that infrastructure back. Despite these challenges, Vermont's forest and wood products industry still represents a significant economic driver in our state, generating $1.4 billion in economic activity and providing 10,500 Vermont jobs. When you add forest-based recreation to the mix, you add another 10,000 jobs and $1.9 billion in economic activity. Take our wood heat sector. When Vermonters heat with wood, 78 cents of every dollar is retained in the local economy. Compare that to only 22 cents retained when we use fossil fuels like heating oil and propane. Some people worry that increasing the use of wood heat means we'll cut down too many trees, but the fact is we're harvesting less than half the net growth in our forests. The reality is Vermont is losing more than 2,000 acres of forest land per year to rural and suburban development, not forest products. Some worry that wood heat is bad for our climate. Yet a recent life cycle analysis of pellets made and used in the northern forest region shows that from day one, using wood pellets for heat reduces greenhouse gas emissions by 54% compared to oil and 59%
Good morning, BUHS. Today is Monday, January 13th, 2020.
Good morning, USA. I got a feeling that it's gonna be a wonderful day. The sun in the sky has a smile on his face, and he's shining a salute to the American race. Oh boy, it's swell to say, good morning, USA.
Lego Palooza will now be held twice a month on first and third Thursdays at the Brattleboro Memorial Library from 3 to 5 p.m. We provide the Legos, you build. Do not bring your own Legos, and children cannot keep the Legos they build.
But don't step on the Legos either. Those will hurt your feet.
Very painful.
That's what Jem said the other day. It's
It
a great
is.
reminder.
It is. And on another note, here's some weather with Dylan.
Hello. All right. The weather today, it's not as warm as the weekend, but it's pretty cold. 38, low 27. It's really cloudy today. Tomorrow, it's going to be a high of 43, low of 35. It's going to be sunny. Wednesday, sunny again. High of 45 and a low of 31. On Thursday, it's going to be awfully rainy. There was a little bit of snow mixed in. I just couldn't find the right thing. So it's a high of 38 and a low of 12. And then on Friday, high of 22 and a low of 11, but very sunny, so make sure to go outside in your T-shirt. Back to the desk.
Thanks
for
for
Dylan.
the speed run weather.
I liked it.
That was
It went
nice.
right to the point. Got it done.
Hey.
All right. The Brattleboro Winter Farmers Market takes place every Saturday from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. downtown at the CF Church Building. So go visit and purchase some local produce, maple syrup, and much, much more.
Delicious purchase maple syrup is, indeed.
Thanks,
On,
Yoda.
on January 21st at the marina, there is some paint party fun. Be sure to pick up one of their frequent painter cards. Remember that beginners are always welcome.
So that means
Always welcome?
That means we're both welcome.
I
to
am a
this.
beginner painter.
I'm
Now
a-
over to sports with Brandon.
Hello. Today, girls varsity basketball game has a game against CVU at 6:30 in the BUHS gym. Today, on Tuesday, boys varsity basketball faces off against Mill River in an away game starting at 7. And who could forget the boys varsity hockey game against Burn Burton on the 15th in another away game? That's all I have for sports. Back to the desk.
Thanks, Brandon. You did a great job today. Thank you. Thank you very much. The scariest holiday is coming soon, Valentine's Day. This is your quick reminder to get your gift early so you don't have to rush out the night of the 13th to get your significant other a cute and cheap but expensive looking gift.
Indeed. Valentine's Day overrated, folks. Where do cows go on Friday nights, Mr. Miller?
Oh, Mr. Miller. Oh, okay. I think they go like probably to the barn or something. I don't know.
No, these cows go out and party. They go to the movies.
Good one.
You know how they get to the movies?
How do they get to the movies?
They take the mover.
That was bad. That one was a bad one. That was bad. Thank you, Jem. Anyways, the American Legion is hosting a trivia night to benefit the Windham County Humane Society. Trivia takes place from 6:30 to 9 p.m. on Monday, January 13th, today. You need $20 to get in the door, then there is a free dinner inside along with trivia and a 50-50 raffle. Make sure to pop out. And now to world news with Forrest.
Hey guys, so Iranians leaders have faced a second day of protest following their admission that they shot down a Ukrainian passenger plane, killing 176 people on board, many of them Iranians. Anyway, that's all I got for today, so back to the desk.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, they admitted to it and said it did on accident. Well, nothing's really on.
Some stuff.
So, yeah, some stuff, but like
We
should've
know
got a
about
huge plane though.
accidents here.
Yeah, Brandon had a few of those earlier, but.
Make sure to come out and support your favorite IBL teams every Wednesday. Games start at 7 and 8 p.m. It's a fun time.
IBL's Branders will be playing.
Yes.
Even with the hurt back and all.
He's pushing through it, man.
Anyways, also, on another note, pop out to some men's league basketball games. Starting this Sunday at 9 a.m. and ending at 4 p.m. These men take these games very serious and think they're playing in Game 7 of the NBA Finals. Show up to provide these dudes with more than 3 fans.
Please do. It's kind of sad sometimes.
It's very sad.
worth
Anyway,
it though.
yeah.
Worth it.
Oh, yeah.
Fun time.
Jim?
Now, thanks for watching this episode of BUHS TV. That's all we have for today, folks, and this is why the world is like this.
to order. And I have a bunch of agenda additions. There's they're gone. There was a couple hard copies there with the additions on there, which hopefully helps a little bit. So under the Finance Committee, possible action on a note taker. To the end of, also under Finance Committee, I don't know how this got lost, the budget discussion. So Frank, when you asked me that question, like, why are we having a budget discussion? I don't know how that got lost, but we will be having a budget discussion. I wouldn't miss it for anything. Anybody who knows me knows that. To the end of the committee reports, we have some Leadership Council appointments, and Sean wanted to just talk briefly about give us an update from the Guilford Leadership Council. If anybody else has a brief update, I would entertain it, but I'm not going to do a stop and pause because we have a lot of budget stuff to get through, and I don't want us to lose sight of that. And there's a new business item, under new business, item C. I'm floating an idea that the board authorizes a small amount of expenditures for the board chair and vice chair for unexpected urgent expenditures such as legal assistance or filming, and the board would ratify after the fact, because in the past I've had to say, okay, I'll pay for it myself in order to have filming of a meeting because we won't be meeting and we can't warn a meeting in time. So that's my thought process. And also under new business item D, there are retirements that we will possibly take action on. And I'm sure with some of them, we'll try to figure out how we cannot take action on them. So with that, I would move on to I would welcome everybody first and say that, as is our custom, we will take comment on any agenda item. I try to have the discussion with the board first and then take public comment before any vote. If I forget, please raise your hand and wave it wildly at me. Before you speak, please state your name. With that, I'll move on to the clerk's reports. I will entertain a motion for the approval of the minutes of December 18th.
So moved.
Thank you, Sean.
Second.
Thank you, Thomas. Any discussion? Hearing none. Oh, I have another welcome. So we have a student council representative with us today.
I'm a little late.
No worries, no worries. I didn't see you there, and so I didn't go looking for this. So, there we go. You can hand this over to Wendy too. That's what you. You think you might have another?
Just you tonight.
Just you tonight. You can handle it, all right, Elias? So, Elias, I've known you since preschool, but do you want to introduce yourself?
Hi, everybody. I'm Elias. I'm a member of the student council at the UHS.
Welcome, and I'm trying to see if there's anything in the agenda that I...
Do we need our name tags?
Oh, yeah, pass the name tags. You know what, Elias, I'm going to give you an agenda, and if there's something, if you have to leave before the end of the evening, and there's something you want us to comment on, just send me a note.
Okay.
Okay, awesome. So, hearing no discussion on the minutes of December 18th. All those in favor of approval of the minutes of December 18th, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays or abstentions? The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The minutes pass. Communications. I attached them to the email that I sent everybody with the updated agenda. One was an email chain between Donna Russo Savage and Will Senning and myself about the new Brattleboro term lengths. I also sent everybody the new special ed waiting study information, which was not great news, and an email from Thomas that he had sent right before Christmas with an Atlantic Monthly article on turf recycling. And I think that was it for communications that I had to send to the board as of this morning. Does anybody else have communications they wanted to share? Everybody had a quiet Christmas, holiday, Hanukkah, New Year's, excellent. Whoops. Moving on to committee reports. We're getting right to the heart of it today. So Finance Committee. How do we want to do this? Do we want to do the Academy School review first?
That'd
All
be
right.
great.
Take it away, Sean.
Yeah, or would you like me to introduce?
Actually, I mean, I read the Academy deal, but I think it should be.
Okay, so I'm happy to introduce Diane and Corey from Stevens and Associates. So this is a follow-up from our discussion on December 18th, where the board asked for much more insight into the Academy Improvement Project that is part of a capital plan. It's a long-term capital plan. We are in the we're in the planning phase of that, so there's no like bond scheduled or construction timeline imminent. This is the part of the plan that reviews the need and a conceptual solution to the need that has been growing at the Academy School. So before Corey and Diane do a presentation, I'm hoping Kelly could just say a couple of things about the learning conditions, the environment at Academy School, and then also if you have you have the report that we're going to review through email, the feasibility study. Let's see if I can pull it up as well. And what we want to do there is, basically you'll see an executive summary that I think Kelly will speak to now, and then Corey and Diane will fill in the details of the project. So, Kelly?
Sure. So, as you know, we have a wide range of learners in our schools, and we've been really creative over the years at Academy with our space that we currently have. We have an MTSS model in our schools, which means multi-tiered systems of supports. And when students are in small groups receiving academic interventions or services for things like IEPs, they are going into learning spaces that are not necessarily the optimal space for them to do their targeted learning. We have renovated small spaces within our schools, which has helped, and we have brought in a modular building in 2008, which has served the purpose for a time with some pretty serious upkeep, but ideally something permanent would be the solution that we're after. The modular building is the big replacement, and that's there's a lot of things that are troublesome about it. One main thing is that a lot of students who go out there are traveling pretty far to get there. So the transition time from their classroom, where the teacher has to pick them up, or they travel alone if they're older, to getting settled in their learning space can take up to 10 minutes. And oftentimes their session group time is set for 30 to 40 minutes. So between the transition to get there, get settled, and then get back to their classroom in order for the next thing to start, their actual instructional time is maybe 20 minutes at best. So that's a big problem when we're trying to really fill the gaps with kids. And as far as the resource room, you'll see that's where primarily the services for students on IEPs are provided. And right now it's one big open classroom, about the size of this room, divided into 6 learning stations. It houses 7 staff, and it's pretty tight. That's a picture of one of the rooms, one of the spaces in there. There are currently not any partitions built up, so there's tables and chairs, and there are dividers that are about 4.5 feet high. And everyone works really hard to keep their voices low and be respectful, but sometimes every learning space is full with kids and teachers. And for some of our students who have the most specialized needs for instruction, they're really distracted in that space. It's really hard for them to get what they need. So we're looking for partitions to be built up, and you'll hear more about that in the resource room, and ultimately replace the space of the modular Casablanca to a permanent structure that would house a more private space for academic interventions.
Okay, so we're very fortunate to have Stevens Associates right here in Brattleboro. They were a logical choice for us. Of course, the former Brattleboro town folks would recognize that Stevens Associates has assisted with the pellet boiler renovation project, which has been very successful. So they had a good knowledge of the facility and a great reputation here locally. So Corey and Diane, you want to give us an overview of the project?
Yeah, thank you, Frank. Does this work as far as standing here and presenting at the screen? Do you have the screen and me on the same? No. Okay, great. My name is Corey Frazee with Stevens & Associates. Thanks for having me. Thanks for the introduction. Diana Abadi is an architect with us who has done a lot of school projects in her past. I'll just provide a quick overview of the work that we did, and then we will try to quickly take you through the slides. Except for the site plan, all the information is included in the report, and we want to kind of get through all the slides, and then we can open it up for questions and get into more detail as needed. So we completed a schematic level design for looking at the two spaces Kelly referred to as the resource room and an addition that would replace the White House at Academy School. And a large piece of that was a feasibility study, as we call it, proving out that the project was viable. We looked at actually two different locations for the addition. I am a civil engineer, so I looked at the site and I looked at permitting to make sure that the project was feasible. And then through a series of meetings we had, Diane had an extensive conversation with many of the staff at Academy School, going through a programming exercise to identify the size and needs of the space. And that has been in the works for about 9 months now. And we have finished that piece of work, which culminated with a professional cost estimate. So we took the schematic design, and it's been estimated for construction costs by a professional cost estimator, someone that we have a long-standing relationship with, who has done a very good job of getting projects in the actual budget that the bids come back in when we go to construction. And in parallel with that, we put together a project budget, which you will see tonight, which includes soft costs and other incidental costs for the project. Here's a quick agenda of what we'll try and cover tonight. Objective, project overview, starting with the site plan, talking about the renovation of the existing resource room, talking about the addition, and going through a summary of costs. There was a complementary project that we looked at the same time for efficiency purposes more than anything. There's a window replacement on a different part of Academy School that we'll brief you on. That's a standalone project, but we wrapped that into our work since we were working with the staff anyway. This is table of contents of your report. Do you want to quickly talk to these project objectives?
Sure. I think Kelly and we've done a great job. I think I can go home. But I think the running theme that kept coming back was that the objective of this project was really to provide better spaces for students so that they can learn in an environment that would support that. So really what we set out to do is look at what those overcrowded conditions were and how we would address it. Also ways to provide visual and acoustical separation. That again was a running theme in both the special ed resource room and the Casablanca White House building. And of course we would also look to do this project using materials and methods of construction that would support the environment and be as energy efficient as possible.
So to get everybody oriented with the site, Academy School off of Route 9 in West Brattleboro. You come in on an entrance road by the fire station, and then you exit around in a loop. This is the original 1950s building. This addition was added in the 70s. This infill, which fills out the A that is hard to see because of the roof, but that was the 90s addition. This is the White House, or Casablanca, which was brought in 2008, I think. It provides about 1,500 square feet for the uses that Kelly described. And this is the area of the addition. So for those of you that really know Academy School, this is the basketball court, and you'll see that the addition takes up about half of it. So I'll just pause as far as orienting everybody with the building. Does everybody know where I'm talking about? Perfect. Oh, so you got, next slide is that one, and the red is the pointer.
So again, the orientation is a little bit different, but again, to just sort of describe the building, the 1950s building is very typical for this type of construction done during this time, which is double-loaded corridors, large classrooms, but what they really lacked, because the education system has changed, are these small breakout spaces. Again, this is that addition that happened in 1970 where they added 6 classrooms, and you can see here that this school has begun to sort of carve out some spaces in order to support some of those services. Again, the addition from 1995, which added a library, a art room, and some additional classrooms, and again, the White House here. This is where special education services are conducted now, and you can see, in comparison, what they did is they basically took a classroom of about 790 square feet and carved it up into spaces where students meet. Again, you'll notice these are not walls. These are basically partitions and bookcases, and you can imagine the volume and level of noise as this room fills up. And teachers do a remarkable job, the kids are doing a remarkable job, but it is a very challenging environment. And it's really 10 pounds of potatoes in a 5-pound bag, for sure.
Diane, can you just pause for a second?
Yes.
Do any of the board members need hard copies to follow along? Would that be helpful? I know most of you have it in an email, but if you want hard copies, we can queue you up on page numbers if you need these. Anybody else?
So we looked at a number of options, and really that the most I can see getting out of a classroom of this size is 4 breakout spaces that provide approximately 150 plus or minus square foot per space, which is a comfortable room or meeting room for 5 students and a teacher. Could you get a 6th student in there? Probably, but this at least stays within the sort of guidelines of Vermont for instructional services, where you want at least 30 square feet per student. So oops, sorry, wrong one, pointer. So what we would do, there is a door in the current location is here. We center that door. This way we can provide a sort of double-loaded situation. We would provide a small air handling unit on the roof to provide fresh air ventilation, because currently you get fresh air through a sidewall unit ventilator, which would not be able to provide that fresh air circulation through these spaces now, which would have walls that would go directly to the ceiling, which would provide acoustical separation as well as a visual separation. The second part of this study also looked at the demolition of the White House and the replacement of an addition here at the end of the building, where this is, I guess, the basketball court now. And it's a 2,100 square foot addition that, well, before I get into that, this is actually a very diagrammatic plan of the White House and how it functions in terms of you come in from outside. This is the core of bathrooms and service. This is circulation. And basically, students and staff are limited to these little sections over here, which again are open environment situation. So there's no visual or sound separation. It's very chaotic. And there's also a small office space here for a social worker who has absolutely no privacy. So what we're proposing, and again, here are some slides of the White House, and here you can see a student walking from outside, going into that building. So what's being proposed, again, is a series of breakout or seminar rooms of approximately 150 square feet to accommodate upwards or average of 5 students and a teacher.
So we're on page 6 of 9, appendix C.
We would also have some spillover because, again, if you go back to that resource room, I really am recommending that 4 spaces you could probably get 4 spaces, but if you remember, there's at least 7 functions going on in that room. So some of that would spill over into here, and probably assign some resource space here, and academic support along in here. We would need to add another bathroom. I think it would be a pretty bit of a long walk for a kindergarten or first grader to try to make it down all the way down. So we are providing a single-use toilet here. You would maintain the building egress here and a second means of egress here.
The sizing of those individual rooms, I think it's worth noting that we talked with the Academy School staff about the appropriate number of kids to have in this sort of setting. And so each one of those spaces is designed to have 4 to 5 kids with 1 teacher.
Thank you. And this is really just a rendering. That this is not a design. It is and it isn't, but it's just to give you a sense of the scale of how that 2,100 square foot building would look, or what that means in terms of the larger context of the Academy School as it is now, and then just a little bit of a close-up of that construction. All right, now our favorite topic, costs. Yes, go ahead.
I see that all the rooms except the therapist room do have a window. Some have 2 windows.
Yes.
And I guess it's because it butts up to the existing building,
Yes.
so there'd be no, is that also set aside as a therapist room without any outdoor
Well, again,
distraction?
this is sort of a first sort of pass. This is not a final design. I mean, there are going to be, if you go back, let me just go back. I mean, it's not very, it would be impossible to not have a room without a window, and so we thought it would probably be better to have that off as an office versus where students are. You know, ideally. I mean, again, it's not perfect, but it would have fresh air ventilation coming in mechanically and circulating. And I'm thinking you would probably do some vision lights through, so you don't feel like you're in a closet, which some teachers are now. But again, not a final design, just sort of a first pass. All right, costs. As Corey mentioned, we did send this out to a professional cost estimator who we've been working with very successfully over the years, who's been very accurate in his estimating. For the renovation costs were...
Hold on one second.
Yeah.
So now you're going backwards. This
Appendix
is
A2.
Yeah, Appendix A2.
So I thought I would just look at the hard costs first. So the hard construction costs of what it would cost to get a contractor to do this work is shown here for the renovation, which is it's a 790 square foot room, which comes out to about $197 a square foot for hard construction costs.
Read off that total. Where's that? for the renovation.
Okay, 156, 491, it's a little blurry, but is that?
Yeah.
Okay. And on the second column for the new addition, for a cost of,
I got
apologize
it.
again,
That-
can you see it?
$887,881.
With a square footage cost of 408. Combined cost of 1,440,000,
No, 1,044,000.
44,373. So with a combined average square footage cost of $351 a square foot. So as a budget, there's, those hard costs are not the only costs that you look at. There are, of course, the architect and engineering fees, permitting, and other owner soft costs, which we've captured in this spreadsheet.
We've made a bunch of assumptions, but on similar projects like this that we've worked with the town on, things like having an owner's rep or a clerk of the works, as we call it, having some presence for design, for testing during construction. So we've included budget numbers for those just to try and put together a comprehensive project budget.
All right, so we've taken the hard costs and plugged that number in here, and then added in these soft costs for architectural and engineering, budgeting purposes, and other soft costs. And that brings us up to an estimated project cost of $1,434,500, with a estimated square footage cost of $483 a square foot.
And I think we ought to let's not do the windows now. So that's without the windows.
So that's without the windows.
And we can cover the windows quickly, but I think this is the heart of the discussion, right?
Thoughts, feedback, questions? You love it and you want to get ahead and do it.
Just a little more background. So the Brattleboro Town School Board had approved the study to move forward, but they started discussion about this. I think it was nearly 4 years ago. 3 years we got pretty serious with different concepts, and at one point there was discussion about a preschool improvement at Academy. But as that conversation evolved, it was pretty clear that Oak Road had a sufficient capacity, so there really wasn't need for new construction for preschool specifically. But that certainly led into this recognition that as student needs changed, the facility did not accommodate what we needed. So as you said about last year, there's been a very thorough analysis of options, the flow of the programs, and certainly feedback from the Academy administration. So that's why we're here.
I sort of was wondering a little bit, and I think I have some information about the demographics of the Academy. I think the Academy has the largest enrollment of any of the schools within the district. And do you want to speak to that a little bit, Kelly?
Yeah, aside from the high school, of course, the high school has more than we do, but
No, I was talking
elementary
about
wise. Yep, so we have 3 of each grade level, K through 6. And we also have the highest population of the ESOL students, and a couple of students who are deaf and hard of hearing as well. And part of this that I forgot to mention in the beginning is our students who are deaf have recently gotten cochlear implants. And so the acoustics in the rooms where they're currently being instructed when they're receiving their special ed services are not great for that as well. This addition, Diane met with our special educator, teacher of the deaf, Sharon, to talk specifically about that as well. So it's been an important piece of our culture just because we're trying to all learn sign as well.
What is your total enrollment?
Right now we're at 330.
330.
Yeah.
Do you have a sense about how much the per square
square footage costs you're looking at for this building compares with other educational buildings around the state?
I've actually done a lot of sort of online researching to get a little familiar with that. And I will say that one of the things that did become apparent is that we happen to be in a region where the cost for building schools is one of the highest in the country. Don't know why that is, but there are lots of trade school magazines that collect this data and put out reports, and it does show that Vermont costs, or what they'll call like the median cost for construction for square footage for a elementary school is about $400. And that means to say that it's the median price, meaning that half of the projects are more than 400 and half are less. But in comparison to the rest of the country, we happen to be in an area where, for whatever reason, the cost of building schools is higher than here in Vermont, and that's true also for New Hampshire, Connecticut, Maine, and Massachusetts. We're sort of called the Region 1, where that group of states happen to be the most costly in terms of school construction. So we're sort of in, you know, I felt like when I saw this, I was like, we're in that ballpark.
We're going to the window. Hi, Joey.
Is it okay for me to speak? What is the projection for the students going in numbers, growing or less in Brattleboro, number one? And number two, are you just building enough to take care of what we've got, what they have right now here? And would it be prudent while you were in the building, if you thought you were going to need more 4 years down the road, to expand it a little bit? I don't want to put money, you know, costs onto our taxpayers, but how would that?
In other words, are you asking, is the addition the right size right now, but in 5 years we're going to find, again, I don't know if that's something in terms of projection of enrollments that Kelly might be able to speak better to.
I think Frank has the more across the Brattleboro numbers, but in terms of the size of the addition, Jody, we were thinking about that in terms of replacing the amount of space, which is the 1,500 square feet of the modular, and we recognized that the addition's a little bit bigger than that, which initially we had hoped to match the 1,500, but in thinking about the needs and when Diane met with all of the groups of people who teach the kids, it was clear that, you know, why are we going to continue cramming ourselves into these little spaces that aren't great when, if we're really going to do it, we might as well do it right. So I think that was a big piece of our conversation with staff and with each other.
And I think part of the consideration too is that our need for space isn't necessarily related to our student body. It's the services that we're providing to students, which has expanded, and will. So and could continue to expand. And so it's not necessarily student population that might tax our space going forward. It would be demand for services.
John, would you introduce yourself to the TV audience, please?
Sure. Sorry, John Sessions. I'm the assistant principal at Academy.
Thank you.
Which makes a very good point, because again, you're working in a building that was built in 1950, which had a completely different way of teaching. There were a desk and a chair, a teacher at the front, and it worked really well. Now, but here we are, many years later, and the whole teaching methodology has changed, and we're working more in groups, and groups require more space and more project-based, and then specialized instruction. You didn't have that kind of specialized instruction in the 1950s. You look at the original building, it was classrooms, administration, the nurse's office, the principal office, and I think you probably did art in a card and you know, music. There wasn't any dedicated, I think the library was a very small little room at one point. So it's changed, even though the population isn't, you know, maybe hasn't changed certainly the services have, and the needs for smaller rooms and meeting spaces and breakout rooms for kids to get those special services is definitely.
And to add on that, I think one of the things that we struggle with is it does become an equity issue, and that oftentimes the groups that are confined to closets that have been transitioned to instructional spaces are groups that are often disenfranchised within the system. You know, as an example, our English as a second language program is being taught in a closet.
Renovated.
Renovated. It looks nice.
It's got a window.
But that was a supply closet
Yeah.
that we turned into instructional space for students that really need that space, and it is a critical piece for them. And so it does really raise some equity issues for us as a school community.
Just regarding, but also regarding the enrollment question, Jody, when we look out, the three Brattleboro town schools, the enrollment is pretty remarkably consistent, around between 94 and 104 students when you put all three schools, and because there have been three schools, when there's any kind of a serious enrollment, maybe a bulge in one place, there's capacity at the other schools. So. But it's been stable, and there's just very recently we've seen a little bit of a decline, but over the years it's been pretty steady. So we expect it to continue.
Yes, sir. Tim Maciel, Brattleboro. We've been talking about the three schools in Brattleboro. I'm wondering if the schools in Putney, Guilford, and Dummerston are facing similar issues. And then second minor question is, what's going to happen to the basketball court?
I can answer the second one. There's two basketball hoops, and one basketball hoop will still have space to this, help me out, to like the southwest side. So there will still be room to play half-court basketball. And the second basketball hoop is too far away and down a hill, so they never play full court anyway. We have to figure out a spot for the help me out.
Gaga ball court.
The Gaga ball court is
Yes.
the one that I think the kids are gonna miss.
And we're lucky to have a big playground, so
Yeah.
we're not short on room.
Right, I've envisioned moving it around the corner.
Yep.
So then you'd have a basketball court and a Gaga court.
Regarding your first portion of your question, so all of the boards have been, as separate districts, engaged in a discussion around the learning environment in their schools, and have had capital plans. None of them have had the capacity issue that Academy School has, where a modular building had to be brought in to accommodate more students than what the facility was designed for. So that's been a unique issue, but on the other hand, all of the schools have made a major investment in energy efficiency upgrades in the last 5 years, certainly within the last 3, very significant improvements. And so as far as learning environments and addressing with air quality and heating, ventilation, and then cost efficiency, there's been a very significant improvement. But there's work to do. There's always work to do, and all facilities depreciate over time and eventually have to be replaced. So that's definitely part of this discussion.
Thanks.
Should we quickly cover the windows?
And also, if you wouldn't mind, a hypothetical timeline on, if the board said, yep, let's move forward with this, if you could just give us the big swaths of a timeline, assuming.
Yeah, depends a little bit on the structure of how the school board wants to approach the budget or the project with pre-qualifying construction contractors. We really like using construction managers if that's the method that you prefer. But in kind of round numbers, it would be 6 to 8 months to get through the design and permitting process and be ready to start bidding the project, and then another 6 to 8 months to build the actual project. And of course, winter would impact that. So provided that, let's say we broke ground in a March, April timeframe, and construction would be 6 to 8 months after that. So that gives you kind of a year to 16 months as a range for start to finish.
Maybe just more context on that. So the nature of this project would require a bond, or it could be a 5-year municipal loan if you wanted to go that route, where you voted at a town meeting, at a annual meeting. That's an option, but the draft budget that you have does not have, let's say $100,000 debt payment for the first bond. So if we did proceed, that would be something we'd want to look at as a modification.
The current budget does have 100,000.
We did not have new debt in this budget. We do have, as I've mentioned before, pretty significant capital reserves, and I think 100,000 would certainly fit within the capital reserve, which means we could proceed without affecting the general budget.
Right, I have not heard any possibility of any state assistance for any building, right? You haven't heard anything different?
Yeah, they ended 2007, and there's been a lot of discussion about it. The whole Act 46 had a lot to do with equity. There's a great deal of concern that wealthy communities have the funds to move ahead without the state, and the rest of us don't, and that has happened in a big way. So I know it's getting a lot of attention, but no bills or specific timeline that I've heard of.
Well, actually, Liz Adams was on, the House did pass, the House committee, they, H209, is their proposal for school construction. It didn't make the crossover.
Mm-hmm.
So
right.
that's where the Senate will look at it, and it's a really wonky bill.
Yeah.
I don't think that we would particularly benefit from it.
It's out on the wall. I don't think it's going to go anywhere this year, probably. It's the same group of people.
So I have a question. So I didn't really understand what you said about $100,000 in debt. I mean, none of it is in the current budget, but if the project costs $1.4 million.
Mm-hmm. So we borrow $1.4 million through a bond sale. Okay. We pay the contractor that in the year that they build it, and then we start making payments to the bond bank of $100,000 for 20 years.
Oh.
And 100 is a very just super round number. I would have to get a bond amortization, but it probably would be somewhere in that ballpark.
So some of it we would pay from the capital fund now, though?
I'm saying that the first bond payment could be made from the reserves out of the capital fund. Yeah.
Do you know roughly what the existing Brattleboro Capital Fund is now?
It's about 400,000.
Okay.
Other questions for our presenters?
Cover windows quickly.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Let's just at least identify where in the building it was and share the
Right.
cost with them.
Right. This is not part of, it's
Right.
not part of this
Right.
budget, but one of the things we looked at, there are a series of windows along the south facing, or they get a lot of south exposure on the existing, in the original 1950s building. They're beautiful windows in terms of, they're sort of these monumental with the glass block, and they let in lots of sort of diffused light, and the teachers love them, but they're incredibly energy inefficient, and they allow a lot of solar heat gain that passes directly through that glass block. It has absolutely no resistance to solar heat gain. Those rooms become little ovens, and they are also the original wood frame, which are really, I've spoken with Matt for maintenance over these windows for some time, and they're very problematic in that, they're leaking, the wood is rotting, they need constant repainting, and they're just become problematic. and they're incredibly energy inefficient. So that's an interior view of the windows, but you can see it's very nice. It's very sort of part of the historic character of the building, which I would hate to lose, and I think some of the teachers were very upset when they thought we would be getting rid of them. And one of the things we looked at what you'll see there on the left is an option to use a translucent panel that allows that same sort of beautiful light to kind of filter in, but it blocks the solar heat gain.
So this is, you're not looking at Academy School. This is an example
This is an
of,
example,
No.
but here's the Academy School on the right, and showing the old glass block and how it could look using a more modern, up-to-date system that would block the solar heat, but still allow natural daylight to filter through, and also provide a much higher R value. The R values on windows, even on a good window, is probably an R2 or R3. If you're a super efficient window, you might be an R5. This, I'll give you some comparison. Like a wall has a R value of 20 or 19, which is good, right? But a window does absolutely very little in terms of thermal resistance. So this particular system is able to get up to, this is just a diagram that just sort of shows how it's able to block the solar heat gain. I won't get too much into the details of that. But just to give you an idea of what the R value of, this is very comparable to what a wall can do in terms of resisting heat and loss of heat and cooling. And this also is what their most expensive as well, but their most robust system can do. It can actually perform as well as a wall. Of course, we could not afford this. I'm not saying this is what we priced, but something along in this range is well within the means of the estimate that we did, and it also performs better than a super high efficient window. So we did a cost estimate on using that system. There are approximately 42 windows. They are monumental. There's quite a few of them. And we got a cost estimate for that for, is that 94? I can't see. 98,500, which is an approximate hard dollar cost of $90 a square foot. Again, plugging that into this spreadsheet to look at, to add the soft costs as well, brings us to 127, which is approximately $3,000 a window.
and it's 42 windows across. How many classrooms? 5?
I think it's,
You only remember?
yeah. It's actually 4, but
4.
But one of the classroom actually has two bays, so it's like 5 bays.
Okay.
They run the length of the rooms, and
Yeah.
they're quite large.
Yeah.
They would, just something we did as an additional study, just as an option.
You didn't look at the other side of that hallway, those north-facing windows, which are also massive glass. They get 0 solar gain, but it's just as much loss.
Yeah.
I think we could use it as the same reference point, but this work came up primarily because of a maintenance
Because
issue.
the sun,
Yes,
where's
and
the
because
paint,
of the sun,
where's the
because-
wood out, yeah.
And that solar heat gain that's coming in. Yeah, on the north, it's not a problem. It's probably quite nice, but it's the aging of the
It's
system.
cold,
And it's cold.
is what
Well,
it
that's,
is. Yeah,
yes,
the
yes.
comfort's not-
Oh, yeah,
the
there's
comfort's
no
not-
resistance to any kind of.
So the coupling of these two projects would probably have some advantage doing it together in terms of the overall cost?
There's probably some economy of scale to that. I mean, it's not, again, if you have one contractor versus 2 contracts, you're going out once to a bid versus twice. So yes, it definitely would, there is some economy to doing it together.
Have you done any numbers on what the fuel savings might be?
I've not gone that far into it, but we would.
Energy savings, did you say?
Yeah, fuel, yeah.
Fuel.
And you mentioned the extremely efficient windows. Do you know how much more those would cost roughly? Or what sort of difference would we be talking about in price if we did do the very energy efficient placements?
Do you mean in terms of?
Just a rough, how much more you said that this was in like the middle range, but there were some that were extremely efficient, but that we weren't gonna be thinking about those. Do you know how much?
Oh, cost-wise?
Yes.
Off the top of my head, I don't, but I know it was so high that I do, I don't know that if it made sense. I mean, but I can. I mean, a lot of those, I probably have it, I want to say it's more than, more than twice. It more than doubles the cost of the window.
Thanks. That's what I was.
Yeah, if it wasn't, if it was like 20% or 50%, it might be something you'd want to consider, but I think it's more like double.
Thanks.
So that building has 2 pellet boilers in it, so it's not a direct carbon for direct oil trade-off to save it.
Yeah.
So is this the only portion of the projects that would be affected by students actually being there? I mean, I assume that you can't do that window stuff when the students are in the classroom, et cetera. You have to do that like during the summer or break or something, so, but the other stuff could happen when?
Yeah, actually, that's a good point, because, the construction that goes on out here could be managed during school. I certainly think that's
There's an egress issue that we'd have to solve.
Yeah.
That's a major means of egress out of the building.
Which we would probably do right here somehow.
But yeah, I mean, it's a 1-year project, or, I'm sorry, it's 6 to 8 months of construction, so it's gonna happen while students are there.
But the windows, that would happen.
But the windows,
probably not.
right, I'm sorry.
Yeah, probably not, yeah, you wouldn't want
Do the White
to
House
do that
demo
during the
last.
summer, during the summer.
Are there no shades on the windows now? Because it seems like the primary concern is the sun, which they're not there that much of the summer, and so.
Right.
Have they tried shades?
I don't think all the way up, but it's also really cold in those rooms right now.
Right.
Yeah.
I was in one today and walked in and said, "Oh my God, it's freezing in here." Yeah, they have shades for the bottom half.
I mean, shades help for a certain amount, but what you really want to do is block the sun before it gets into the room, because once it's in the room, it's just, it's heat. But yes, for like temporarily to kind of work, it works as a.
Are the wood sills embedded in that block glass so they're not easily refurbished, or are they?
Well, the glass block, you mean to refurbish the?
Yeah, if you really wanted to just sort of tune it up and then bring in window quilts or something, it sounds, as I recall, those sills would be hard to separate from.
They are. It is. It looks like they built it there. It's not like back in. We don't go to a window manufacturer and they didn't come in. They probably built them right there on the site with the wood frames and caulked.
Anybody have any other lingering questions?
Would we have a board discussion about things afterwards, or should we have that now? Or?
I'd like to see the long-term capital plan and get a sense of what we're looking at as far as that going forward. I mean, borrowing on something that's gonna last longer than the bond is, generally pretty sound. But I know we've got this place is getting a roof in a couple of years, and there's some other pretty big projects in there. So.
Well, my kids went to Guilford School, and I know they've done a big renovation of the Guilford School, and my children were there. But, there's still things that could be improved. Tectum on the roof of where they all have lunch. So Tectum is a very old building product with no R value really. So, and also in Dummerston, So now that we're a single district, I think when we look at this, then we also have to think about equity in all the schools. And I know when we had the field meeting at Dummerston, it was raining, I couldn't hear anything. It was just, there was the rain hitting the roof, so there was no thermal barrier there at all. So, I think this is fantastic, and it's probably extremely needed and timely. But I think also that as a district board, we have to think about Guilford, Dummerston, Putney. I think Putney's probably done, gotten their school to a better place than a lot of other schools. So, I mean, there are quite a few elementary schools that all probably need some attention.
Well, speaking to that point, when Wyndham Wood Heat started organizing the work in the Wyndham County schools around the Clean Energy Development Fund, so this is a result of Vermont Yankee closing down, and it was a couple of $1 million made available for energy improvements. These are competitive grants. That was about when I also started in this system 5 years ago, and we did engage energy audits on all of the buildings in the Wyndham Southeast Supervisory Union, and as a result of that, we went through pretty much every building for the highest payback investments, and it was primarily oriented toward energy efficiency, reducing fossil fuel use. So point is that in terms of equity, probably the low-hanging fruit has all been captured, and we very much made use of I think we got maybe 90% of the funding, and it has to do with who's going to the table first. So the point is that I think we do have these, particularly around heating control systems, and a thermal envelope. That we're primarily wood energy in this system now. We do have a couple of schools that are not, but so I think that the most important work has been done, and as I say, there's a lot more to do, but it will be that 20% costs a lot less payback on it. That needs to be done.
And in a way, I would say the way it's laid out is an instructional need more than anything else. So, that does make it a little more appealing.
Anybody else want to share a thought right now, or should we?
When will we be coming forward?
So we could maybe do that at the end of the budget discussion and sort of come back around so people can think about it a little bit. I think I would just like to say the piece that speaks to me is, we talk about our priorities as a district to support all students, and I think this is really a case where we're supporting children with hearing needs and children who are struggling in schools, and there's a large population there. So if you know me, you know how much I would hate to spend $1.4 million on anything, but I do think as we're thinking about our priorities, that really speaks to me. So that's just the only thing I want to say before we go into all the other budget discussions.
So thank you, and should we stay? Are you going to come back to this tonight? Is that what I'm hearing?
I don't think you need.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we have. This is incredibly thorough. Your presentation was incredibly thorough, and I think people got their initial questions answered. And I think it's more now. We may have some questions, but I don't think they would be able to answer on the spot. And it's more a discussion about how to spend how to fund all our priorities.
Fair enough. Good. Well, we're happy to come back. Yep. Thank you for having us.
Thank you. So the next item under Finance Committee was there had been a request at our last meeting to discuss our projected deficit primarily from unexpected special education costs and to come up with some possible strategies but Frank has been working very diligently to get us these numbers from the state, and at 3 o'clock we're still pulling this together. So he will have to go back and speak to special education and kind of get a sense of where we think the deficit's going to be. So we can. Do you think you can do that by next meeting, or should we push this up to February?
Probably February would be better, and of course, keep in mind that this is an issue for the supervisory union.
Right,
Of course,
that is true.
Of course, it affects the SD, because that's where the money comes from.
Right.
But typically, when there's a variance in an assessment, the SU fund balance carries it into the next year, if it's sufficient. So that's the question I will address, yeah.
And the other item under Finance Committee is a request from the board for paying for a note taker for Finance Committee, because it's very hard to be a member of Finance Committee and take notes because you have all the spreadsheets in front of you. Frank has graciously done it for years, but he has asked if the board would be willing to take one thing off his plate in a very busy transition year at least. And so I believe, so Sean, have we settled, do you want to make the motion?
Well, I would make the motion. There was a dollar amount. I wanted to make sure that the dollar amount is accurate before I made the motion. So,
I believe it's $45.
yeah, that's what I had written down. So
Is that what you believe is right?
That's
what I
cool?
have written down is right.
All right.
Thank you for
All
checking.
right, I would make a motion that the WSESD board authorize the hiring of Wendy to do the note-taking in the amount of $45 per meeting for the Finance Committee for the WSESD.
Thank you, Sean, for the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ann. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays or abstentions? The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it.
And I'll say Wendy did tonight, and thank you. Thank you, Wendy.
Oh, you're welcome.
And that was it for Finance Committee, am I correct?
Well, we did pass
Except
the
the-
warrants and the payrolls. and
Oh,
I usually
yes,
just
we
say
gotta do that.
Yeah.
Oh, but we are doing that
We'll
later.
do it later, but
We're
I
doing that
usually
later.
say that we met tonight
Yes.
at 5 and a little after 5. and Worked on that till 6, and Frank did give us some information that we're gonna go over more in the regular meeting.
Well, no, right now, actually.
Yeah, okay.
We put it right under here, so.
Yep.
So,
Jump right in?
jump right in.
Okay.
Time like the present.
I did make 25 copies, so the Finance Committee has a 6-page document, and I want to make sure the rest of the board has this overview document. And then we have a few extras. Kelly, you've probably been to it, and maybe who else? Thomas? Anyone else? I need a copy of the document.
Oh, here it is.
Good?
We already have
Okay,
it.
Yeah.
there are a few. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's great. Yeah. Yep, yeah, if you don't mind, can I just, thank you. So, you take one if you like.
Is it online?
And this will be online tomorrow. Yeah. We don't like to put, I don't like to put things online in advance of the board seeing them. But this is a series of documents that I would assume will continue to evolve. This is all part of a draft, draft budget. So what I have handed out are.
Could I just, if people want to take a picture of somebody so they can look at a photo on a that's helpful. I'm just trying to think of how we can get information to people if they want to. I'm sure we could have if I thought of it ahead of time. That would have been great.
Oh, I don't mind just plugging in, and I don't know, well, if you...
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, you don't mind doing that at all, if you like?
That would be great.
That would be
Okay.
awesome.
Especially with the colors.
With a camera, too, that'd be great.
Oh.
How can I assist?
It's a seamless interface. Steve will tell me if I got to push other buttons. There we go. And is there an on button on this thing, or does it just come on?
There should be a remote.
Ah, remote.
Yeah.
Did you hide it?
No, the remote's in this one.
Somewhere?
Yeah, I think I heard it.
It's humming. Yeah, I hear it now.
We're good? Oh, thank you. Okay, so I've given you 6 pages, and I'll give you a quick overview of them, and I will flip through this document as we go through, so everybody that wants to follow along. So the 6 pages are. The first one is going to be estimated tax for the school property tax rate as a result of a revised budget. I'm going to go over a second document that's going to outline reductions to the draft that you saw on December 18th. Okay, 718,000 or 788,000 I've removed. I'll go over what that means and why, and then. For the board, the 3-page document that you have on the revenues are the assumptions to fund the $51 million budget. So we'll go over that. And then the last page is the Career Center, the Wyndham Regional Career Center, both the revenue assumptions and the way in which we come up with a tuition rate for our Wyndham County sending schools, Leland and Gray, Bellows Falls, Twin Valley, and so on. And then I would want to help you understand how that affects the main budget. So that's the content that I had in mind. This first document here, I've got it up on the screen as well. This is a document that the legislature asks all school boards to publish in their annual reports. And here's some of the highlights. Fortunately, the preliminary data from the tax commissioner right off the bat gives us this 2.3% relief. So I'm at the very top of the page there on your first page. And the whole state is subject to this, what is called the property dollar equivalent yield, a $10,000 number that is the basis for dividing our proposed budget by. So $19,081 is our proposed cost per student. The whole state takes that $10,000 number and they divide it by their spending per student, and that's your tax rate. So you can see why it's so important that we we get this enrollment number. And of course we know how many kids are in the schools, but the data goes from the school attendance registers to the state of Vermont. The state of Vermont takes tax data and other data and equalizes it and sends it back to us. So I'm quite relieved to see that this is not substantially different than our current year. So our current year is 2,234 kids, equalized students, and our new number is 2,241. If that had have dropped, whatever percentage drop that is, and we've seen this, all of you and school boards have seen this, that's at a direct translation to the tax rate if we don't drop by the same amount of spending. So fortunately, it's a stable number. and in fact slightly up. So in summary, when we take the revised budget that I'll go over with you of $51,311,000, and we subtract these grants, tuition, revenue sources that are not from the education fund, $8.5 million. We get something called education spending. The whole state does this, and then we divide that education spending by the students, and there's our cost per student. A couple more things. The state also sets a threshold in which if you spend more than a certain amount without exemptions, then you're subject to a penalty. This looks bad on the surface, but it's not as bad as it looks in that the threshold is $18,756, and our number is $19,081. However, because we have bond debt in Putney and in Brattleboro Union, and that is nearly $2 million divided by our 2,200 kids is $878. We are exempt from the penalty up to that amount. So you can see the difference between $18,007 and $19,000 is somewhere around $300, and we have a buffer of $878. So we're not subject to the penalty with this draft budget. We still have to raise the money that would support a $51 million budget at $19,000 per student, but we're not subject to the penalty. The penalty would be for every dollar you spend over $18,756, you pay twice. You pay double the tax. So a couple other things. You know, we're a union school now, so there's several CLA statistics. So I have that on the document the board has, and that's why we just say everybody starts out at $1.75. That's simply 9,081 divided by 10,000, whatever that number is, 883, equals 175%. We're 175% more than that number. They move the decimal over a couple of periods, and there's our $1.75. That's up a projected amount of 2.7% over the current school property tax. This is the homestead school property tax. As we talked about at Finance Committee, the more important number is the 2.85%, and I say important number in that the general statistics are 80% of Vermonters are subject to the income sensitivity provision of the school funding law, and that's where if you earn less than $50,000 household income, you won't pay anything more than 2.85% of your income. Even if your property tax bill is $4,000, you're only going to pay a little less than $1,500 in that example. But as income goes up, the 2.85% is adjusted as well. And then when you exceed, they change the number every year. I think it's $130,000 of family income. The exemption goes away, and you just pay whatever your property tax rate is times the assessed value. I think that's about all I wanted to say on that. I do have the CLA statistics that just came in from the tax department, and we have no control over this. This is not really anything to do with the school board's proposal, but our $1.75 in this draft budget gets turned into these numbers. You know, $1.73 at the Brattleboro town office, $1.68 at the Dummerston town office, you know, $1.78 at Guilford, and $1.78 at Putney, because of changes in market value real estate transactions in each town. So next is explaining how we got from your draft budget of December 18, $52,100,000, which was a 3.6% increase, to this number, $51,311,000, down $788,000. We're now 2.1. I think all of the changes that I made were associated with the state statistics that I received just a week ago that allow me to translate state aid that also calculates certain costs. So I'll go over that. Any questions on this before we? Okay. Okay, the adjustments. Actually, I just have that in a list that I've given you, and we can get this up on the website, but it's not that informative if you're looking at this sheet. So this handwritten page 2. That's the list of adjustments that I've made to the draft budget. You see the largest numbers there are primarily associated with calculating the Wyndham Regional Career Center tuition rate, which then has to be booked into the BUHS portion of the budget. It also goes to the Vernon budget because they have students as well, but there's only one secondary site, in Wyndham Southeast School District. So if you went to your page 14, you see on the far right of your budget document, you would have seen, and this is your budget document from last meeting, you would have seen a number of 814,000. That was just a copy of the FY20 number. And I'll show you how I calculated the $625,000. That's on the last page that we'll get to. And so there's a reduction of 188,000 from what was the FY20 baseline. I didn't make any assumptions until I got the state 6th semester average tech FTE. So that plus the there's a state, what they call a state share, and then a local share, that you can see those reductions of 188,000 and a 225,000. I removed those. The other large adjustment down is the transportation. You remember the evolution of our budget development last year. It was unusual in that we didn't have a clear path right up until I think it was June 25th, a couple of days before the fiscal year started, which is highly unusual. So the point is that we brought in old conventions not having any information about the new conventions until after budgets were published. So where we had in your draft budget December 18, 979,000 is assessment from the SU for transportation. I've adjusted that down to 658 because the SU is going to get the state aid. Before we had the state aid in the districts, that's the way we all had that. But the state has said, we're not sending you the district, the state aid. This again, it kind of illustrates why a supervisory union doesn't really make sense from a budgeting point of view. Why would you have a different entity have all the costs and then get all the aid and then send you a net assessment? It just confuses everybody and it's a lot of extra work, but that's the way we're structured. So that's the nature of the adjustments. The other ones are relatively small, but they have to do with when the finance committee and the supervisory union board passed the supervisory union budget on December 11th. We didn't have the final ADM statistics from the Agency of Ed, so we do have them now, and I made those, they're relatively small adjustments where it changed the proration of the district share of costs. So those adjustments have been made. That's how we get to the 51,311 that you see on this tax document here that we started with. I know several folks have talked to me, principals, primarily administrators, saying, hey, I've got some suggested adjustments that we should discuss. And I assumed we may have other discussion about potential changes tonight. I knew that we were going to have the bond or potential discussion about project improvements. So I thought we would aggregate whatever the feedback is tonight, and then I will be sure to follow up with all the folks that have contacted me and Lyle about other changes, and then we would have something for you on the next draft, which I would hope might become the final draft. So the next 3 pages are the revenue assumptions. I have that again, the hand written section there. Page numbers at the bottom there. And these 3 pages total up to $51 million that funds the district. Let's see if I can get this blown up a little bit. There we go. Okay. So I don't think you're going to want to go over all of these details. I'm glad to try to answer any questions you might have, but maybe a couple of the big number highlights. Where you see in general a number in FY20, and then you see nothing in FY21, oftentimes that reflects the fact that it was some sort of a washing entry, a pass-through, like the Guilford paying bands. Well, you would have seen that as part of the tuition number, $3,377,000, but in the new number, $3,200,000, right on that page 3, the biggest number on that page. That difference has to do with pulling Guilford out and then looking at how many 12th graders left and how many 6th graders are coming in, and then setting a tuition rate for the new year. But in some instances, like actually the second line down, that's a one that reoccurs. So again, on my handwritten page 3, I'm looking at this $12,500 number. Okay, other rentals. There's several of those examples. That might be the one where the SU paid the Dummerston School District for the space to run the special ed intensive needs program. Well, you're not going to have a system where you pay yourself, because we're all one entity. So there's several of those sort of examples. So we've already talked about these large assumptions around the Career Center tuition. That's at $625,000. I'll show you how that's computed on the last page. As I mentioned, the $3,200,000. I think we're heading toward a tuition rate of either $15,750 or $16,000 for the high school. And actually, it would be for the whole system, but the high school is where most of the tuition is received. And that's based on cost minus all of these other revenue sources. We can't make a profit when we set tuition rates. So it's cost minus revenues that taxpayers don't pay for, divided by kids equals the tuition rate. And this is obviously a very significant relief or benefit for the region, having $3.2 million in tuition revenue. That's costs we don't have to raise on our local tax rates. Those are the major assumptions on that first page. Any questions before we go to the next?
Could you just clarify for me the that number that you just mentioned, the $3,200,000,
yep.
And the previous year was $177,135. more.
Yeah.
So what does that mean exactly?
That's because Guilford is not in that number. Guilford was in 3,377,000. So if you take out 380,000 for Guilford, you know, you'd be about 3 million, right? So really, we're up 200,000 if you were, you know, you were looking at apples to apples.
I see.
Yeah. And we continue to see good enrollment growth, right? Dover, Marlborough, a little bit of Wardsboro enrollment, Halifax, a number of, you know, towns that have choice are choosing Brattleboro, which is excellent.
And then on page 2, that education spending grant, that's from the state.
Yeah.
Right? So we're 2 million plus more this year than the previous year. Is that right?
Right. So what that reflects is all costs. I don't know if I printed it out, but if we go to the next page, which on my handout to you is it's labeled, page 5. So what that 42 million represents is, when you go to page 5, it's looking at 51 million in spending. Okay, 51,311,000 in spending. That was on that first document I gave you, the tax page. And then you subtract all other revenue. Subtract all of this revenue that we're looking at, and the difference is 42 million. That is a balancing number. That's the one that comes from the education fund, and it also sets the tax rate. So it's generally not a good thing that that number is up, right? Because as that number goes up, that means you've had to raise a tax rate that funds a bigger number. But the reason it's up is because our spending is up and some of these pass-through revenues are down. But that is the majority of the school funding right there. Other significant revenue sources, though, as we just sort of go through these assumptions, the next one after that, 3.2 million, in terms of just magnitude, 1.2 million in the Title I sub-grant from the supervisory union. You see that? You know, there's so many good things associated with the intervention that is delivered to students as a result of that funding. That's primarily all teachers, right? Academic support. And that's been a very stable, and you can see we've got an assumption for an increasing, I believe, Paul, I know we got to resolve the issue about Putney, but I believe we've increased academic support in Putney. They were definitely lower than the other districts, and we've got to resolve whether or not we have enough carryover money to fund it or not. Another assumption is Nancy's done a great job with pursuing and securing the technical education grants. We have not necessarily assumed that they will be sustained, so that's why you see some of them don't reoccur. When you look down, I'm now on page 4, state support for technical education, and then you flip to page 5, you see a lot of technical education funding, and there are a few there that we are not necessarily sustaining because they are intended to be one-time grants, but that is also a major part of our $50 million in sources of funds. Ultimately, we come down to the total of all of those revenue assumptions, $50,511,000, and you know, if you flip back to your first page, you know, after that, you will quickly notice that that's less than what we're spending, and so that's a planned deficit, and it's funded through existing fund balance. And I've proposed 800,000 as a use of existing fund balance. We have approximately 4.2 million in fund balance right now in our general funds. And we have planned on 1.017, $1,017,000 this year in use of fund balance. We'll see how the fiscal year goes, but that was what was approved as the fiscal year 20 plan. So that would bring us down to a 3.2 million general fund balance. And if we applied 800,000 against that, which is this proposal, we would have a net ending fund balance of 2.4 million, assuming that we got all the revenues that are on this budget, and we spent what we said we were going to spend. So I've mentioned that this is a unique year for us. It's our first merged budget. We haven't had what would normally be a familiar planning process to us, to analyze so much of what we might typically do, in terms of how might we share programs, how might we reevaluate program delivery and so on. The way the timeline came together, it just didn't allow for that. But nonetheless, we're in a very good shape, for moving forward and having the resources that allow us to, start at a conversation with a 2.7% proposed increase in taxes. I'm hearing from my neighbors to the north that they're looking at 20% tax increases in their small towns, and unfortunately in my own town, it doesn't look good. They're looking at $25,000 per student in terms of costs. And on a statewide level, I've heard that so far, it's very early in the budget development process, that many of the tax rates are looking at 5% increases. So we're at nearly half of that. However, here's a couple of scenarios for you, just so as we
before you leave the balances, there's no capital reserves in these numbers, is there?
That's right. I do have the capital fund.
Oh, that's fine. We can get another time. And
because we have additional funds for capital.
So at the end of looking at the end of 21, we would have a little less than 5% in our fund balance as far as the reserve fund.
Yes.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think it is good to make sure we look at the whole picture on reserves. And I do have, here's the capital fund, so I'll pull that up a little bit more. Here's another look at the same data with the capital also on the page. So 1.6 million at the high school, Brattleboro Town, 4 million, and so on, 2.1 million in reserves. So that's what we ended the year in June with, and those are the ones that are restricted for capital. So you can't use this money to reduce taxes unless you put a warning on an agenda in a town meeting and you have it voted. So this is where we were just talking about, well, if we wanted to go forward with the Academy project and we felt that it was an equitable investment across the region for facility improvement, we could actually go forward and draw out of that 400,000. The reason why that 400,000 is there is because we did start building the reserve for that replacement project. At one time, we thought we were just going to flatten that building and put in a equivalent for 800,000. And at one time, this reserve was 800,000. We went out and did the Green Street project, the Academy project, and some upgrades at the Oak Grove system. So that's where we came down to 400,000. Okay. Oh, and I was going to give you just a quick scenario analysis of, okay, what happens if you did 600,000 instead of 800,000, right? So if I change that number, to 600,000. So you've got your printout there of what the tax rate is now, $1.75. And if we did 600,000, then that $1.75 would go up to $1.76. And I would be concerned about, watching that we don't exceed that 878 buffer between those two numbers, which, that scenario wouldn't be a problem. Some folks might say, I just don't want to go forward with a budget, even though we're not subject to a penalty over the 18,756. That would cost us $927,000 to get under or at 18,756. We have to cut $927,000 or take that amount out of fund balance. Okay, so those are a couple of.
Sorry, are you saying we would have to take 927 total or 1.7 from the fund balance?
Your
1.7.
Second, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that would really diminish your resilience to future ups and downs and surprises. Okay, a couple more things to review. I think, just one. And probably Nancy's of most interest, but I'm guessing for you, maybe the least interest. But it took me 4 days to get through this thing, unfortunately. In a nutshell, what page 6 shows is the Career Center cost. It's quite a convention Vermont has, where the Career Center is within the tax ID number of Wyndham Southeast School District. There's no difference from the IRS's point of view or the retirement office or anyone else's in terms of looking at an entity. But for some reason, the state of Vermont has carved out Career Center funding as if they're a different entity within our own entity. So it creates a tremendous amount of calculations and assumptions, journal entries, and so on. So I'll give you the quick snapshot of it. On the far right-hand column, if you went into the detail of your financial statement, your budget, you would see that $2,378,000, the proposed budget for the Career Center. After assigning their share of overhead, like the maintenance of the building, portion of the bond debt, and then taking away adult ed, we come down to that $2,738,000. That's the cost that now we need to try to develop into a tuition rate. Before we do that, we've got to take away all these federal grants that Nancy's gone out and secured, because we can't make money on money that's already coming in from the federal government. So we take away $654,000 in grants, and we get to a number of just under $2 million. You see that in the middle of the page, $1,966,000. And now we divide that by the number of Career Center FTEs, 102. Okay, that's in the middle. Of that 102 kids, 68 are Brattleboro UHS kids. And then 34 are those Newfane kids, Rockingham kids, kids outside of our supervisory union. Actually, now that includes Bernie kids. So we do the math, that nearly $2 million divided by 102 is $19,000 per student. We could charge that tuition rate. I've gone through this with a lot of folks over a lot of years, and it's not in our best interest to do a maximum allowable. If we did 19,000, we would increase the BUHS budget and this total budget by many thousands of dollars. I could calculate it for you, but what we have done is we have followed a number that's similar to other systems in the state. So 16,750 is what I'm proposing for a tuition rate. Differs by a couple percent, 16,500 over the current rate. If we did that, that computes a cost to BUHS of $1,140,000. That's now in the budget. That's the number that that was $1,300,000. So that's where I've cut, 200 and something thousand almost, because of the lower enrollment and that tuition calculation. So then you now see those numbers. Maybe they're familiar to you. The 625,000 we already talked about. The 514,000. Those are the revenues that we have to tell the state we're going to pay ourselves. Makes no sense. We actually don't cut a check. It's a journal entry that's required by the state of Vermont, and it's all part of school funding. The last couple of numbers on the bottom are additional calculations that produce that this is real cash, $939,000 from the state of Vermont for career technical ed support. It's recognized that you may have to make a large investment in equipment, and you don't necessarily have classrooms that are suitable for 20 kids. It's, when you're dealing with machinery and so on, oftentimes it's more like 10 kids. And that's why they subsidize it with another $1 million. And then the $257,000 is the tuition that would be the 34 students that are not in our supervisory union, like Marlboro, Dover, attending, that is cash flow for us. So there's my budget update for you, and can you try to answer any other questions you might have?
Can I ask a couple of revenue questions?
Sure.
On your page, your handwritten page 4, looks like Putney's paying a lot more aftercare fees and summer program fees.
Yeah.
Is a change in?
Yes, I want to, Herb's not here, but I do want to spend some time with Herb. Yes, they have a lot of things developing, and the trend has been more and more programming, and much of it is self-funded. It's through fees, particularly the summer program. So yes, I need to have a better understanding myself of what the design, the program design is, who's paying what, and I know Emily had some questions about, how does that look relative to the other schools, and so much of these things are, what's been initiated at the local school. Guilford is another one that John is here, where I know there's a significant increase, and then there was this little bit of an anomaly where there were parent fees going into like a student activity fund, and we were paying the bills out of the general fund, and so we've got a little bit of a transfer, and it's like a one-time thing, but these are great programs, and it seems like they're just growing interest in all of our schools. But I think this summer camp revenue that you were pointing to is probably understated a little bit, and that's what I never want to overstate revenue, because if we don't get that, we...
Right. They've developed a program, an extensive summer program the last number of years, where Putney students pay a fee, those who can, those who can't have scholarships, but it's also opened up to surrounding towns who also pay a little bit more. It's run in a couple of week segments. Students, parents sign up, and it's really a great program. Of course, they have a pool there, so that helps.
So I'm curious, if a student from Brattleboro went to Putney, they would pay more for the program?
Well,
now?
they had in the past. I don't
Okay.
know about if that would be something we would have to.
Because that's a little, because if it's being subsidized in any way by the unified district,
Right.
that would be, I would have a hard time wrapping my head around that concept that of.
Well, this will be the first summer that.
Okay.
But I do think, most of the summer programs have been substantially self-funded by fees. So, yeah. Is that true in Guilford? You don't have the summer, you just have the after school. Other questions?
Yeah, the EES pre-K contribution, $30,000, $29,000.
Yeah. We weren't sure if that was going to be sustained, but it is. Is Mary here? Yeah, Mary. The pre-K program's working great with our EES partner, and I assume we're going to continue them contributing to the teacher funding.
As far as I know,
Yep.
that's the plan. Yeah.
Yep.
Just because it didn't show up in the FY20 budget.
Yeah, we weren't sure if it was actually going to get off the ground, but it did.
Okay.
Yep. So that actually will happen this year.
And then, is that the small school grant is $150,000? It strikes me that that's your guess, right?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay.
I've asked the agency of ed for a lot of refinement of assumptions, and mum's the word.
And not surprising, just checking.
Yeah.
And then tuition for adult education, we don't, it was $15,000 in last year's budget, and now we don't have anything for.
Adult ed, which page is that?
Second to last line item, page 5. Your
Yeah.
page 5.
Oh, yes, that's a good question for Nancy. I had the same question.
For the Perkins grant, which a lot of this funding comes out of, has been totally rewritten from Perkins 4 to Perkins 5. And I have yet, the plan of how Vermont is going to implement that has not yet been approved. And so until that is approved, I can't even begin to guess what that number is going to look like under the new formula, because now they've divided the funds they give the state between not only us, but also Vermont Tech and CCV. And so how that funding is going to come out, I've asked lots of questions and I haven't gotten any answers. So, and even the people who I thought would know, who've been doing this job for years, told me they were putting in 0 this year because they just couldn't even begin to guess at that. The other place that shows up is under the time grant, which is on the back one page. And this year it was $103,500. That used to be a much smaller grant and was not competitive, and it is now a competitive grant. And so while you can write the grant for up to $140,000, you're not guaranteed any of that. So that again is a 0 because I can't even guess what that's going to look like this year, but I'll write a very glorious grant for $140,000, because why would you write it for less than the maximum amount?
And these are the reasons why we have amended grants, because you can see we're going to move forward with our process. We'll hopefully have a board vote on February 5th and then a public vote on March 17, and then these grants come and go, and then it used to be that you would just say, well, we'll just keep that as off the general fund books and track it, but you know that's problematic, especially when we have so many really great resources. So that's why you see the title amended on the FY20 column there. Is it reflects adjustments to the voted budget, and we always keep a reconciliation of that. So anybody who wants to know how do you get from there to here, we can help.
Do you know when you'll hear about those grants? I mean, when will you know if you're getting some and how much? I mean, is there a certain time of year that they come out, or?
Yeah.
We write the grants usually in late April and May, and then usually you hear in July and August. This year was a little later because we were switching over grants. I'm pretty sure next year is going to be a little later because there's a whole new slew of paperwork that we have to fill out this coming year. This year I did write the grant for $140,000. They gave me 2 federal grants that kind of sort of appear in here. The problem with that is that they said we had to spend them, pay the money, and have the delivery of the items we were spending them on in a 2-week window, and they sent them to the SU instead of the SD, and so by the time we sent them back and had them change them to the SD, the window was so short, it was about 2 days, and you have to go through the approval process, so there was just no way. And so I ended up sending a little bit of money back, which just makes me kind of ill, but I can't unethically spend money either, so it just is the way it worked this year. Next year I'll try and avoid that at all possible cost.
So Frank, how is it that you can come out with your tuition rate if you don't know what your grants are and you can't?
The grants are always washed, so you take the cost and the revenue out.
Okay, oh, I guess, okay,
Yeah.
all right. Any other board questions at this moment? Because I bet there's somebody in the audience that might have a question. Judy.
Jody Normando, stop laughing.
Smiling.
I have a couple of comments and then a couple of questions. Going through this was horrendous. Being able to use this, which was your cover sheet for it, only helped me get through here. I would recommend a couple of things if you can possibly do this, because I'm sure this is a written program from the state, but if you could possibly do, I asked you this last year from Dummerston, that a heading like saying Academy School in the top of theirs really helps, rather than going through the bottom of it and finding out it's Academy School, unless you have this cheat sheet that tells me the numbers for Academy School.
Yeah.
So if you could possibly do that, I think it would help the public a lot. The next thing is if you could do an index in the very beginning and say that the Guilford School starts on page number 55. And so that you could, if you could somehow put that in the front and an index, it would be greatly helpful, because this is terrible. The other thing that I wanted to ask you about in this sheet, the cover sheet that you did before, under Dummerston, student transportation, down $146,941.
Yeah, so that reflects that net of state aid. Yeah, so instead of Dummerston paying the whole bill, they're paying the net, the difference between the cost minus the revenue that the SU gets, and the difference is substantially lower. Yeah.
So, okay, because I like anything that's lower, that's fine.
Same routes, same buses. It's just this accounting business that when you have an SU, you've got to have this third party that does just what you're saying, confuses everybody.
Well, it is, and I haven't even gotten to the SU budget yet. And a question for you. Supposedly, the legacy boards were supposed to stay on track until the end of December, and to be able to do the audits. And as a legacy board member, where are the audits?
Audits are just about finished. The draft work, we were done in August. The auditors determined that they had to do an actuarial assessment of employee benefits. They had never done that before, so that actually just was getting wrapped up yesterday and today. So, you know, I've told them, for example, Brattleboro Town likes to publish that entire audit in the annual report, and they have to have it by the 15th. So they should be coming right away. But at this point, I don't actually have the draft audits. I have all of the general ledger data, of course, and I know the fund balances and so on. I just showed you that. But yeah, that will be available and forwarded to town offices and whomever is interested as soon as they're available.
So is this going to be late event every year after this, or, because they always used to be like in the August or when you had them done?
No, this is unique, one of a kind, where we're dissolving districts, transferring to a new system, definitely one of a kind.
Something else to keep you busy.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
And so those are great suggestions, and I know you probably don't want to look at last year's BUHS annual report, or actually maybe 2 years ago.
I think I threw it away.
Yeah, but we do take the time at the end of the cycle to do exactly what you're saying. It really is very much needed. I've asked the software vendor to please, make this usable. It's hard for me to see it, so we take the time. We'll take about, I don't know, 5 hours, and we'll go in there and we will add those headers. We'll put them in bold. We'll increase the font, because I absolutely agree with you. And the
it would be wonderful.
The index is a good idea too. So
thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you so much, Frank, for that review. So, what's next? What pleases the court in terms of budgeting? Is there a desire to look at expenditures? Do we want to, does anybody have follow-up questions from, that, 127 page expenditure report that we want to consider? Getting the tax rates really helpful for thinking about how we feel in terms of if we want to make cuts to the expenditures or changes in the reserve fund, and what the board feels comfortable going forward with the tax rate. We don't have to do that tonight. We could do that tonight. Sean?
Well, I went through this 120 pages, and I got a system down, so I think I was able to understand it. So it really wasn't bad. And considering where we are right now, after Frank just gave us all the information, I feel so much more comfortable than I did looking at a 3.6% increase on the 51 million, 3.64 on 52. All of a sudden, from what Frank said, it seems like a go to me. Not tonight, but I mean, that's my feeling. That I did go through this pretty carefully, highlighting amounts. It seems like we're getting close to the finish line.
So when you go home to Guilford, there's going to be an 8-cent per thousand tax rate increase. So that's the kind of that I feel.
Yeah, but that's mostly because of the CLA, I believe. Because our CLA went down.
Right, it did. Yep.
So most of that tax increase was if our CLA was exactly the same as it was the previous year, the tax rate might be very close. Because last year our CLA was 1.008, so I think that's the majority of the difference.
Well,
I'm not sure of that, but I think
our unified tax rate last year was $1.70, right?
Yep.
And so our tax rate's gone up 5 cents, and so the CLA is going to vary.
Yeah.
We went up 3 cents from Frank, 2.3 cents last year, because Frank put together a projection for what we would have been in FY19, and it was 1.673, and then it was 1.7. So this is quite 5 cents is a pretty significant, in my experience anyway. We really tried to be a penny one way or the other.
Yep. Yep.
Luckily for my CLA in my town, it's.
Yep.
I'm not trying to sell anytime soon, so it's only 4 cents. But I just think that's something to kind of consider and maybe look at your tax rates historically.
Yep.
And
But by saying that, are you saying that what we should do is look for more cuts within the budget?
I'm saying that the cuts is an option, more fund balance is an option, and there are downsides to all of that.
So instead
I'm not saying, I'm not
instead of
making,
800,000,
I'm not making a recommendation in any way,
Yeah.
shape, or form.
No, no, I'm
I'm just saying this is a significant, 5 cents is a significant increase. And so, are we comfortable with that? Do we feel that, and I don't think we can answer that tonight.
well, that
Maybe we can.
5%, if I'm
5
reading
cents.
this correctly, 5 cents is 2.7%, is that correct?
That's right. 4.6.
Yeah, but it's on your property values, so,
But the increase would be 2.7%.
That's the kind of the board's taking responsibility for what you can control, and then in the real estate market, you gotta go down to the bottom of the page there, and that's the real impact to the taxpayer when they open up the property tax bill. But keep in mind that we're talking about, a lot of folks are gonna be subject to income sensitivity, so.
right, it's not the smartest thing we do as a state, because it makes it appear that our property tax rate is awful for everyone, and it's only people making, it's only 20 to 25% of our taxpayers that actually pay that rate, but people see that rate and think everybody pays it. It's not really good marketing for moving to Vermont. But
No, but when you do receive the tax bill, you see what it is.
But when people look up a tax rate on, when you're gonna buy a house, what's the property taxes, or when you're on Zillow or something, it looks like a lot. But anyway, I digress seriously.
So Brattleboro's is a 9-cent increase. Is that correct? I'm reading that?
8.4, yeah, so at the bottom of that document, the tax document that you have.
It says percent. but it
Yeah, I
says-
should change that formatting to show it in like a dollar. So it says 8.4%, that's 8.4 cents.
Oh.
Yeah. And that's because the CLA, so you take the 2.7 and then you add the impact of the CLA, and the CLA has gone significantly down, fortunately, for folks that like to have a good housing market. Gone from 103 to 101. That pushes the tax rate up in addition to what the school board has proposed. But that's all about a real estate market. Hard to take responsibility for that.
The other two numbers that people look at it on the state level is the educational spending, which is up 5.3%. And that's significantly more, I think, than they were projecting across the state. But, and the other is the per pupil cost, which is up almost $1,000, well, $897, it's almost $900. But I don't think there's really anything, and this has always been true, we've always had a high per pupil cost, and we've always had high education spending, because it's what we have to do to provide the services. If there were, I don't see any place that we could cut, and I don't, going with an 8.5 cent tax increase to well, we're not gonna go to town meeting, people are gonna come to us now this time, and we'll see what the Brattleboro people think of it, but I don't see any way to approach this other than the way we always have, which is to say this is what we have to have, given what we're faced with. Again, as I said, we'll look at the long-term capital plan and think about some other things, but I think using more fund balance is a mistake. I think we should be looking at using less fund balance every year. It's not supposed to be for reducing your tax rates. And at some point we might get in trouble for that, but I think it's better to, if the next year you have to make that up, and then you have to put more in if you can't make that up, or if your costs go up some more and you have to use more fund balance. So it creates a deficit when you use that, because it's not revenue. It's money you're taking out of the bank for that 1 year. You got to do it again the next year. And it's not the best way to go. So, I mean, 800 is fine, given the balance that we have, but it's a third of the 2 million. So that's, you know, we can do that 2 more times, and then we're in trouble if a roof falls in.
The one thought I have, though, is the BUHS bond is 3 more years.
Yeah.
And so we will have to be putting money into maintenance, but it's not going to be at the rate of the UHS bond. I would not think.
No, not 2 million a year, yeah.
Right.
Yeah. But a significant amount. That's been anticipated. Robert Clark has really refined the capital plan. And I can bring that at the next meeting if you want to make that part of the discussion on the 22nd.
I think it'd be helpful because I
And
think as
get
we're
those-
thinking about fund balances in the long term, I think one of the things we're struggling now is with trying to do these projects in other schools while we still have this school debt that we're managing, so,
Right.
you know.
Yeah.
still really figure out.
You know, and related to that, I don't know if you remember, we've gone a lot of assumptions, but one of the things that I thought would be prudent is that we do work through the legacy district reserves. It won't be any trouble to spend that 4 million with all of the projects that we need to do. But that clears the slate for the SD, the Unified School District, to start putting in their budget, this budget, an amount to fund the capital plan. So you remember in June 25th, they created the reserve fund, and we said in March, we would be looking back to see how much could we get for an initial deposit into that fund. And at this point, this budget doesn't look like it's the time to do that. So I don't have anything in here for that. But we have 4 million to work through. And this, as you were saying, David, you're alluding, you know, we do get into trouble if we sit in on a reserve for more than 5 years and we don't use it, they penalize the ad.
Well, we know we're gonna use some of it to get through this year, if we're gonna run a deficit.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
And we've done that every year, I believe, some fund.
Run a deficit?
No, fund balance used.
Oh, yeah,
for,
yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
to make the tax rate more
Well, I
even.
think the high school
So
in
the
Brattleboro
high school-
Town did.
Yeah.
I don't know if the other towns.
Yeah, other
used it.
towns have off and on, but yes, pretty much all towns at one point, you know, within a 3-year period, use prior year fund balance to reduce tax liability, like Dummerston did. I think,
Right.
just recently, right? Yeah. Couple
To
years
fund the
ago.
pre-K was the idea, that we built up that fund balance and we wanted to use it to fund the pre-K startup here. To fund the pre-K, we used our fund balance because that first year pre-K, you know, yeah. I don't need to tell you more about that. You know that one.
This is our debt remaining.
Yeah, no, that's the payment.
Oh, okay.
We've got 3.
So I guess I wonder, so I did look back 10 years just for Brattleboro and Dummerston, I kind of went out. And so 8.4% increase is larger than we've had in 10 years. The largest we had is back in 2014 of a 7-cent increase. And then, you know, it's variable throughout time. I didn't get that far in Dummerston's, I just got all their tax rates. But I guess I wonder, like, people who've been here historically, what's the historical perspective on an 8.4? It seems large, because I'm looking back and it has never been. So what's kind of the feeling on that, one? And two, is this a one-off situation where, like, there would be something that we feel like is gonna bring the budget down next year? Or is this starting to be like a new trend? Because we are on the up. The past few years, we're going a little bit in a different direction than we had been the previous years.
And just sort of one point of reference, and this is not a complete answer, but one point of reference that I've noticed since I've been doing budgets just for the 5 years here at Wyndham Southeast is that Brattleboro Town, your CLA was increasing every year. So that artificially reduced your tax rate change. When your CLA goes up, your tax rate artificially goes down. Of course, it makes no sense to the homeowner who's not selling their house. They got the same house, and they're paying, less taxes because their neighbor sold at a higher price or a lower price, So that's the problem with using CLA data to compare trends. Most towns have had these swings. Vernon is going through a tremendous swing right now.
That is why I was interested in the accelerated merger, because if you look at 10,862 cents every year for the next 5 years, it represents a significant, so what we're looking at now is no 10,862, and if we were, we'd be golden. So we're in the same place, as was predicted, exactly, in a merged district. And yet we get no benefit of the 10,862 tax reduction.
I don't think, I missed it when when the legislator told us that the merged district would cause our spending to go up, from $1.70 to $1.75 in the first year of merger. The idea was to bring this, they did not predict our costs would go up 3 cents last year, 5 cents this year.
I think it has to do with the increased needs that have been so clearly illustrated by our professional teachers.
Right, I'm taking exception with the AOE, the legislature, all believed that our tax rate with merger was going to go down, and so not with the incentives, but the whole reason was merger was going to be cost savings because of we were going to work together better. So,
and those are the things that will be helpful, as we get accustomed to this new governance structure and the planning cycle. We can really delve into it. But things like, for example, nobody anticipated, or I didn't anticipate, that the region would add $269,000 for a diversity program. I think it's great. They did it, but they did it at the outset of the merger, the launch of the merger. Now that's a pretty big increase. It's great for the community. It's great for the the investment in terms of addressing the need. But when you're putting it in the context of the state perception and your point about, where's the benefit of the merger? Well, financially we went the opposite way, and it is, it's a community decision.
yes, Jody.
I'm not Jody Normandale. I'm not sure I'm correct, but I think I am. Is that our district has always worked so well together over the years with all the schools, where in the state of Vermont, it has not been the same in the other districts. So I think we've consolidated ourselves in buying and those other issues, sharing things. And so we didn't have as much to gain out of this as other districts have had to. And I think I'm correct on that, but.
I have to say she's absolutely No, I think we're all nodding, yes, you're absolutely
Okay,
right.
I just wanted.
I believe I said that to the state a few times, that we already shared teachers, so.
We didn't need to merge.
So,
Christine,
yes, Liz.
Statewide, these districts that voluntarily merged, their budgets have gone up and up and up. There haven't been, for most of them, they have not saved money by merging. And the state will be decided they were going to ask for that information last legislative session. So, they've spent $42 million in incentives, and they didn't save money.
Thank you, Liz. Back to the task at hand. Is there a motion? I guess I'll do it. I guess I'll go back to the old-fashioned Robert's rules. Is there a motion to ask for reductions or for consideration of fund balance changes at this time?
Actually, well, let's go ahead with that.
Well, I'm asking,
Yeah.
I've been sort of talking around it, but we've discussed it, and I think we have a pretty good sense of the fact that people's tax rates are going to go up, especially if you doing okay in this town and have a good-sized property. So, and as Frank pointed out, it's only income sensitivity on your 2 acres and your $250,000 home value or something like that, right? 225,
Right.
something like that?
Right.
So it isn't just limited to that, it's limited to that for your 2 acres and your initial house value, so.
I mean, if I could interject?
Yes.
So we're talking about, again, it's on that tax page, you're talking about going from 2.78 of income to 2.85 of income. So if you do the math on any number you want, let's use a large number of $100,000. That's $2,780, right, versus $2,850 in terms of liability. That's the impact, as opposed to an 8-cent tax increase on maybe, who knows, a $400,000 house. You know, those are the things that help put it in a context.
Can you re-say that?
Sure. So if you look at line 34 on that tax impact document, and then you look at the column for fiscal year 20, and you go down to line 34, you see that it says 2.78. So 2.78% of a random number, I'm just using a random number of 100,000, it's easy math, is $2,780. So if you got a tax assessment because you had a $400,000 house and you got a $1.70 tax rate on that assessed value, and that gave you a $4,000 bill, you're not going to pay that. You're going to pay $2,780. Now, I'm not getting into the nuances of a graduated progressive rate. That does exist. But to illustrate the point, this year, so you went from $2,780. This year, you're going to $2,850 on that same $100,000 of household income. So that is an increase of $70, I think. Okay, that's not a scary increase. It's, you know, whereas I agree, a $400,000 house with an 8-cent increase is what's 8 cents? 0.080, 8 cents, $1.78. So, what's that? That's an $80 increase, right? 8 cents is an $80, right?
Right, times 4.
Yeah,
Yeah.
times 4 is 320. Yeah. So, you know, that's the 80% or whatever it is, 70 to 80% that most folks are going to see. But I do want to be clear, it's not exactly 100,000 times 0.0285. It's 100,000 adjusted for whatever they do to go from 50 to 100. And it would be a higher rate, but it's relative. It's a relative rate. You paid that the prior year, you're going to pay it in the future year if your family income is at the same rate.
In light of your question, Christina, would it make any sense at all to look at using a bigger fund balance number? And would it have to be increased so much that it would reduce our fund balance to something that's too small in order to make a difference?
I think a penny is $200,000, right? You found that earlier, Frank? Going the other direction, so.
Oh, you're saying in terms of
Fund balance.
our
If
own.
we went from 800 to
Yeah.
$1 million,
Yeah, it's about.
it would be about a penny.
Yeah. So that doesn't really change it. And I agree with David that, the fund balance is good to maintain because.
It might be worse next year. I mean, let's be realistic. I mean,
Why wouldn't it?
this year didn't get better. You know, we had special education costs we didn't expect. Healthcare went up. It may be worse next year. I'm not joking. So maybe better, but there's plenty of things we can put money towards. But I'm not hearing a motion.
And what would you say your motion to say?
I was just, because if we don't do anything, we're pretty happy with the expenditures. Maybe when we go back and relook, there might be something we're looking at. But I would, so a motion would be that we're interested in using more fund balance, or asking Frank and Lyle to work with staff to make some cuts. So those are the three choices I think we could have in front of us, so.
Or be comfortable and go forward with what we have.
Right, which would be no motion at all. And I'm not hearing a motion, so.
So I have a question. So if, let's say, we made cuts, there would be a proposal back to us, like what would be cut, and then we could choose to go for, I mean, we don't want to just create work though, if we're not really serious about that, but we could choose to go forward with this if we didn't like the cuts, or to accept some of them, or we could accept all of them. So it gives us, you're saying, because this is just how things came out, we could make the budget more strict and see what we think. Is that the case?
That is kind of how we would work, how Dummerston worked in the past when these numbers came out and we were trying to make the tax rate not change. We would come, and we wouldn't usually take all the suggestions, we'd find, but we'd ask the principal to work with Lyle and figure out, is there something that we can do without this year?
So the question would be to them whether there's something they could come up with that we could consider that would not affect the education value of the students, but and not kind of lower the standard, but what we could look at as possible reductions. Yeah. I think
that's.
So another way to say something to do on that.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say, I think that's already been done. I think Lyle and Frank
directions to
have gone through this with a fine-tooth comb, and there is a time sensitivity to this. If we don't approve it at the next board meeting, I think we were hoping to make that approval so that we can move forward.
By the 5th, right, is when we have to.
Yeah.
It'd be nice to get it done, would be nice to
So
get it
not
done
the next one, but the one after that. So there's not a tremendous amount of time, and if we did, look to reducing everything, and then we changed our mind at the end because we didn't want to cut programs, or that'd be really too bad. That'd be wasted time and a lot of work in terms of the central office.
David?
I mean, there are a bunch of ways you can cut. You can say, well, just cut 2% out of everything, and then it's, you're not making any value judgments. You're cutting the things that are really valuable, and if there's anything that's less valuable, that gets cut too. It's really not a really very, very responsible way to do it. And Kelly, what you said about not affecting the educational experience, that means that the cuts would have to be all administrative. We'd have to direct them to cut this certain amount for administration or make reductions in the administrative budget. And there would certainly be consequences to that as well. So, I mean, usually when I shouldn't say usually because it's only happened a couple of times in my experience, but when the board has said we'd like to, see a lower budget, the things that come back are all the things that the kids love the most, the art programs, the after-school programs, the sports programs, and things like that, because the academics are the last thing that anybody looks at. And so, I don't think we're really ready to do that. So, and I would rather have it go to the voters and, and have they either force us or say, don't do this next year. We'll pass it this year, but, and just see what the public response is. Because, we hear regularly what these, what our schools are facing. We have that information, we get it regularly, but the general public doesn't, except when they come to vote on the budgets.
And I would disagree with you a little bit, David, in that cutting administration might not affect, but in this climate, administration is working closely.
No, I said it would affect.
Yeah,
it wouldn't be without
Okay.
consequence.
Right. They work closely with families and students.
All right. And the additional responsibilities just in terms of reporting, reporting data, never mind reporting on families and product and schools.
So how would the academy, like, let's say we did want to move forward as a collective with the academy expansion. and we talked about this before, but we would be taking a bond out, so it's not like, it would increase our total spending, and then it would increase this number on line 17, maybe, or maybe not.
Well, it could,
Oh, okay.
but I'm suggesting that, that this first year we disperse the money out of the capital fund,
Okay.
which would have no effect on the tax page in any way, but it certainly would for 19 years in the future. Right, because
So-
it would add somewhere around $100,000 to the future budget.
So next year, when we'd still have the VUHS bond, so it's not like we relinquished that and then we were just replaced it. So we still have the VUHS, Putney's, and we'd have this new bond potentially. So if other things were equal, it would definitely be another spike.
No, $100,000 on this budget is not, it's not a significant impact in itself on, we were talking 200,000 as a penny, so 100,000 to half penny.
Okay.
But, it doesn't take long for those to add up, so I'm very cautious about saying it's no big deal. It is a big deal, especially when we're already 20% over the state average. Now, we're 20% over the state average because of the level of poverty that we have in our region. And then we heard a little bit from some other folks about the high cost of, everything in Windham County, so that's part of it.
Jody, Norman John. I thought I heard Frank when he was standing up here saying that he had heard from people, you'd heard from people, teachers, principals or whatever, that they might have some ideas for cuts. So I would think you'd want to have him listen to some of those and present them to you.
And they're not all cuts, they're also.
Oh, well, then you could balance it, off.
Yeah. But that's, the process evolves and so much happens between October, November, December in terms of families coming and going and needs and so on. So that's how come the conversation always is going on.
Well, so I am curious though, as we think about this $100,000 that we're looking at spending on Academy, is that the best use of that? Because I don't think we have a lot of leeway to add anything more, really. I don't think people can afford it here in this community. And so if we have $100,000 to spend, is that Academy project the best thing to spend it on? Because we can spend those capital funds on plenty of things, on plenty of things in our district.
It's been a planned project for, 4 years, a lot of analysis. Clearly, it's right, it's at the core of what we do in terms of, serving our most needy students. So it's not a new idea, it's really been well vetted. And on a relative basis, me being part of the capital plan and seeing, what we did at Green Street, what we did at Guilford, what we just did at Putney. We did some controls work at Dummerston. It's definitely in terms of instructional space and the learning environment. What I'm familiar with is the most urgent need. They've made the case and it made it over, 2-3 years ago, and it's not getting better. There is a, Lyle could speak more to this than me, but there is an intentional, I think, assignment of certain services to Academy because it is the larger hub. And so it is by design, there's, we're talking about the ESL program, English Language Learner, our deaf students. So, it's got a unique role in our system. It needs that improvement.
If this budget passes and the voters approve it, will you throughout the year continue to look for things that maybe, if you determine that, well, we didn't really need as much for that you could pull back the fund? I mean, is that how?
We always do that, yes, and that's what leads to a surplus, and that's how we've created these capital reserves. At the end of the year, we say, well, the voters approved in Guilford, it'll be a $2 million budget, and we only spent you know, 1.9 million, let's put 100,000 into the
Or we
capital.
got more of a grant than we were expecting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and at BUHS, we've had very large surpluses, not every year, but most of it is because we get more tuition students paying $16,000 per student than what we knew was likely, and that's a testament to the programs that we offer.
For instance, I have 8 letters to read to you in a bit. At least 4 of these people who are retiring have 40-plus years with us. I suspect principals won't be hiring people to replace them that have 40-plus years. I may be wrong.
Yes, Deb.
Deb Harding, curriculum coordinator. I just want to, having come from Academy and been an academic support teacher and worked very closely with the students that it would benefit, I just want to share my personal opinion that it is an amazing way to spend that money. Those kids need it. They're learning in an environment that's not ideal for them, and they deserve better.
Thank you, Deb.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to be clear, I'm asking, is this the best spending? And that's what that was my question. And so thank you for answering my question. Is this the best way to spend?
One of the things we may have to look at because of the cost of the addition is other forms, other building structures or other buildings. Instead of an addition onto the building, there's a company in Vermont that makes zero energy buildings, and they can break them into smaller parts pieces. They can add bathrooms. There are a number of things that already manufactured buildings that could meet those needs for probably significantly less cost. I know there are requirements for one of the reasons that schools are expensive in the Northeast is that there are a lot of restrictions on the ways they have to be built. But we haven't looked at other structures. We've looked at how to the best way to meet this need.
There's like there's like a modular zero,
Yeah,
net zero,
modular zero
modular.
and net zero built. Comes on a truck and you put it on a slab and it's already.
So is that something that they could take what's already been done in this feasibility study and apply it to like one of these structures, or would they have to redo that in some way?
They'd have to think if they want 4 separate spaces, then they would, figure out a way to divide the structure into 4 spaces. But my point is that nobody's really looked at that, even though it's come up in the past.
And my question is whether somebody, someone like that could take what the feasibility study and use that to sort of, these are what our needs
to make 2
appear to
different
be.
structures, one for resource room and one for the main house.
This is what our needs appear to be
Yeah.
from this study, and this is how we could
The manufacturer
accommodate
could come up with it, yeah. Possibly. I mean, I don't know because I don't
Right.
manufacture homes for a
Right,
living,
right.
but it certainly seems like if they want to sell one, they have to be able to customize it to what people want internally.
How do we go about answering that question, or is it?
Well, typically in a bid process, if you want an alternative, that's a normal sort of a process where you've got standard construction that's integrated into the facility as you saw, and that included all the HVAC systems and taking control systems that are conventional and integrating them into the addition. But I've gone through projects that look at, post and beam, SIP panel type structures for school use, and so they certainly lend themselves to a career center environment where you're doing a greenhouse or a warehouse or a variety of things. The industry's always evolving, so I think it's definitely a good thing to ask the question, and we would reuse the feasibility study. It defines the program needs. Kelly's defined the traffic flow, which is the most important thing. So in terms of site and permitting, I assume it's going to be those things that's the value of the significant investment that report reflects. And then it's, okay, now let's build the space that meets those traffic patterns and learning environment needs, and okay, what's on the market? Can we Can we bring in, I don't know if you had a vendor in mind?
There is one that I read about last year, and then I read some more about it this year.
Yeah, now typically, the guys that we heard from tonight are aware of, you know, what's out there, and it is a matter of structuring a bid that says, you know, give us our base bid, and then give us whatever the board says we want to make sure is considered as a, you know, as a viable alternative. We do have to keep in mind that, you know, we're fortunate to have that exemption on tax liability. That's based on a plan being submitted to the Agency of Ed, and they say, yeah, this meets school construction standards, you get a pass. If you don't meet that standard, you don't get the pass. And hopefully in the future, we'll also get the 30% state aid. So it's just one of those extra, you know, things you gotta make sure you cover.
You mentioned the Career Center, and that kind of brought up another question for me. When I was here at the high school quite a while ago, the Career Center, they had students who built houses in the community.
Mm-hmm.
Is that something that the Career Center could get involved in and help to offset and maybe, you know, provide some opportunities, educational opportunities for Career Center students?
I think a job co-op, you know, it certainly couldn't be to the extent that has been, and it has been relatively recent that the Career Center built a house and sold it right down the road. But yeah, when we're doing commercial construction, we can't have the Career Center construction trades person have the role they do in a house construction. You know, it's because of the permitting, the licensing. So there's so many things that the codes requires certain credentials for. Christina knows all about that. So, but it's a great job opportunity, I think, cooperative job opportunity.
I also wonder, because I think construction costs for a commercial space, which I assume, you know, which would probably be similar to this, are pretty high in Windham County.
Yeah.
And so it might be an opportunity to save some money to think about structuring some panels or something where we're taking some of these costs out. And especially right now in Windham County, where our unemployment is so low and you can't get anybody to return your, you know, in this general area, it might be a way to come in a little bit better.
Yeah, and that's another point about, in terms of a bid cycle planning, it's best to go out to bid in January. That's when contractors are the most interested in bidding on projects. Not a good idea to go out in April, May, or June, because, you know, they're gonna put a 30%, you know, premium on. So as we talk through this and we think about alternates and so on, that we want to keep that in back.
So I want to go back to this number 17. The reason why is I'm wavering of like, should we go back into the budget and look at things and do due diligence? I feel like it's doing due diligence to like look at what it would look like if we were not increasing tax rates, or we're somewhere a little bit lower, especially if we have the time. So I just wonder, my other question is like on number 17, when it says 878, it looks like last year there was 0. Is that true?
No, it was irrelevant last year because we were under the cap.
Okay.
You see, so 184, you know, being less than 18,311, it's an irrelevant number. You don't need any exemption. But no, that 878 has been pretty. If we needed it, it's been since 2003 when the bond first got taken out.
And that's in the big book. It's on page 37, and it gives the principal bond and the interest payment. And the interest payment is going down every year by $110,200. So the bond payment is $1,600,000. So we've been paying that for years, but that'll go away in 2024. And then, as Christina mentioned, you know, we also have to build our capital fund up to make sure that we maintain it, you know, as we have been. But this building looks pretty good for some building that's 10 years old, and, you know, 1,000 kids going through every day. So,
17 years old, right? 17 years old, John.
Yeah. What?
I don't want to break it to you, Sean, but it's 2020.
Well, since I was on the Citizens Advisory Committee, I should remember that.
If I could also follow up, Emily, on another point of reference in terms of spending and affordability. I used to, and I haven't been able to get new data from the state, but I would look at Union High School spending per student across the state, and then I would say, okay, where's Brattleboro Union? And with debt, we are in the upper tier, like the upper third, as this shows. You know that if we're at 19,000 and the 20% higher than the average is 18,756, we're in the upper tier. But when you remove the 1.6 million in principal and then the 400,000 or 500,000 in interest, we're right in the middle. So when we look like most districts that, this was the largest single bond project in the state's history in 2003. When you pull that out, we in terms of educational programs, utilization of staff, utilization of facilities, we're going to come down substantially. I am always concerned about a budget that's over the cap, even if it's not penalized. So I share your concern there. And if we were to do some revisions, I think it would be what Lyle mentioned. We would, the announcement of retirements is I wasn't aware of that when I was doing this draft, and that is the way it goes. We'll know more in another week or two, because this is the season. I think is it January 15th?
January 15th.
January 15th, folks are required. So if there's a significant, disclosure there that we think is material, then, that would be a way to address a budget reduction without cutting programs. But things happen the other way, so it's not a bad thing to have that little bit of reserve in the event that something goes the other way, like we know is coming at us. The special ed, as David's mentioned, the special ed deficit.
Speaking of which, have you given any thought to the impact of the healthcare change that's not in, and how that's going to possibly affect us?
Yeah, we think our budget estimate that we discussed here,
Yep.
is sufficient.
Okay.
But we are, Lyle and I are still working on the board's behalf with the
Right.
negotiations process. So
I was more speaking to the new healthcare that's coming in.
yeah, what I've read from the Health Commission and the what the arbitrator, said
Right, yeah.
is happening, translates into, I think, a reasonable reserve that
Okay.
we've put in here.
Okay. Oh, sorry.
On the other side of things, I'd asked at the last meeting to develop a restorative justice coordination proposal based on what the group presented last time, and I had a nice conversation with Steve. He laid out how things work at the high school and the need for time, basically, and for teachers to be able to learn how to engage in some of these practices. And it was really clear that if there was some previous experience in the elementary schools, so when the kids came into the high schools, they would already be familiar with the language and I'm not going to try to get into the details of the kind of activities they engage in because I don't really know that much about it, but it seems really evident that if we believe that this is a way we're going to see improved behavior and we're going to be able to have to intervene less as time goes by. Right now, we're pretty good at the intervention, but we're having to constantly add staff to do that intervening. If we think that this is a potential long-term remedy, I think we should. There's no question that there needs to be some coordination between from pre-K to 12. So, I'd like to, I can tell you what I think you should do, but it probably wouldn't have much to do with what really ought to happen. But there was so much coherence between what John Session described, what Steve is doing, and what I understand from Mike Zostak, what he's been doing, and the way all of them see this process is it really needs some coordination. It's not something that can be imposed, but it needs to be sort of carefully and thoughtfully done, so I'd appreciate it if you could identify it. Mike seems to think it can be done for not much money, and I don't know if you have talked with him about that or not, but probably will now.
I think Lyle has some.
Yes,
Yeah,
because
I'm just
I've thought about that. I've talked with Steve. We have $100,000 in diversity, equity, social justice. I do believe this is an equity issue. I think that by working with Steve, we could be creative in releasing Mike to do some more work, professional development possibly. I don't feel that this is the climate in which we want to add another person. So that has been a reluctance of mine. I also have been asked to have possibly consider an SRO that's in the, that's a sheriff basically, that would be in the outlying town schools, one person, because it's a long way for anybody to get to Guilford, and if we're counting on school safety and state police getting there, it could be an hour. So that's been a proposal. I've had someone ask about facilities manager. I know, for instance, we have an electrician that works here at the high school, and yet Dummerston, Putney, Guilford, if they need an electrician, they call Dompiers. Would a facilities manager position be able to schedule that and pay for itself over a while? So I've had a few people ask to put in extra positions, and I have not done that because I've just not felt this is the budget where we should be adding people. I would think we need to think about what we have in place and see if there's another way to use them.
Right, yeah, that's just what I hope for. Is for the people that know what they're doing to figure out a way to move that forward.
And we have a well-established program. Putney, Academy now, Green Street has been doing it. Vernon, doesn't impact us, but Vernon has been doing a restorative program for quite a long time. Of course, BAM's BUHS here. So we're down to just a couple of schools where they might really need some intense PD around it, and we might start with Mel Motel and community justice before actually.
Yeah, just just some purposeful plan to move it forward. And the other thing I had asked about was looking into science units.
Talk about that too.
Why do I ask?
So we actually got extra science money, and Paul's been working with teachers in all schools. So we have some federal money that we've been putting toward science materials. We actually have a little bit more, and Paul and I spoke Monday about pulling, actually I think he's talked with Keith, I hope he's talked with Keith about this, pulling a person out who would be a science coach a couple days a week for the rest of the year, going into schools and working and using some additional federal monies. So we're really focusing on science and education.
Thank you.
Thank you. Love that.
He's talked to you, right, Keith? You knew about that?
Looking at our agenda.
Oh, okay. Just say yes. If you're
All right, yes.
So,
I'd like to make a suggestion.
Sure.
That we actually leave the budget for now and come back to it at the next meeting, and not plan to tweak it too much. I mean, we can talk about it a little bit, but no big tweaks. And I guess what I'm saying is that I'm comfortable, and I think it's the document that answers everything.
any comments on Sean's motion to move on? I think I just would add a friendly amendment to your non-motion, that if it looks like in that pile over there, that there's $100,000 or whatever, that we take that into you let us know and we'll take that into consideration. And the other thing that might affect my thought about the fund balance is thinking about what we think we're gonna need with the BUHS maintenance fund going forward, so looking out really how long this fund balance needs to hold out.
Well, we have a good capital plan.
Yeah. we
Right.
should
And
maybe
so-
we should
right, so-
have a look at an updated capital plan.
Yeah.
And are do you now have, is there now an SD capital plan that includes the outlying schools as well?
Basically, we've taken all of those and formatted it so they're all the same document, and yep, I have it, it's ready to go. I haven't had a chance to refine the future periods, but everybody's looking at FY '21 carefully, and yeah, so we can have that discussion next meeting.
Yeah, I mean, I know that there's a roof for here that's a couple of years further
Yeah.
down. The things that you know down the line are there too.
Yeah.
Great, thank you. All kinds of good reasons.
And actually, I did have one question before we move off from this. In athletics, I was wondering, I can't find it. UHS, I noticed some differences, like girls lacrosse was a little bit less funded for officials or something, and I kind of wondered why that was. So maybe I'll send you my questions, Frank,
Okay.
for next time.
Sure.
Okay. It's very depressing for it to be this hour and we're committee report. So we're gonna step it up, people. All right, Personnel Committee, have you met?
We have not met.
Thank God, okay.
We're gonna be scheduling something.
Excellent. I want my mission statement.
Not since our last one.
Not
We did
since-
1%.
That was the last meeting, because you reported that out at the last meeting.
Oh, we did that at the
Yep.
last meeting?
Yep.
We did? We reported?
I do remember it.
Because I was gonna make a comment about those 1% funds. I just wanted everybody to be aware that we approved travel to Los Angeles for 2 teachers.
Right, airfare, we talked about that,
Airfare.
yeah.
We did talk about that?
Yep, we're not really excited about spending money on airfare, because it's probably the least,
Yeah,
the
but
least
whatever.
green choice
If
one
that's
can
been
make
covered,
in
it's been
travel.
covered, and I will say no more.
So we've made our peace with that, we've spoken, so to be very clear that we are not excited to approve air travel. We like, trains and buses and public, not cars, electric cars, plug-in hybrid? Walking, I like walking.
How about
Video meetings, teleconferencing.
place-based content?
Policy and Amendment Committee has not met either, although I need to put something together for us to keep moving forward, but we took a little respite after a very long and busy summer and fall. PPE, I believe you all have met.
We met on Monday, and so we did speak about after-school care, which was on our agenda, and we sent off a bunch of questions to Frank. So expected more, Frank said he'd probably be able to get it to us at the end of the month because there's so much going on right now. So that's still to come. So that kind of paused our conversation, although we did talk a little bit about equity versus equal and how to really look at after-school care. And what might have to be a comprehensive overview of like different investments that have been made in each individual town. So anybody who's interested in that conversation, it probably won't, I'm not sure if it'll be at our next meeting, which we did schedule for the 26th. It'll probably be more likely be at our early February meeting. We did talk about the field study community stakeholders. We were tasked with nominating a few people. First, I'll go into what the scope of work was, and then we had sent Christina the 4 people who had come to us before the meeting for nomination, and I know David was checking, I think, to make sure those people wanted to be nominated.
I sent them an email this morning
Okay.
telling them we wanted to nominate them, but hope that they
Okay.
would be willing to serve. I've heard back from a lot of them, that Devin's over there.
Okay.
I don't know if you saw that email yet or not, but.
Yeah, I didn't, I had a busy day, didn't have time to respond, but yeah,
Great.
I'm willing to participate.
Great, thanks. There's 2.
Okay, and I had, okay, do we want to say the names or do we want to say the scope of work? I had that written down too.
Why don't you do the scope of work,
Okay.
and then maybe we should just do names of people that have said
Said
okay?
Yeah.
Wouldn't that make sense? And then we'll just appoint them if
Okay.
that's okay? Okay.
So the scope of work, which we went over, was there'll be 4 meetings. A pre-meeting with school personnel, which is more for uploading and sharing pieces or sharing the contract and kind of the scope of work that they're expecting to undertake at meeting 2, which is with Gale Associates. So Gale Associates meeting's on January 22nd at noon, and this will really be about giving them input so they can move forward with the study, specifically around what facilities exist, the scope of the fields, which ones are included. A lot of them are in the contract, so I think it'll just make sure that the community stakeholders feel that they're all in the know so they can participate in an equal way, and that they can influence the core goals of the process. The third meeting, so that's Jan 22nd, the third meeting, Gale Associates, it's not scheduled yet because we don't know the timeline of how long their study is going to take, but this would be a presentation by Gale Associates of the 3 options that then the group of stakeholders, which include administration, some coaches, and the community stakeholders would meet to vet the options. I'm not 100% sure how that will work out, but I guess they'll figure it out and how they're going to go through the options that Gale gives. So it might mean that there's actually a post-meeting after the Gale Associates meeting, so that would put them at meeting 4. And then the official meeting 4, which would be their meeting 5, I guess, would be a school committee presentation that Gale would be presenting with one option. And that's what's written in the contract, is that we would hear one option, which may be a combination of the options that they ended up giving. And I don't know that I can answer any of the questions. That's kind of what I gleaned from Steve, who came to our last meeting, which was really helpful. Do we want to give the names, I guess? I don't know who said yes, so I'm asking.
Marilyn Chiarello and Devin Rhodes have said yes so far.
So I would entertain a motion to appoint Marilyn Chiarello and Devin Rhodes to the community, what is it called?
Stakeholders group.
The
Stakeholders.
Field Study Stakeholders Committee. Field Study Stakeholders Committee.
Wait, hold on. So community isn't in that, right?
Stakeholders was the word.
Okay, so, sorry.
So
I just wanna make sure I get this right.
Marilyn Chiarello.
Uh-huh. To appoint Marilyn Chiarello and Devin Rhodes
to the Field Study Stakeholders Committee, is that what we're calling it?
I guess, yeah, that's good.
Sure. Stakeholders Committee. Okay, thank you.
Who made that motion? Was that Dave?
No,
No,
you
we
did.
Oh, I asked for a motion. I just made it so that you could make it.
So moved.
Thank you, David.
Second?
Thank you, Emily.
I think Sean had a question.
Sorry, Sean. Yes, this is discussion.
Well, I was just wondering, the meeting on January 22nd would be the second meeting with Gale, or the first meeting with Gale.
First.
And so these 2 individuals will be invited to that meeting, and
the
I would
previous
be
meeting.
interested in going, but it looks like I probably wouldn't be able to go. Is that correct?
Well, it's going to be pretty crowded. Yeah, Steve's got a lot of coaches and the groundskeeper and buildings and groundspeople and stuff.
I see.
But there's a previous meeting well, let me read it. Wrong thing. I can't. For documents, I got the next committee minutes up.
The pre-meeting would be with the school personnel, and is it okay if I share the school personnel, folks? Sure. So I hope I wrote their names down right. Devin Rhodes, sorry, that's the person we're electing. That's not. Kelly Markell, Chris Sawyer, Robert Clark, and Dave Zolnowski. And then obviously Steve would be on it. And you're thinking about one more coach. Right. So there'd be those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, plus our potentially 4 is what we had. We're just waiting to hear back from them.
And that's to go over documents and the current status and what's in the contract.
Set goals.
And looking goals.
Can we get a recording can we get ECTV to record that maybe or something? Or
I don't think that would be, I think that's really appropriate for Gale. I mean, this is a pre-meeting, they're coming in to just gather input. I don't think we should ask them to do that.
Oh, you mean pre-meeting? You're talking about the meeting or the pre-meeting?
The 122.
Yeah.
Oh, we have the 122 meeting because Sean wants to go.
Right.
And so then,
I was just thinking, it's of interest to me. I know the fields pretty well. My kids play sports here, so.
It's of interest to me, and my kids did too. But,
yeah.
These are the people who've asked to do it.
Yeah.
It's getting a little crowded.
I was just trying to make it so that you could at least keep track
Yeah.
of what was going on.
Well, there'll be minutes, and we're gonna get a report, so.
Will there be minutes?
That's good enough.
I assume there'll be minutes.
We'll track of that, yeah.
Just record it on your phone and send it to us.
The other piece of it is Gail, part of the contract right now, I mean, it does say that they will prepare the meeting agenda. So we'll give them some input, but, it is their meeting, so.
I'll take my name off the
Yes, Jody?
I didn't catch the fourth name, but I didn't hear any soccer names on there for the coaches and stuff.
That's one of the things we're trying to work on.
And particularly having girls involved. I'm assuming Kelly is field hockey
Kelly's field hockey and softball.
and softball, okay.
Any further discussion? We're a little off topic, people, but it's 9 o'clock, right? Yeah. Right on schedule. All those in favor of appointing Marilyn Chiarello and Devin Rhodes to the Field Study Stakeholders Committee, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays, abstentions, the ayes appear to have it, the ayes do have it.
If we should
Do
get
you have
a-
another meeting to appoint the other two before this meeting?
Oh, it's a
I
good
was just
question.
gonna get to
Yeah,
that.
we- oh.
Can we, if the other two, write email back favorably that they're willing to
What's our next
participate, can we, in absentia, approve them?
What's the date of our next meeting?
It would be the 18th, I think.
18th.
Oh, 22nd,
Oh,
yeah.
it is the 22nd.
Yeah,
I don't think it's.
Yeah, because the 22nd is a Wednesday at noon that they're meeting, because
Right.
Stephen said he would probably come to the, I don't know if I'm volunteering you for this, but.
You are. No, it's okay.
I know we had it last time. Said
wanna
maybe
leave
you
before we
would
do
report
this?
out a little bit of like what happened.
Right.
Yeah.
Sure. So it would be the two of you appointing, I would make that motion. Maybe, can there be another, I don't care who it is, but could there be another, so we're not at a quorum?
There could be three, well, there could be as many as four,
Four.
because we need 5 for a quorum,
Yeah.
so. And we have, how many do we have on our committee?
4.
Yeah,
4.
Yeah, so I could forward it to
Oh.
the committee, and if they all approve.
Yeah.
And it seems sort of formal since they already decided to nominate.
Oh, the committee's already nominated,
Yeah.
the committee's already agreed. Oh, okay, then I feel better about that motion, so. What was the motion again? To,
The one that you.
no, we haven't really made this motion yet.
Oh, I didn't hear, I mean,
You didn't get the one we,
I didn't hear what? I didn't
one
get
you
the
did
one
with?
out of your head, no.
well, the first one was to appoint.
Yeah, that was,
Yeah,
you want me to
yeah.
read
We
that
haven't
one?
had
No,
one
no,
since then.
No, we're
Okay.
trying to come up with the next motion, so the next motion would be to appoint David Scholes and Emily Murphy-Keller to appoint, I hate to use appoint.
To accept, or to,
To accept
because
the two
we
people that
invited them,
Yeah,
so if they accept our invitation, is this an
to appoint them
RSC?
to the stakeholder
To
committee.
appoint them to the
Because you are appointing them, you've already nominated them, now you're appointing them.
So you want to say the two people that we previously nominated
Yes.
through the PPEC committee?
Okay, so can you make that so Wendy can write that? Poor Wendy.
Let's start from the beginning.
Oh, you had it.
We asked that David Scholes and Emily Murphy-Cowler appoint the two nominated people
members?
to the
Stakeholders.
Field Study Stakeholder Committee.
If they respond,
Well, I just
if
think.
they agree to serve,
Yeah.
or just we,
Yeah.
okay.
Second.
Any, sorry,
Who-
yes, any discussion?
I feel a little like the gatekeepers have let the people that they want as stakeholders into this, which doesn't include me, because everybody knows the way I feel about the whole thing. So I feel as if the gate has been closed before I can go through it. And the two people that were nominated, I know their opinions, and perhaps the two people that haven't been nominated would also have similar opinions. And the
Do
gatekeepers.
you want to address that, Kelly?
Yeah.
You said it fast.
I noticed that the people who seemed interested in, one of them has been very vocal that it seems that alternative to turf. One of them seems to be, was a parent of female athletes, or maybe more than one, or one student, I don't know, I can't remember, but, and so I think had an interest in, or may have supported the turf. One of them,
Two of them actually fit that description.
and one of them had some engineering background.
Yeah.
And I
So-
know is strictly neutral.
So
And
it
could care less.
seemed like there was, I mean, I was concerned about having people having all one belief and maybe a kind of, or one preference, and having them sort of look for a certain option or lean towards. But I thought that it seemed like a good mix of people, and it would be a nice sort of different perspectives.
Okay.
I mean,
All right,
I share your interest
That makes me feel better.
in attending. I mean,
Thank
I
you.
would love to go to the presentation of the 3 options. I mean, if that was, you know,
Yeah.
I share your interest, but as far as you're concerned about the different people, it seemed like it was a nice rounded group of people.
Oh, good.
That was the intent,
Yeah,
so.
yeah, okay. Well, I had those questions.
These were the only people whose names came up before our meeting, because otherwise we didn't, I mean, if, like, your name came up tonight, we didn't have time to discuss that.
Right.
Oh, that's Steve, actually, Steve, a couple of people spoke to Steve, but not before we talked about it.
I guess the other thing I'd raise is that this conversation, this process is not about turf or non-turf. This is about field use and facilities access. You know, it's about demand on athletic facilities, facility shortfalls, priorities, verified field and court geometries, as well as amenities that are desired. Evaluate the need for general site improvements, such as seating, lights, sports, irrigation, concessions, etc. So, I mean, it's not, I guess I want to be clear, and when we have the pre-meeting, I'll be clear that this conversation with Gail is really about this. It's about what they've contracted us for. It's not going to be about, well, I like organic, I like turf. It's going to be about how are we using our fields, how can we use them more effectively? Because that's what we're charged to do.
One question. So if one of these people comes back and says, nay, they're not really that interested,
We'll have 3.
is it okay just to have 3, or are we saying, hey, well, Sean said he wanted to do it? Should we reach out and?
The idea is to be
Well, I haven't volunteered for
stakeholders.
another meeting. I'm just not a
I mean, I'm
whole
just
man.
saying.
It's open to public.
What? Oh,
The
yeah.
idea was that it be stakeholders.
But if
not
somebody else
board
in the
members.
public had
Because
come
we're
up.
the final deciders of this,
Yeah.
to fund
No,
it, and so
It doesn't matter.
I'd prefer it wasn't a board member, because
Yeah.
that just changes the dynamic a lot.
I can growl.
You can growl all you want at me, Sean.
Next.
So did we pass that? We're still.
No,
yeah,
but I have a
yeah.
motion. Who made that motion? Was that you, David?
I actually made that
You
motion.
made that,
I never
okay.
make the motion, but I
Okay.
did.
Okay.
And
Thank
Emily
you.
seconded it.
And you did not vote on it.
We have not voted,
You
so I
have
just
not
yes. So, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays, abstention, the ayes appear to have it.
Abstain.
Oh, one abstention. The ayes appear to have it, the ayes do have it, and the motion carries. Whew. Anything else on PPE committee?
No.
There's one thing, we've been talking about equity.
It's your committee.
And I can't say anything more than just, we've been talking about equity. And we're gonna, within the next few years, we think we'll understand what it means. Now, we'll fill you in on that. We're going down the line with that. Lots of questions. Like, how do you balance the investment that some communities, well, you're actually pretty aware that some communities have invested in after-school programs, some have invested in food programs, some have invested in bicycles.
Yep.
And so they're different. So how do we make what's equity? So,
Well, yeah, I
That's
sent you
true.
my,
Yeah.
it's money. It all comes down to money, so.
no, it doesn't.
Well,
But
I mean,
anyway,
in terms
see?
of we're spending the money, the resource, that's the most finite resource. So we need,
Yeah.
how we allocate it is what's,
Right.
what's up to be decided, but. And so that's it for PPE, yes? Excellent, thank you for all that hard work during the holidays. Climate crisis, have you?
We have not met yet, we should by the end of the month.
Okay, great. Communications Council, I believe.
Yeah, I can tell you about that. We're working on 3 communications. One is, well, we have a question about how to get the new Leadership Council policy, as soon as we pass it, to all the members of the Leadership Council and to potential members. And we're drafting a draft introduction of the highlights of it, so somebody can look at one page and say, oh, okay, I understand a little bit. And we're meeting on Friday to finalize those things, because we can't do it by email. So that's one document. The other is a document to encourage people to run for the school board, emphasizing opportunities to contribute to the community and blah, blah, blah. That also, we have a draft ready for Friday, and obviously needs to be distributed really quickly. So Jamie's been working on it, and Tim's been helping edit it. Tim's going to send it to Christina once it's done. And there was one more that I can't find, so that's enough for now anyway.
So do I need a motion to release that?
PR on the upcoming election. Tim's working on a draft, press releases for the upcoming election, so people are aware that it's coming, it's happening.
So on that press release for encouraging people to run for school boards, that seems like time is of the essence, and maybe that should go out before our next meeting. So maybe there could be a motion that I could approve that, or Ann and I could approve that.
Christina, in absence of a full board, that Christina approved the communications about encouraging people to run for the school board.
Is there a second?
Second. Wait, hold on. I don't mean to be critical, you kind of mumbled that.
Yeah, I was reading, I was mumbling, yes.
Can you tell me that more clearly?
I move that Christina be authorized to approve the document to encourage people to run for school board.
And Madam Chair. Sean seconded that. We're not quite to discussion yet. We're just getting Wendy caught up.
Okay, so David
and
moved
Anna.
Sean.
You want to do it with me?
Second.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, wow. Yes, Jody.
When is the date that petitions have to be in? I thought it was pretty soon.
January 27th.
So we have 18 days between
Somehow I
starting
thought it was
tomorrow,
the
18
15th.
days to get the petition, get the signatures, have the people of interest.
Yep.
18 days is not a very big window.
Yeah.
So, and that also includes the people whose terms are up.
That's what, exactly.
Yep.
That's what really, yeah.
So it's, may just be me sitting here.
There'll be a few other people here.
I always wanted to be a benevolent dictator.
Thank you, David, for that update on Communications Council. Diversity, equity.
You didn't vote.
Oh, I'm sorry. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays, abstentions? The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I am sorry. I thought I was a benevolent dictator for a minute there. Thank you, Communications Council, Diversity and Equity.
Has not met, however, I met with the Teachers Committee today, and they have come up with an enormous collection of resources to pass to the other teachers. They're working together, sharing tips and tricks for their the educational component of our diversity efforts. We would also like to see the discipline stats that were requested at the beginning of the year. In particular, insubordination offenses.
Okay.
Thank you.
All schools?
Yeah, I imagine there won't be as much data available for the primary schools.
So SESU board, which has been primarily involved with the superintendent search, the survey, Thrive, has that online. There's going to be links put everywhere. You will not be able to escape being able to participate in a survey, getting community input on what we're looking for to fill Lyle's shoes. There will also be 2 forums. Darn it, does anybody who was here remember the forum days and times?
You want them?
Yes, Jody, thank you. It's so far buried in my pile.
January 13th, 5:30, Academy is community. January 15th at 5 o'clock is, it looks like Green Street, teachers. January 15th at 6 o'clock, Green Street administration. January 20th, 5:30 at Dummerston, and that's a community.
Thank you so much, Jody, I appreciate that. So there's multiple ways to have your voice heard. You can attend a forum, you can fill out a survey. So Thrive's been moving forward at an incredible pace. It's been fabulous. We also approved for Carrie to spend up to $3,000 for having Curtis Reed do some extra outreach to people in the community, more diverse stakeholders, to make sure that they are participating. So doing a big push in that direction as well. We are meeting next week to kind of move forward on the next steps. There's also been another entrant in the game, Don Collins, who was a principal for many years, 14 years as a principal. He has been a superintendent in 3 different districts for like 20 years. God love anybody who's a superintendent for 20 years, including somewhere in Windham County, I don't know where, and up in Franklin. He has also been a school board member now for 12 to 14 years, and he's on the executive board of VSBA. He is excellent, and when I emailed him to ask why the decision had been made to not offer VSBA searches to non-paying members all of a sudden of the VSBA, he said, I'll do your search for you, I'll do it for less than the VSBA, I've done a bunch. So he's an interesting possibility because he has been a principal, he has been a superintendent, and he has been a school board member. So it's kind of an interesting possibility. So Carrie is going to reach out to him to see about bringing him quickly up to speed so we can make a decision at our meeting next week about these next steps and who we might work with. But an interesting offer, and I have the greatest respect for Don Collins. So I think that was it on the SU level. Didn't leave anything, right?
Question. So, is our committee disbanded?
I think our committee's disbanded.
Okay, just making sure.
Yes, thank you for
I'm fine
sharing.
with that, but
Thank
I'm
you for
fine.
sharing. It
Okay.
was short and sweet. It was an ad hoc committee, so I don't think we really have any other responsibilities.
And which committee is that that's disbanded?
Superintendent search committee.
Oh, okay, all right.
But now it's kind of gone to the SU level because there's like commitments that have to be made and everything.
Yeah, spending the money has to happen at the full board level. So that's where we are. Okay, so leadership council appointments. Do you have those handy?
Yes, I do. Just been waiting. So for Oak Grove, I have parents Grace Freeman, Jamie Scanlon, Kim Jablonski, and Juanita Martinez.
I would entertain a motion to approve the 4 candidates.
I would move that we move 4 candidates for Oak Grove.
Thank you. Is there a second? John, is there a second? Thank you, Anne. Any discussion? All those in favor of the motion to approve the 4 candidates to leadership councils at Oak Grove, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays or abstentions? The ayes appear to have it, the ayes do have it.
And for Dummerston teachers, Nancy Livingston Clements, Erica Garnett, Lily DePino, Carmen Winchester, and Julianne Egan.
What was the last name?
Julianne.
Oh, Julianne.
All those in favor of the motion to approve the 4 teacher administrator candidates from Dummerston, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays or abstentions? Oh, wait, we didn't get a motion in there.
No, nobody made a
Motion, there was a sorry.
You made
So
the
moved.
motion.
I made the motion, you seconded it.
Who seconded it?
Emily,
It is almost 9:30.
I can't, I can't, 5 hours is my limit for it, being in meetings. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays, abstentions, the ayes appear to have it, the ayes do have it. Warrants, whoo, I gotta do this now, okay.
Let me just give a 2-second.
Oh, sorry, I forgot about that, Sean, sorry.
On January 3rd, the Guilford Leadership Council met, and we had a very, very productive meeting, and there was one additional community member there, so it was 7 people altogether, and so well organized, and I just gotta take my hat off to these energetic, dynamic individuals.
It's a good place to maybe get some future board members too, to serve with the benevolent dictator maybe, although if you're from Guilford, that doesn't help. Thank you, Sean. Moving on to finance. Okay. I would entertain a motion to approve the warrants of November 25th in the total amount of $104,256.17. The warrants of December 2nd, 2019 in the amount of $718,428.29. No, that's not the total. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. That is the total. Sorry. The warrants of December 4th in the amount of $316,906.27. The warrants of December 10th in the amount of $270,902.95. The warrants of December 16th in the amount of $148,532.75. The warrants of December 18th. Oh, these are all the sub ones, right? No, they're right. Okay, they're so small. In the amount of $59,978.53. The warrants of December 23rd in the amount of $846,098.30. And the payroll from November 22nd in the amount of $1,472,774.35. December 6th in the amount of $1,402,596.81. And from December 23rd in the amount of $1,252,329.66.
Second.
I was looking for the motion.
I thought you moved it.
Well, okay, I'll move them.
You said you moved it.
I said I was looking for a motion.
All right, I'll move it.
Thank you, Ann. Is there a second?
Second.
These were all recommended by the Finance Committee.
I would just make one comment. You know, when we were talking about fund balances earlier, if you look at the payroll, you realize why it's really nice to have a fund balance.
Yes, that's true. That's true. Good point. Any further discussion? All those who approve the motion to approve the warrants, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays or abstentions? The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Moving on to unfinished business. Meeting microphone. Oh, sorry.
Administrative update.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
I'll hold on to everything except for one. I am requesting on behalf of the high school a half day on April 14 and 15 to ensure that students that are taking SBAC grade 9 this year.
SBAC grade 9 and then also junior grade 11.
They're the only ones at the building during those testing days.
So everybody else
Goes.
goes home because of the aspect.
Yeah.
So you need a
I'm
motion.
not gonna vote for that.
However you'd like. This is what we've done.
Right, so the reason we began to do this is we, for many years with standardized testing, tried to schedule the tests during the day, and we would have a melange of canceled classes and combined classes, and we had a lot of trouble getting it done effectively and with students paying good attention to it. So about 4 or 5 years ago, we began the practice of doing the half day where we would run block 1 and block 2, send students home except for 9th and 11th grade, feed them lunch, and then we would do testing where we would be able to have 2 faculty members proctor each room. That allowed us to create a much more positive testing environment, allowed us to create a much more serious environment. We'd go through the testing, and then the next day we would do blocks 3 and 4, and then we followed the same process. So, I mean, it was done because it was pretty chaotic. You know, schools all over Vermont do it different ways. Some schools just cancel school completely for a day, and they just bring in the students. I don't necessarily want to do that, but it's been an established practice, and I'd like to continue it.
Does that need board approval or not?
I think that we had taken it to BU6 board.
Yeah, we always do.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, we always, yeah.
I would make that motion.
Second.
Discussion.
I'm sorry, who seconded that?
And
You're tonight's seconder, it seems. You seconded.
but she's always first in my heart.
Oh.
I'm just gonna tell you, as a recovering teacher, I just hate half days. I just don't like them. I think I've made that point clear. And as a parent, I don't like them either, because I got my kids at home with nothing to do.
The faculty did request this.
And you're just talking about 10th and 12th graders going home, right?
Right.
So,
The 11th graders take SBAC?
They take the Vermont Science Assessment.
Oh, okay, that's the only one.
Right.
And that's only this year, they don't take it next, it's every 3 years or something?
Nope, they take it
It's every year now?
yeah.
Okay.
It's only one day then.
Yeah. Oh, that's right, the science is one day.
So
Right, thank you.
the ninth graders stay both days and the 11th graders stay the first day and then go home the second day.
And the buses just come back and forth for those different kids.
Regular time, right? Yeah. Because BAMS has a regular school day. So we don't run the buses. We don't run an early bus run.
Oh, so the people who get out at noon don't have a way to get home?
Right. Well, they find ways, yeah.
So
we don't provide transportation.
The few that don't find a way
Tend to hang out at the career center.
Right. Or we let them stay in the library. I mean, we set aside spaces for them.
As mother of a 10th grade boy who can't pick him up, I might have to abstain from this vote, but anyway, any other discussion? All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays or abstentions?
Abstention.
I'm abstaining too. But the ayes appear to have it, the ayes do have it, the motion carries. Any, didn't we have some other things?
I thought we had put it on the agenda separately, but I can do it.
Oh, you can do it whenever you want to do it. Okay, you want to do it later?
Sure, let's do it.
Okay. I had said, okay, now's a good time, but you can do it later. Just remind me that it's someplace.
Yep.
Okay. Microphone update. So, I was working for y'all Christmas Eve. My brother, who's a sound engineer, said if we could get something decent for about $500. But it's not going to be really great to cart around. So anything that you can really cart around is not going to be really helpful in the spaces that need it, like Dummerston, Putney Gym. I think Guilford was a bit challenging too, wasn't it, Jody?
Can be if it rains.
It's more voices, different voices, like you said that David was mumbling. David tends to mumble somewhere, and Emily tends to be very... Oh, and Emily tends to be very quiet, and Christina can back off and be quiet too, and so it's...
more commentary now.
But anyway, it's more the projection of people. I mean, nobody has trouble hearing me anywhere, I understand, but if you've got a problem, like if people who have hearing aids or whatever, it's hard to understand.
Well, I do know that people say they don't go to meetings because they can't hear.
Yeah.
And so, I don't know if it's worth buying one system, and I'll try to cart it around to those, because it's only carting it around to those ones.
how big of a system is it?
It's like, an amp like about that big, and then, you can get some after, the systems usually come with one wireless mic, but you can usually get like a couple other mics to go with it, which might be another $100, $200, he was saying. But I just think it might be worth giving it a try with one system and carting it around for a little bit and see if that helps the situation. It doesn't seem like a lot of money to make our meetings accessible to people. Sean?
I think considering that we've just wrangled over all kinds of money for many hours, that I would not be in favor of spending any more money on something like this. And I think what we should do is just try to project as directors of the WSESD, so people can hear.
I think back to that meeting in Dummerston when the rain was there. I mean,
Microphones wouldn't have made any difference. It was just too noisy. So we could choose a different venue and project.
Those are my
I'm
thoughts
not in
exactly.
favor of spending money.
Are there any, because I know Steve had like the there was like a multi-purpose room that maybe you were proposing there was going to be some type of projector or stuff for community meetings. Does that include a microphone?
It has a microphone.
So is it like the venues, obviously when we go out to certain schools, you might not be able to be in a venue, but maybe for this meeting, could we not always be in a place, that would be once a month, could we not always be in a place that has a microphone? And then the other meeting, we'd have to figure out, that's,
Well, the acoustics of the multipurpose room is
Are not good.
much worse than this room.
for sure.
Very, very bad acoustics.
Yeah, this room isn't as bad, really.
Yeah.
And particularly since you've got it moved this way, as long as you project. Dummerston doesn't have to be in the gym for a meeting.
There's no great space. I mean, I guess the science room
The
is
science room. yeah.
okay for this size group. All right, so it doesn't seem like we're taking action on this now. That's fine, I'm busy enough. I don't need to cart around a microphone. Works for me. Moving on to policies for adoption. There are 4 policies. The only change that was made since the first reading was, thanks to Emily and Murphy Cower's eagle eye, we had inadvertently put the word board instead of council. So Barb made that change. Other than that, they are as they were in the first read. So I would entertain a motion to adopt Policy C8, Board Relations with School Personnel. D4, Educator Supervision and Evaluation, Probationary Teachers. D10, Resignations. And H7, Leadership Council Policy.
So moved.
Thank you, Sean. Is there a second?
Second.
I think I heard Thomas first, so I'm going with Thomas, seconding that. Any discussion? All those in favor of approving the 4 policies as stated, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays or abstentions? The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Moving on to new business. Oh yeah, I see retirements. Moving on to new business. I have sent everybody copies of the director's report. I just need to add my guesstimate on what our percent increase is going to be. That was the only, Lyle gave me some great feedback, and Sean, thank you. Speak now or forever hold your peace on that, because it's going to go out, because we're not going to meet again. So I assume everybody likes the director's report, especially the part, for those of you that were not paying attention along the way, especially the part that tells you that I will be on that side next year. So.
I did notice that, but not very, with a smile on my face.
It's one step closer to benevolent dictator. Excellent, so I will send that out so that I can go, because I can't go register my dog at the town office because my name is Mud, because this hasn't gone out, so thank you. We need to have an executive session on a student matter.
I'll do it 3 minutes. We can
Okay.
do it after.
So I would entertain a motion to,
You want me to do together? We can do this, because there will be no action.
there'll be no action taken, so we should do it at the end?
Yeah.
Okay, so if it's okay with the board, we can move that to the very end? Okay. So item C, this came up at the SU level, and I've run into this a couple times as the chair where I can't make an expenditure. We wanted to place an ad for the note taker, and I said, Barb, take it out of my stipend. I want to get the note taker here. It's really important to the board. So if the board doesn't retroactively approve it, I will pay for it personally. And so I would like to talk about having $1,000 that is at the discretion of the board, with the board chair with the vice chair per year. You would replenish it if the board ratified it, but if the board chair did something that the board did not ratify, then that would be it for that. It's only for the next couple months, obviously, but the board chair's hands are tied if you have to call an attorney, so you're going to make an expenditure. And I just think it might be a good practice, because a lot of stuff comes up in a merged district of 10 entities. And so to be able to call an attorney, to be able to place an ad, to be able to have BCTV film something, and we could maybe make parameters around how those funds could be used. But it's a hard job sitting here, and I don't expect that I would use it, but I think it might be a nice gift to the next person who might not be in the situation to say, sure, I'll take it out of my stipend, you know, this $1,000 ad if it doesn't work because it's just that important that it get done. And so that's kind of that's not an ask we do of anybody in the district, so it's a hard thing to do for a board chair, and we have so much to move forward, and if we're not meeting every week. So I'm not sure we need to move this tonight, because I don't plan on using it, and I just wanted to put it out there for you all to think about it, and I just think it would be a good practice, because Carrie's finding the same thing, where time is of the essence in the superintendent search, and I said, Carrie, I'll pay for it. You know, and so she and I agreed to split costs for something, because she was trying to get Curtis Reed as quickly as possible, so. I'm just trying to think of creative ways that we can move quickly without allowing a lot of abuse on the part of the board member. So unless somebody feels like very excited to make a motion right now,
we could I think establishing contingency fund makes perfect sense, and we can figure out what it means later on.
Okay.
If we want to have it, especially we want to have it in the next budget, we should probably do it now.
well, it's funds that are currently in the board, but you could expend them.
Oh, you can expend them without.
That's
right,
so we're not adding money to the budget, we're just
So
giving
discretionary contingency fund.
Discretionary contingency fund.
Okay.
Are you making a motion now?
I move that we establish a discretionary contingency fund for the use of the, where is it?
Board chair.
The board chair and vice chair. Did I say that all? Temporary contingency fund of $1,000?
Is there a second?
Second. Oh, I'm sorry, no, go ahead.
Get it on to me.
Thank you, Kelly, for seconding that. Any further discussion? All those in favor of establishment of a temporary discretionary contingency fund? Whoa. Please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays or abstentions? The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it.
Temporary? I need to get exact wording on that. That happened, sorry, I'm tired and that happened.
Discretionary
happened fast.
contingency fund.
Yeah.
Got that, and the amount is?
Of $1,000.
Okay, and was there anything else included in that motion?
No.
Okay.
That could be used by the chair, vice
For
chair.
to be used by the chair and vice chair.
Chair with the approval of the vice chair, so I just wouldn't, the chair wouldn't be acting independently, so.
So
for use by the chair with the approval of the vice chair, so there's a second opinion.
Okay. And so, to be used by the chair with the vice chair's approval, but not used by the vice chair?
Yeah, just
Right.
with
Just the chair?
vice chair's approval.
Okay. And that passed unanimously.
It did,
And David made the motion and Kelly seconded it?
yes.
Thank you.
And Brady Lyle, take it away.
So, Wendy, I will just give you a list of these names at the end.
Oh, okay, sure.
Dear Superintendent Holliday, after 44 years in the classroom, over 30 at BUHS, I have decided it's time to move on to other parts of my life. It's been an honor and privilege to be part of the Wyndham Southeast organization for so many years. I look forward to seeing my younger colleagues continue the challenging and rewarding work that lies ahead. Please accept my resignation effective at the end of the 2019-2020 school year. Sincerely, Teresa Apple, BUHS.
We don't want her to retire.
I'll go through them all.
She's the best teacher ever.
Yes, she is.
She's wonderful.
And what does she teach?
English.
In high school.
Everything anyone ever needed to know, David. That's what
No,
she
I
did.
know, she was
I had
Molly's
her
favorite
too,
teacher.
really.
And I knew that, I just forgot.
I'll just go through all of them and you can accept all of them. Dear Lyle, after 40 years of being involved in the field of education, including 18 in Wyndham Southeast Supervisory Union District, I've decided that the time has come for me to retire at the end of the 2019-2020 school year. It's been an honor to have the opportunity to work in this district with so many dedicated and innovative teachers and administrators. However, the students have always been at the heart of it all. I'm continually amazed by how much I learn from them on a daily basis. I will miss the positive relationships I have developed both with students and staff. I look forward to making this final semester one of the best for all. Thanks for your years of courageous leadership, Cammie Elliott from Academy. Dear Lyle, I am writing to inform you of my plan to retire at the end of this school year on June 30, 2020. It's a bittersweet decision. I have been very attached to this community that I've served over the last 37 years. I'm tremendously grateful for the opportunities I've had to assume in a variety of teaching roles in one district, each one helping me to grow both personally and professionally. Now, with a total of 45 years of teaching under my belt, I'm also looking forward to the next phase of my life and whatever adventures that will bring. I've met with, you don't need all that. Thank you for this and notifying me about anything else that I should do. In closing, I would like to congratulate you, Lyle, wish you the best moving forward. With warmest regards, Deb Hall. Dear Lyle, this letter should serve as my intention to retire at the end of the 2019-2020 school year. I've had 46 wonderful years teaching at Brattleboro Union High School and helping to educate our young people. But there comes a time, as you well know, when it is time to move on to the next chapter. I know next September I will miss being at BUHS, but I'm positive that this is the right decision for me at this time. Respectfully, Bob Kramsky. Dear Superintendent Lyle Holliday, I'm writing this letter to inform you of my intent on retiring at the end of the 2019-2020 school year. It's been an honor and privilege to work not only with you, but for you for the last 27 years. Thank you all for you have done. Thank you for all you have done to make this district a better place to work and live. Sincerely, Nancy Livingston Clements, art teacher at Dummerston. Dear Lyle, at BAMS we celebrated the last day of school in 2019 with a pep rally and volleyball tournament. The enthusiasm was contagious and the atmosphere electric. It was an event that made me feel proud and excited to be part of our BAMS community. The atmosphere was driven with a cadre of young teachers who are vital, energetic, and caring. Watching them in action with students warmed my heart and made me feel hopeful for the future of education in BAMS. Keith has hired and retained exemplary teachers during his tenure at BAMS. These teachers/kids are loved, respected, have built rich relationships with our students. With the new year, I move to explore new patterns related to my roots. Beginning this summer, I'll be working the tides in commercial fisheries and building wooden work skiffs. At this point, I have several job opportunities and expect to finalize details in the coming weeks. Rest assured that more time with Eve and our girls will be the dominant priority in all negotiations. It seems like a timely opportunity for Keith to add a young science teacher to grow the spirit of BAMS. As such, I will retire from my position as a science teacher on Team Draco at Brattleboro Area Middle School in the Wyndham Southeast School District effective July 1, 2020. Working with the exceptional staff and wonderful kids at BUHS BAMS has been a privilege and delight since day one. Thank you for the opportunity and support. Jake McNermick. Dear Lyle, I'm writing to inform you I will be retiring at the end of this school year, June 30th, 2020. I'm excited about the new phase of my life and very grateful for the multitude of learning and experiences I've had in this district over the last 27 years. Best regards, Deb Perotti. Deb Perotti works at Oak Grove. Superintendent of Schools Lyle Holliday. There have been times in my life, this is going to be a hard one for me, sorry. There have been times in my life I've been wondering why, actually.
There have been times in my life I've been wondering why, still somehow I believed I'd always survive. Now what more can I say, what's left to provide? Are you going to wait for a sign, your miracle? My sign has come. Make no mistake where you are. The waiting is over, it's time to go. No time for wondering why, it's here. The moment is now, time to decide. With that assist from Kenny Loggins in his song, This Is It. Thank you, I wish I'd known that. I inform you of my retirement at the conclusion of the 2020 school year in June. A few words before I go. This may sound a bit self-aggrandizing, but it is not meant for that at all. Just a thank you for allowing me the flexibility to do my job and what I determined was the most effective way. The profession of teaching is like no other. It offers infinite variety. There may be some, but very few jobs where if things are not going well, become monotonous, stale, there is a remedy. Change the way you are doing things. My career has been punctuated with infinite change. As a 24-year-old walking to the top of Wuthering Heights in England, I came upon an elderly man who had a device to scoop up scraps left behind by passerbys. I struck up a conversation with him, wondering, was this a full-time job? He said it was not a job at all, but his labor of love. Teaching in this school district since 1972 has been a labor of love for me. I would not trade a single day with anyone else. To have had the opportunity to educate so many young people has been life's reward for me. The school district has entrusted me with a myriad of responsibilities in providing educational opportunities for students and staff, including field studies both in the United States and abroad. Never have I been discouraged from trying something constructively new and educationally sound. I am proud to have provided students with these educational travel opportunities over the past 48 years. Boston's Colonial American Freedom Trail, American Revolution, Washington, D.C., United States government, including the Close-Up Foundation program that I ran for 10 years. Alabama, Civil Rights Movement in Selma, Birmingham, and Montgomery. England, tied to the Western Civilization course I taught at BUHS. Gettysburg, U.S. Civil War Studies. Northern Ireland to enhance the study of the Troubles. Dallas, Texas to study through eyewitnesses the JFK assassination. 3 of my students have been awarded scholarships by the Dallas-based research organizations, JFK Lancer, 2 winning National Student of the Year awards, and 1 finishing runner-up. American Legion National Oratorical Contest. Wouldn't win one with that. Brattleboro Union High School has the highest placed Vermonter in that contest history, finishing 2nd in the nation in Indianapolis, Indiana. Placed 2 students in the top 20 of Senator Sanders' writing contest, traveling to the State House in Montpelier to participate in a roundtable discussion with the senator. One of the winners from BUHS was a foreign exchange student from Leipzig, thank you, Ann. Leipzig, Germany, an incredible achievement. Students for Renew organized a student effort that educated students, adults, service clubs in high schools and universities in Virginia, Georgia, New Hampshire, and Vermont about the dangers of unexploded ordnance left behind from the Vietnam War. Students raised enough money to build a home for Vietnamese women and her children. She had lost her husband to an unexploded ordnance accident. In 1995, a chance meeting with then Superintendent of Schools Ray McNulty resulted in a conversation of how to provide in-service for staff needing to transition from 50-minute classes to block scheduling. Having experience with my education abroad during the 1970s through the 80s, I offered to provide coursework in England, the integrated day approach for willing staff members. As an adjunct professor at Keene State College, I planned all travel, accommodation, and coursework for 3 trips between 1995 and 2001. I continued the program organizing field study courses for staff members to the Republic of Ireland, Northern Ireland, Germany, Italy, Greece, Cuba, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, Indian West, the Nez Perce Trail and Reservation, Nazi concentration camps. Life in this school district has been, let me start that over. Life in this school district has been incredibly rich and rewarding. This is my thank you to this district for its trust in allowing me the responsibility of instructing, enriching, developing our most precious resource, this district's young people. It's an awesome responsibility that I have embraced and thoroughly enjoyed. William Bill Holliday, educator, WSESU, WSESD, 1972 to 2020.
1965 graduate as well.
Yes. Now, yeah, a few seconds into that, I'm like, oh, I see why this would be hard. So that's a full slate. That is like 300 years of educational experience.
It is a lot of years, you're right.
It was 8 individuals, right?
Yes. Right. I mean, I'm not joking, it's like 200 something years. That's an incredible amount of educational experience.
Yeah.
I would entertain a motion to accept with deep regret and great thanks for their service to our community for the collective 250 years or so. The resignations of the 8 staff members.
So,
Thank you, David. Is there a second?
A second.
Thank you, Kelly. Any further discussion? All those in favor of accepting with regret and thanks the resignations of the 8 teachers, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any abstentions? The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. We wish them all an excellent and relaxing in retirement.
One of the few years ago when the town school board asked the principals to bring the names of people as they were retiring, and the purpose was so we could ask the question, do all of these people have to be replaced? Are these positions that could be done, we could do without, or could combine, or could be otherwise managed without hiring replacement? So that's, hope you'll look into that.
Yeah, we're looking at that right now.
I've been on the school board for a long time, and I don't think I've ever heard 8 individuals retiring all at once, and I have to say I'm extremely impressed by the collective letters that were written to the board. I mean, that is, it's really worth keeping.
If only we could keep them all, and the reader of
Maybe when Rich
7/8 of them.
Maybe when Rich edits this, he can put these at the beginning so people get to hear all those things.
Yeah. So I am now looking for a motion to enter into executive session for student.
See public comments.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm
No,
sorry.
It's fine, it's been a very
Sorry.
long night. Waiting patiently, I've been wondering if I could share a letter that Team Tenny received with the board. I think it'll kind of uplift our spirits a little bit after the somber retirement discussion here. So I'll try to make it as brief as possible. But yeah. Copies for everyone. So a little background. This letter came to me from a recent graduate who the grandstand situation affected personally. This individual's someone by the name of Leaf Bigelow. He graduated 2 years ago, and he's probably the most decorated athlete our school's seen in decades. A little background on Leaf. He was a 4-year starter for our baseball team, 3-time All Marble Valley League, 2-time All-State. He was USA Today Vermont Player of the Year. He was the Vermont New Hampshire Twin State Game MVP. And during his Christmas break, I have a friend of mine who does off-season training work with youngsters at an indoor facility. And during Leaf's Christmas break, in order for him to get his work in, he came along and volunteered to help out these youngsters as well. And that spoke volumes to me. Just thinking back, me as a 20-year-old during vacation break, that'd be the last thing on my mind. So he was wondering what he could do to help, other than helping the youngsters. He was wondering what he could help with this issue, and so he offered to write a letter. And he sent it to us, and I wanted to read it to you tonight. It says, "To whom it may concern, my dreams and passion for the game of baseball started right here in the tight-knit community of Brattleboro, Vermont, a town commonly referred to as a baseball town, a town with a high school that has something so special and unique that no other high school in the state has, a baseball field with a grandstand. Every baseball field is the same, 90 feet to each base, 60 feet 6 inches from mound to home plate. But what makes Tenny Field much different than any other ballpark is the grandstand. This is something we should take pride in, maintain and preserve for years to come. Tenny Field will always have a special place for me, as well as for many others. It all began in 2009 when I was in Little League. Baseball practice ended at Fort Dummer, and my dad and I headed up Fairground Road toward the high school. At the crest of the hill, I could see the lights shining down on the field as evening turned to night behind the Dartmouth Green grandstand, and that meant one thing: baseball season. The Colonels were taking on rival Mount Anthony on a Tuesday night. I sat a couple rows up the grandstand closest to the Colonels' dugout on the first baseline. Have you ever heard of the term best seat in the house? Well, yes, it was exactly that. The elevated view not only allowed for me a perfect view of the action, but also the players in the dugout. As a 9-year-old, I looked up to these guys. I wanted to see everything they did. I envisioned myself wearing the purple pinstripes one day while playing on the best high school baseball field in the state. That's really where my passion and love for the game of baseball began, right there sitting in Tenny Field grandstands. Fast forward to high school, being able to practice and play at Tenny Field was a true honor and something I didn't take for granted. The grandstand gives the field a stadium-like feel to it, something that you can't get many other places for high school baseball. During my playing career as a colonel, I got to see fans enjoy the historic landmark for 2 years. In 2 years of seeing fans in utter disappointment that they couldn't sit there. Visiting teams, families, and fans love coming to Tenny Field, and it all circles back to one reason why: the grandstand. If you take away the grandstand, then you have the same old baseball diamond you can find anywhere else. Tenny Field has always been referred to as one of the best baseball fields in the state. It's up there with Centennial Field in Burlington, which is home to a minor league baseball team, and Montpelier Rec Park, home to a team in a prestigious collegiate league during the summer. We have something special here, especially for high school baseball. Thoughts and plans of the grandstand ever being removed would destroy history, memories, and most importantly, a great venue for our fans. The grandstand isn't in the best shape, as we all know, needing updates and renovations to accommodate for today's safety standards. We can make this happen. This is what our community needs. However, for this to happen, we need everyone on the same page. A great example of this has already happened at a historic landmark in this town. 2005 Harris Hill Ski Jump closed, needing renovations to bring it up to safety standards. You know what they did? They fixed it, made it better, and reopened it. This is exactly what needs to happen with the grandstand. Like Harris Hill, the Tenny Field grandstand is a beloved place by not only our community, but people from all over the region. By doing this, it will bring Tenny Field back to the place it once was, somewhere that will draw fans to unite in a place to enjoy America's pastime. Overall, I shared with you what the grandstands means to me and what action needs to be taken. I shared with you some of my memories I have of this special place. As a former player, I know what it meant to be able to play at Tenny Field, and I'm sure the hundreds of alumni know the privilege they had to be able to play there. Let's make this happen. Let's make this happen for the past, current, and most importantly, future athletes and families. Let's make this happen for our community. This all starts by coming together, moving forward, and overall making it the beloved place it once was. Sincerely, Leaf Bigelow. I was very impressed. This is someone who has had his troubles with his competitive fire in the past, but just seeing him in the 2 short years he's been away at college, I think he's matured beyond his years, and I think this speaks volumes for his maturity and his willingness to help out in any way he can. It meant a lot to me personally, but as a group, it says exactly what we think our mission statement is, and I give him a lot of credit for stepping out and writing this letter to us.
Thank you, Devin.
Yeah.
And, don't tell Jody you got way more than 3 minutes, okay? Do that. So as our last order of business, I would entertain a motion to move into executive session under 1 VSA 313(7) to discuss a student matter.
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Yeah.
Thank you, David. All those in favor of moving into executive session? Nays, abstention, the ayes appear to have it. There will be no action afterwards.
So I should stick around for the meeting adjournment though, right?
Let's call the meeting to order because we got 4.
We got 5.
We got 5. Hey, do you know how to push the button to make camera start?
She'll figure it out.
Well, he works over there.
Who's over there? That's anybody else? Okay.
He's gonna
Same
move.
for Laura.
Laura's, yeah,
She's
Laura's-
next on.
Yes,
If you-
please.
She's gotta go drink Kool-Aid tomorrow.
Let's
Make it apparent that Laura's not here.
Hit
the enter seat, be like, put her sign down.
An Italian family. You know? In honor.
Everybody look very solemn when he comes in.
Right.
I don't know if we should, I'm gonna call it to order and we'll just wait till he shows up before we do anything.
Yeah, okay.
I don't know, Andrew.
Everyone's in a good mood. I think it's the
in this new
holidays.
day and age, you know?
Yeah, right?
Yeah,
It's not real unless it's filmed.
right.
Even then
it might not be.
Even then it's questionable.
Didn't happen.
I think the way that works now,
Is that sleet hitting the window?
if it's in your attention, that it-
Hey, we called the meeting to order, but we waited for you. Push your button.
It's already pushed.
Oh, so you've been recording all this time?
Yeah, that's right.
And we could've
Got
gone?
the chair.
Okay, we'll have a moment of silence for Laura.
Laura, in her memory. Not in
not in her
not in
memory.
memory, sorry.
Patience. Bless her with patience.
She has to go tomorrow to drink Kool-Aid and I'll kill you. So additions or deletions to the agenda, the only thing I'm gonna do is, I had the annual meeting discussion down bottom. Andy came all the way over just in case we had any questions, so I'm gonna just move that up so we can get him out of here. Because I don't think he comes over for the exciting meetings.
Oh, it's awesome, but I appreciate that. Thank you.
Members of the public, Nita, you're here for, do you have any public or?
No, I'm here for the
Okay.
thing.
So I got, I'm sorry, did anybody have any addition or deletion to the
I
agenda?
do have just one thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's just recognitions.
Okay, where do you want to do that?
New business, yeah.
Okay. Recognitions. Oh, who's not here? I'm gonna say a little prayer.
Absenteeism.
Can I put this back now? That's good.
Yeah, that's good. We honored her.
We injure ourselves.
We honored her.
The honorary.
So we got the minutes of December 9th and December 16th meetings. Can I get a motion to approve them?
So moved.
Mark moved it. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Barry seconds it. Is there any discussions? Will you spell your name right?
Yes.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? You gonna abstain?
I'm gonna abstain. I wasn't here last time.
Yeah,
I know I
that's
can
okay.
still.
Okay, so we have one abstention, Peter, Mr. Thorpe. Okay, so old business, we're gonna move up the annual meeting. So it's been kind of a challenge, folks, believe it or not, but I think we may have it. So, I sent out to you all a draft of the agenda, not of the agenda, of the, the agenda for the annual meeting. And I don't have my hands right on it. The articles for the annual.
Warning.
The warning for the
Warning.
annual.
We're getting
It's
closer.
in my book.
We're getting closer.
It's in your book. Well, I've got one here. Oh my gosh.
That's a lot of paper.
I know, I just, I put it right on top. Does anybody have a copy of it in print?
I don't. I've got all those papers there. 50 pages of it. I don't have it.
I've got the signature page.
In my book. If you go to page 4 and 5, then the markup is right there.
Is that the one that went out this weekend?
That's the one you sent to me to use for the markup, yeah. It's on page 4 or 5.
Oh, she's gonna pin.
Put the bills in it?
No.
Okay, so what there's a few changes we had to make, and we kept making changes up to the end. Article 13, which is the one for voting the new members, those are gonna be held at the respective town meetings. And because it's a presidential primary, the polls actually open at 7 a.m. in Dover, so that got changed. And then the town meeting starts at 9 o'clock in Wardsboro, which I believe, Andy, you checked with.
I did.
10.
9.
9?
I emailed her,
Okay.
she told me 9.
9 it is. Thank you.
No, thank you.
Cool. So we got the moderator, clerk, treasurer, nothing changed there. The 3 auditors, the stipend for the school board members, approved mileage at the federal reimbursement rate, ability to withdraw up to $200,000 out of the reserve fund for to help offset taxes for this year, which is what we had asked for last year. So we did wind up changing. See, this isn't the right one.
That's the most recent
No,
one.
there's another one that just went around. Because Article 8 is supposed to have, if approved, will result in education spending of, and it's actually down around
18,668.
668.
and which is an increase of, this projected spending per equalized pupil is 4.9% higher than spending for the current year. So it's,
You can write on that and I'll.
well, it's, I will find it here in a little bit.
I think the town is printing that right now.
Print it.
Okay. Oops, sorry. So that was changed because I thought that they changed the law, but Lori picked up on it and Bill checked into it and it said that we had to include the increase. And that comes back from when Jim Douglas was governor. That was supposed to help prevent budgets from growing too much because the school boards are always trying to hide things. So does anybody have a problem with that? You not have it, Mark?
No, I haven't.
Oh,
Yeah.
we all good with it?
Yep. Yeah.
Everybody okay?
Yeah,
Andrew,
that's
you're,
fine.
that was, I think you saw, I think I got that
Yeah,
to
you
you, right?
emailed it to me yesterday, or what,
Okay.
the last time you emailed, I was included.
Okay, so Article 9 is the tuition rate, and we did finally get the Burr and Burton letter. Which does have their annual tuition at $17,990, which is a 2.8% increase. And just so people know, because sometimes it gets asked, tuitions for family living in non-sending towns will be $19,990. So, and that came out December 16th, so we got it, I got it sometime at the end of January.
Okay, gotcha, yeah, I'm sorry, didn't follow everything.
And then, so the voters of the River Valley Unified School District establish reserve funds as set forth by the school directors and fund each account with the money in the current general reserve and special reserve funds from the Wardsboro and Dover districts as follows. Reserve fund, we want to fund at $564,143. The reason part of that being is that we've already committed 200 this year that needs to go into operational if we need it, and then we'll be doing another 200, so it'll be about a third, and a third. And the number, the 564,143 is not an audited number, it's a best guess number from a preliminary review of the books because we don't have all the numbers finalized from FY 2019. And then in capital improvements, we're gonna have 2 separate capital improvement funds. One of buildings that we wanna put 200,000 into the building fund, and a transportation fund to work on if we have to replace a bus of $100,000, and special revenue funds of $29,424. And that's made up of, last time when we had Lori here, there's 5 or 6 special funds Dover Elementary School had a fund for prepaid expenses from FY 2018, so Lori has to figure out how that comes out so we can decide what that is. There was Dover School had enrichment money of 5151. Dover After School Program had 7803. And the Fiber Connect is actually $500. And what the Fiber Connect is, years ago, when there was the big Fiber Connect, we had to have money put aside to allow the fiber to go in, and the school board voted not to do it because it was like $25,000 or $30,000, and we chose not to do it. The selectmen went ballistic because they wanted it done. So we said, fund it and we'll do it. So then we said to them, but we also want the money ahead of time because we don't want to not have it from you or the board to change. So they gave us the money ahead of time, and that's, I guess we overspent it by $500. So we need to decide who's going to cover that. And then the Wardsboro School has a Stratton Foundation, which I don't know anything about, but I guess Stratton
It's a yearly grant that we get, about $1,000 every year.
So you haven't spent it in 10 years.
We usually do.
Well, because you got $9,100 in it.
Yeah, that's not accurate.
Okay, well, that's what Lori said. And then there, you have the stars, but it has zero money in it. And then the last thing is in Dover, we have the Clyde Jones Memorial Fund, and that has $1,225 in it. That's how we came up with the $29,000. The Clyde Jones is used. Clyde Jones was a school board member in Dover for a lot of years, and he left money, and they buy a little gift for a vocalist and an instrumental music person who are for the graduating sixth grade classes. But we're gonna have to talk about that too in the future if that needs, if we're gonna open that up, because it doesn't make sense to have stuff direct for Wardsboro and for Dover because we're supposed to be one district. But we'll have that discussion.
And is any of it specified? I know sometimes.
Well, yeah,
they
that's
were.
why the Clyde Jones is specified.
Yeah, some of them are.
So we may have to go back to the family and say, do you want to reconsider how that's used, or?
Yeah.
And then, the enrichment, the Dover enrichment is actually money paid by one of the developments for us to sign off on an Act 250 permit. And I don't,
Sorry.
well, we got money for the school.
Voluntary chuckle.
Yeah. And, and then the after-school program was money we voted on at town meeting to make sure we could do the after-school program. So, everybody good with that article?
You spelled transportation wrong.
Did I?
S is in
You
wrong
got the
spot.
most recent one?
Oh, yeah, I got the most recent.
Does it have a red line under it?
No, I just got it. This is the one you emailed.
Okay.
So, anyway.
Transportation.
Yeah. You're our school board, so what's that?
Thank you.
You think
Transport.
Transport. Transportation.
Transport.
No, it's
Transportation.
Okay, we can fix
You
that.
can
Yeah,
fix that.
we'll fix it.
We'll fix it. We'll fix it. Just wanna point
And then
out.
Article 11 is, shall the voters of the River Valley Unified School District move the district annual meeting to the second Tuesday in April? Article 12, any other business that may legally be addressed, open discussion for informational purposes. And then somebody sent me an email, said
Yeah, I
Article
got that wrong,
13 is
yeah.
twice.
That was my
That was
fault.
twice.
That was me.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Article
I didn't
13 to be
vote
voted
for.
by Australian ballot town meeting in Dover and from the floor
I get
at
it.
town meeting in Wardsboro. And Andy,
Just a
everybody's all
statement,
set with that, right? You don't need anything from, and Wardsboro?
So, basically, the warnings for the individual towns, it's been suggested by the Secretary of State's office that you folks sign those warnings as well. Those warnings will include those elections. The Secretary of State's office said that if we don't get a quorum of signatures on the town meeting warnings from you folks, it won't invalidate the election process at all. But because Act 46, there's still some bugs in it, the best practice would probably be to have you guys sign Wardsboro's town meeting warning and Dover's town meeting warning.
All of us?
A quorum of you.
towns?
If a quorum of you cannot make it down to our offices to do that, maybe we get just the signatures of the Dover folks on the Dover warning and the Wardsboro folks on there's a lot in Act 46 that needs to be cleaned up and will be cleaned up by the legislature. This is a suggestion by the Secretary of State's office. It will not invalidate anything we do if we don't get a quorum of signatures on these warnings. But it's been suggested that we do that, so we're going to try and do that.
Okay, so Dwight works in Dover anyway, so
Yep.
we can at least get Dwight
Yep.
down. That'll give us 4.
Yeah, I can get over.
Okay.
I'm down there.
And
then
these
I'll get
these
to-
warnings don't need to be posted as early as this
Right.
warning does. So we have more time to think about
Yeah.
that. We can probably have those present. Are you gonna have a meeting at the end of January? Did I see that it was canceled?
January 27th or something.
Okay, all right. Oh, they changed the time, right.
Right,
That might be a little late, but Jackie and I will coordinate.
We
and
also
then
have
we
a
will.
meeting, don't we have another meeting before that?
Yeah.
No,
No,
this is it.
Yeah,
No,
no,
just,
you're right.
Andy, send me an email, and I'll
Yep.
make sure we get the signatures in both places.
Jackie and I will coordinate and we'll get in touch with you, all of you, and figure out how we're gonna handle that.
Okay.
Just to put it on your radar. It's not gonna affect what you're talking about right now, but,
Well, I think
we'll take care of that.
Select board and us will be. on the
yes,
same
Yeah,
all of
just
us,
like it used to
all
be.
of you,
Right.
yes.
Okay.
And so, huh?
It's funny, just the way.
Well,
it
no,
is.
but I'm
You know,
glad
it's-
because there's,
it's funny the
you
way-
know, they don't
Yeah.
think about it, and there's no law that really doesn't affect something else somewhere
Exactly.
else, and
Right,
they
right.
just, they try to cover all their bases, and they never do.
Is your warning all done, Andy? We can come down.
No,
Okay.
not yet.
Okay.
Tomorrow night,
Probably, the middle of the month. And probably Wardsboro's is a similar time frame. So you'll have like a week or two, possibly, to sign them. Yeah.
And then, so there's 2 people up for election now every year, because we're all 3-year terms, and in Wardsboro, it's,
No.
That's right. And I don't know, you don't need a petition, because you just gotta be nominated from the floor, right?
Nominated from the floor, right?
So you just need somebody there to nominate you. And if you're not there, you probably get nominated anyway.
You don't need a petition then? You don't need a
That's
petition?
usually how that works.
You don't
That's
need a
easy.
petition.
Okay, but, and Mark, you're up for,
Yes.
so you do need a petition.
But Mark, yeah, you need.
Okay, and
Mark's got one right here.
Andy
This is
made up a
over.
petition for River Valley's offices.
Mark's got one?
Mark's got one.
Yeah.
Okay, but you guys don't need to worry about it
Right.
in Wardsboro. And then just shall the voters adjourn and reconvene at Dover and Wardsboro for election of officers on town meeting day. I like that a lot better than what we had before.
When is the petition due?
So Mark's is due the 27th of January in my office by 5 p.m.
And if someone else wants to run against him,
Same
they can
thing.
still get a petition
They
from
can,
you?
yes.
Okay, and is it on the town website?
The petition?
Yeah,
No,
so they just come in and get it?
just come in and get it.
No
I
problem.
have plenty of blanks.
Okay, Nita, we're gonna have to add one more article. The article I missed, because I thought we'd written it into Article 10, is, we usually do, in Dover anyways, we do an article that if there's any surplus at the end of the year, that move into the reserve fund, so it doesn't hang out there in
Sit there for a
limbo
year.
for a year to be voted on. So, that can be anywhere. It would probably make sense to do it, I don't know, somewhere Article 9, 10, or 11. What do you guys, somebody tell me where you want to see it, and we'll write that in. Can you add that?
Yeah, well, I can't edit this because it's a PDF, but I can.
Oh, I thought I sent it out as a
Then
Word.
he sent out a Word doc.
Well, Mark, can you edit it and send it to her?
Not as a Word doc, you can send it as a Google doc.
I can send it on my smartphone.
Do you have a hard copy?
I don't, I can't find the stupid
You can
thing.
put a Word doc on Google. If you have Word.
I can download it as a Google Doc as well.
We could print it and then handwrite it in. You guys sign it and we'll clean it up electronically tomorrow.
Yeah, the signature page is a whole set, I have the
Email it to
signature
you,
page.
Tammy.
See if that works, Dan. I think I just sent it to you.
We both, you're gonna get.
Okay, so the article should say, shall the voters of the River Valleys Unified School District approve moving any surplus, moving the surplus, if any, from FY 20 to the, and what did we call it? We called it the general reserve?
You just
The
have it
reserve
listed,
fund.
reserve.
To the reserve fund. So can you edit that, Tammy, or not? Okay, so just insert an article, make it, you know, what do you guys,
want it?
what do you guys
11
think?
or-
Make it 11.
Make it 11? That's good, because we'll just get done.
Right.
So Article 11 will be, shall the voters of the River Valleys Unified School District approve moving the surplus, if any, from FY 20 to the reserve fund? So if there's any surplus from operational,
Are they going to approve or authorize the school board?
authorize. I like that. Authorize moving the operational surplus, if any, from FY 20, because that'll be the one that closes July of 20, to the reserve fund. Your question mark. I know.
Because that way it doesn't need, it just sits in limbo. If there
Right,
is
'cause
one
you
there,
can't do
really,
anything
can't
with
do
it until you
anything
get
with
it.
It just doesn't do anybody any good.
Right. And who knows if there'll be one, but those are the numbers we worked with last time.
Okay, great.
You good with that, Tammy?
I think so. Let me just read it back to you again.
Okay.
All right. Shall the voters of the River Valleys Unified School District approve moving the
No,
operational?
authorize. Not approve. That was my mess up.
Okay, let's try this again. Shall the voters of the River Valleys Unified School District authorize moving the operational surplus from FY 20 to the reserve fund?
Authorize moving the operational surplus,
If any.
if any,
If any, okay.
from FY 20
From FY 20 to the reserve fund.
Perfect. Question mark.
Okay. Just the article below that, which will now be Article 11, just says, shall the voters of the River Valleys Unified School District move the district annual meeting? Okay.
So that will
Totally
become Article 12.
Yeah, okay.
And Article 13 is any other business. So Article 14 will be the voting of people. So we have to go back to the, just under the warning and change Article 13 to Article 14.
Top, yeah.
Okay.
And that shouldn't affect anything, right, Andy?
Nope.
And then Article 15 is,
Shall they adjourn and reconvene it?
okay.
While you're in there, can you,
Change transportation?
Yes, please.
No, leave it and see if anybody else picks it up.
Yeah, it's not a good look for a school board.
So while she's doing that, folks, I got this here. Here's a nice
Yeah.
picture. I sent this out to people. It says, here's what our donation will bring. For $50, we get a ride in the town truck. $100, a private meeting with the road foreman. And $250 gets us tea with the school board. So if any of you got $250 burning a hole in your pocket, you can have tea with us.
I was wondering, would you be able to do all of those things, Rich? Are you like in
No.
charge? You be able, would they meet with you?
I could give them a ride in the fire truck.
Yeah.
a private. I
You can provide the fire truck.
I can give him a private.
Maybe
meeting with
not the road foreman.
With the,
Yeah.
I can give him a private meeting with the town clerk. Andrew, come see me, but I'll be there.
We would gladly take your $250 for tea.
So you have that, Tammy?
I do, want me to print it out real quick and.
So are you guys okay with it now that we've discussed it to vote on it, and then Tammy will print and get it to us later? Because you can just email to Andy then. Do you
I
want to
need
print
your
it?
signatures.
Right.
Yeah, I've got this. I'll use this as a signature
Okay.
page.
As long as I walk out with the signature page and Tammy or somebody emails me the rest of it, I can record it tomorrow and drive it up here, or Jackie, we can record it, so I'm good with that.
Okay.
Yeah, wait, Article 9, is that correct? 2019-2020 school year?
No.
No.
No, good catch.
Dwight.
Thank you, see?
See?
It's 2021.
2021.
You see double 13s, but you got that one.
Yeah, that's right, so triple 13 on this page.
13s.
That's his good luck number.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, how many people have we had looking at it? How
I
many
know.
times have we all
Exactly.
read it?
I know.
Well, that's probably half the problem, is how many times we all.
Yeah, that's
So
the thing.
you're gonna give me the fixes on my draft, right?
Yes.
She's gonna, I'm sorry, Tammy. Tammy's gonna email it around.
All right.
So if everybody's okay with that, and Andrew, you're okay that we're not actually seeing it in live, I would need a motion to approve the warning for our annual meeting as corrected.
As it exists on Tammy's computer.
There you go. As it exists on Tammy's computer, we hope.
That would be best. If you could do that, that would be awesome.
Yeah, the brand. Yeah.
Thank you, Tammy.
So moved.
You're gonna feel
Okay,
much better.
so we do have a motion
Yeah, so moved.
to approve
To
them.
approve it, correct.
Do I have a second to the motion?
What are we, we're approving the articles as we
We're
revised
approving the-
articles
right, the
that we've done,
warning.
yes.
Okay, Dwight will second the
second.
motion. All those in favor say aye.
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 Okay, so it's unanimous. Is this black?
I'm written yet. It is.
Okay, so we will pass this around.
That one signature missing.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Tammy.
Sure.
It was very helpful.
Yeah. Just make sure it's.
Andy,
Yep.
would you be okay if I stopped at Laura's house, or would you like to stop at Laura's house on your way by? Because she is home. She had stuff to do because she's got to leave early,
Yep.
and have her sign this too.
You can do that and bring it to me in the morning. I
Are you
can't.
okay with that?
I'm headed to another
Okay.
obligation.
If
as
you
soon as
don't
I
mind,
leave.
is that okay?
No, if you
'Cause
want
I'd
to
like
do
to
that.
have everybody's
Yeah,
signature
and
on
you'll
it.
bring it to me tomorrow morning.
Yeah, first
Perfect.
thing.
Okay, yep.
Could I just make a remark that I called Andy earlier to ask if the annual report that we're mailing out there, if it was necessary for there to be a signature page, and he said he didn't, he said no. So the.
No, I think the S that, is fine,
He
the way you
didn't
have it
see
set
it.
up.
Yeah.
Yeah, we typically don't print the signature page in
Right.
Dover's town report, especially because you're going to warn your meeting in the paper, correct? Eliminating this as a warning, so you don't need a signature page.
Okay. So Andrew, did you get a chance to just look at that the warning thing? Did you have any comments on that?
I think you did a great job.
Okay. Man of a few words,
And
but
you
thank you.
emailed me, right?
Not yet.
Okay.
Look.
A warning in the paper, a record obviates a printed signature page. It only has to go in one place.
Did you all get to look at it?
No, the warning in the paper won't have a signature page, but when you post it on the wall in Dover and in Wardsboro, it will have the signature page.
So you all set there, Mr.?
Mm-hmm, yep.
Okay, perfect.
You get it signed, or?
Yeah, but I'm gonna take it, remember, and
Oh,
bring it to
right,
you tomorrow.
right, okay. Well, thank you, folks.
No, thank you, Amy. It's a
I'm
lot
just
of
gonna
work.
read quickly through and then I'll get out of here.
Make sure it's correct,
Okay.
while we've got you.
So while Andy's looking at that, interrupt us if you need to, sir. Anita, your mock-up, so they're looking at it. So we've just added a couple lines to you.
Okay, I can fix that, put that in.
Okay.
So, difference this year is that the whole budget is printed. Lori Garland was